Welcome back to my channel. What if Kami fell in love with Naruto and had harem? Movie 1. Naruto awoke in a room of pure white. Looking around, he saw that he was alone. He sat up. Where am I getting up? He started to walk around looking for something to see other than white. Doing this for several minutes without finding anything, he sat down and wondered where he could possibly be. Lost in his thoughts, he never noticed a black dot behind him that was slowly getting larger. He turned around, hearing a squeaking. An open door standing. It was, without a doubt, the two most beautiful girl he had ever seen, and both were staring right at him. The two stepped through and the door closed behind them, leaving it with just himself and the two girls. The first girl walked up to him, seeming to be the more time than, in his opinion, the cuter of them. She was a little shorter than him, with dark blue hair and bangs that extended over the corners of her eyes that reminded him of someone he knew. She had chocolate brown eyes that held a sadness that reminded him of when he drops his mask of happiness and looks into the mirror at himself. She had a beautiful pale skin, but under her left eye she had a fat line of green. She had on a pure white kimono with short sleeves with a lavender sash around the middle holding it together. He noted that she had a bandage going all the way up her left arm from the wrist to disappearing into her kimono. She stopped in front of him with a sad smile on her face and said in the most shy yet strong voice he had ever heard, "Hello, Naruto-kun. Who are you?" he said, staring at her. "I am Kami, and I am here to help you," she said. He looked down and tears started to fall from his eyes. "Why do you cry, Naruto? I am not worthy to be here in front of you. You who is the good in all things, the light of the world and beauty beyond compare. I am a demon, something that is evil. I deserve to be in hell with Yami." "I don't think so, and I take offense to saying she is a beauty beyond compare," said the other girl. She walked toward him. She was the sexier of the two. She had long flowing red hair that looked like blood spun into hair. She was taller than him by about a foot. Her eyes were blue like his own, but a lighter blue like the sky on a summer's day. She had slightly tan skin and was wearing the most revealing cloths. She had on a fishnet shirt that held back when Naruto swore were the biggest assets he ever saw on a girl before. She wore a purple skirt that barely went to mid-thigh, and over it all she wore a blood-red trench coat. "Who are you?" "I am Yami," she said with a strange look in her eyes. "Then you are here to take me to the place I belong, right? The place I deserve to be in?" "No," she said in a sad voice. "By not, I am a demon, I am evil, I deserve it." Smack, smack. Naruto held his hands to his cheeks as he stared at the two women who had just struck him. He fell to his knees in front of them and screamed as loud as he could. "Why?" The two girls turned to one another and looked questions at each other. "By what?" said Yami. "Why am I not being sent to hell? I am evil. Everyone has said it and everyone feels it. I have been treated as evil being since I can remember. I was hated, beaten, stabbed, burned, and so many other horrible things in my life. 'Cause of what I am. I hold inside me the greatest evil that ever lived." Pulling off his shirt, he showed them the seal on his stomach. The girls looked at it and both were in tears at what they saw on this poor boy. He had scar littering his body, some small, others larger, but the worst of all was the brandings on his chest and back. Evil Demon was branded on his chest, big enough that it covered his whole chest and some of his stomach up to the top of the seal. On his back it said Demon Fox. The army looked at him as a few tears of red straight down her cheek and said, "The Kyuubi's chakra should have healed those. Your skin should be perfect and flawless." "How did they do this?" Naruto looked up at her and said in a sad voice, "They pour salt onto them, and when they burned me and branded me they seared it to the bone, and then poured salt in it and seared it again." Kami was crying openly now, holding her arms to her face, letting loose tears that were silver. Naruto looked at her and Yami and asked them, "Why do you cry for me, a demon to evil like no other?" Kami walked up to him and hugged him to her, and started to say, "I'm sorry. I am so sorry, please forgive me. I never thought it would be this bad." He wrapped his arms around her and said, "I do not deserve these tears you shed for me. Neither of you should cry for me. The two most beautiful and powerful people in existence stand before me. Say I do not have to go to hell. Both girls blushed at what he said and smiled. Naruto, we have something that we need to tell you, give you and ask of you. I do not understand. Why are you two talking to me and why am I not in hell? I killed myself. I did the worst thing a person could do. I ended my own life. You're not dead. You're just in a coma of sorts, said Yami, but I put enough explosives on me to blow the north gate of Konoha. There is no way I should be alive. I should be pieces of meat, no dust. In fact, many of the tags you used were faulty, so the damage was not as bad as it should have been, said Kami, as we spec the Kai Ruby inside. You is healing your burns and other injuries sustained by the tags, Yami said. Why do you need me and want me to do something for you? We need a champion, someone who can fight for us on Earth. We will bestow on you gifts from us both to help return the balance on Earth, said Kami. This person has to be pure of heart, strong, and someone who can change people, said Yami. So I am to be what a saver for humanity. What am I supposed to do? All you need to do is help people and do what is right to help save the world, said Yami. Will I have to kill people? You will if that person that we deem a threat to the world cannot be swayed, Kami said. So I can try to change the person first. And if not, then I have to kill them, he said in an unsure voice. Yes, but only those who are truly a threat to the world. And the balance, said Kami with a matter-of-fact voice. Okay, I think I can do that. Then not worry, you will not be alone, there will be other to help along the way. Those who will make the journey easier and make your life better, said Yami with a smile. What do you mean? He said with a confused look on his face. Kami laughed and blushed at the look on his face while Yami smiled. He seemed to be made of funny looks. You will have friends to help you with your mission and you will have companions to be by you always, said Kami. Companions, he said with another confused look. Mates or lovers, you know, female companions, said Yami as the boy turned bright red. You mean a girlfriend? He said in an embarrassed tone. No, not a girlfriend, said Kami. Oh, I meant girlfriends as in more than one or two. In fact, there will be 6, Yami said. 6, he screamed. Okay, that was loud. Yes, 6, Naruto. You know, like 1 more than 5 and 1 less than 7. It is okay, Naruto. We believe that it will be good for you to have these 6 young ladies. It is kind of like a way to set you in balance. What do you mean balance out? I don't understand what you mean. It is to balance out all the wrong that has been done to you. We believe these girls can help you in not only your journey but to give you the 2 things you have always wanted. A family that loves you and people that you can trust without a doubt. These girls will help to support you through your hard times and to give you what you want. People that love you for you no matter what. Who are they going to be? He stuttered out. We decided only to tell you of one of them, the one who has loved you the longest. She will be your first of many. But if you look at us, you will see something in us, or how we look, that is a characteristic of those girls. We will give you hints of these lovely ladies that will help you find them. Each of them has something they have gone through that is a reflection of what you have gone through. Not to the extent you have, but they will know your pain. They will help you to cool with what happened with you, and you will help them. Looking at the 2, he studied them, taking in the slightest things in the appearance from their eyes to their hair to Yami's huge bust. Both girls were blushing as he examined them to a T. So you're saying that these girls I am to fall in love with are going to be like me in a way, that they will look in some way like you too, and that they are to be my lovers and wives. The ass, that is what we are saying. Wow, lucky me. The 2 girls turned to each other and started to laugh. They were laughing so hard they were crying. Okay, now for your gifts. You mean there are more? I thought 6 girls that, if I am seeing you 2 right, are the most beautiful of women in the world. What other gifts could I ask for? The Yamis stood there with a smile on her face and a light blush on her face. She licked her lips in a way that made Naruto shiver. Kami, on the other hand, had light up like a Christmas bulb and started to poke her index fingers together. Naruto stared at the motion and was hit with a memory of seeing a girl who did that same action every time he was near. He could not remember who it was. Back to the gifts. We have decided to give you 1 gift each and 1 together, and then we will tell You hear first love is and the clues to the other 5. The army walked up to him and handed him a necklace. Naruto stared at the piece of jewelry. It was made of what looked like silver as it gleamed and twinkled. At the bottom it held a green stone with a spiral much like the one he wore on the back of his jacket. In the center of it held a red ruby. This necklace is very special. It has ended a special seal that can allow a being that are sealed out of their cage and give said being a body. The being will be under your control while the necklace is on it. No one other than you can control the being, and no one but you can take the necklace off. She stepped back as Cammy stepped forward. In her hand was what looked like a 6-inch knife in its sheath. He took it, looking at the dinky knife. He was confused. All the gifts he could get, and he gets an antique cheese cutter. Unsheath it, she said. He grabbed the handle and pulled. There was noise like metal against rock. As the knife came out, it transformed. Naruto was in awe of the blade that now was held in his hand. The blade was about 3 feet long and pure black with a line of red that spiraled from the guard to the tip of the blade. It had a wide hilt with a lavender bandage wrapped around the top of it. The guard was clear. It looked like it was made of diamond, but looked like inside it held red flax like ruby shards. Only one thing came to mind when he looked at that: it's beautiful. He then placed the tip of the blade at the sheath and pushed. It made the noise again of metal on rock and slide home in the sheath. It was back to the appearance of a simple knife. It is called justice. It holds many secrets, and only you can unsheath and wield it. It holds many powers which you will have to discover for yourself. It is unbreakable and has a will of its own. Treat it well, and it will sever you loyally. Smiling, Cammy walked back over to Yami and stood next to her. Now for our last gift. We are going to remove all your scars from you and doth. No, thank you. But do you mean no? I would like to keep them. Why? I want them as a reminder of my life. These scars are like my life story written on my body. It is a life of pain, yes, but it is my life. Nonetheless, are you sure that you want to keep them? When you leave here, you will have them forever. Yes, I am sure. Thank you, though. We got to come up with something else to give him. Okay, how about a bloodline limit? That sounds like a great idea, but what kind should we give him? I think I got it. Really, what? We'll give him a Dojutsu. Okay, but what will it do? How about something that can help his weaknesses? What's weaknesses, Naruto? I don't know. I can't break or dojin jutsu. That sounds good. How about we make it so you can see through all jinjutsu and be able to cast them with them? But why not give it a little something more to it? How about we give it more bang? We can give 2 more abilities. We don't want to overpower it. We can make it see in the dark no matter how little light there is. Yes, that's a good idea, and to see people's elemental affinities. Can you really do all that? Yes, close your eyes and be warned, this will sting. Closing his eyes, Naruto felt 2 hands cover his eyes. One was Kami's and the other Yami's. He felt heat on his eyes, then they started to burn and sting. After several minutes, the hand moved away from his face. Opening his eyes, he felt a slight vertigo, making him feel dizzy for a second. Looking around, he noticed things were sharper, like the features of the girls. He looked over at Cammy to see her holding a mirror out to him. Grabbing the mirror, he brought it to his face and saw his eyes and gasped. Staring at his eyes, he saw the difference. His left eye was white, wider than any cloud, and in it was a red slit down the middle. His right eye was the exact opposite. It was red with a white slit. He stared and then looked over at the 2 who had given him this gift and laughed. I only have one question. Does it stay like this all the time? No, it goes back to your normal blue, but it will be different. How will it be different? Change them back and you will see. Just concentrate on what they normally look like. Naruto closed his eyes and thought about what his eyes looked like. Opening them again, he looked into the mirror and saw his blue eyes. But as he looked, he noticed there was no pupil or white in his eyes. They were a solid blue. That's a change, but it could be worse. Can you 2 do one thing for me, please? I don't see why not. What is it? Can you put 3 tattoos on me? I guess. Where do you want them? 1 over left eye, 1 under my right, and 1 on my right arm. Okay, what do you want on them? Under the right one I wanted to say hell and black, above the left heaven and purple, and on the right arm a picture of the 9 tails. If you could please. Here is the link to the picture of the Kai ruby he wanted. The Ami took her hand and placed it under his right eye, and after a minute pulled away. Kami stepped up and did the same above his left eye. He looked into the mirror again and saw the tattoos and smiled. The two walked to him for a third time, and he held his arm out to them. They grabbed it, and the lighting gulped. He felt pain in the arm and was wonder why this one hurt, and the others did not. As they lifted their hands away from it, he saw a beautiful picture of the fox on his arm. Thank you for these. No problem. Okay. Now for your clues to your 5 unknown loves and the name of the one who you get to know first and has loved you the longest. Sarutobi was running to the monument at breakneck speed, trying to get there to see what exactly happened. Coming up on the mountain, he noticed a large number of people gathered around something on the ground. Running up to them, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Move out of the way." Umbu set up a 30-foot perimeter around this area. As if coming out of thin air, 20 Umbu appeared. Jumping in front of the crowd, they started pushing back. After the crowd was about 20 feet away, the Hokage and his 2 Umbu guard walked up to what lay on the ground. The purple air. Umbu saw what lay there and turned away. She could not bear to see so much meat. Sarutobi walked up and cringed. Lying there was what looked like a smoking body. It had no skin. You could see the muscle in some places, and in others bone black and burnt. Looking at it closely, he noticed that it had no clothes at all. Looking over at the purple-haired Umbu, he said, "Go to the top of the monument and search for any clues as to who this could be." "Ihokage-sama." She then jumped away. "Who would do this to themselves?" said the other Umbu. "I do not know, but I hope to find out in the next few minutes," said Sarutobi. Several minutes passed with no sign of the Umbu that left. As Sarutobi looked on at the body, he swore he kept seeing things change on it. Like on the bone he saw when he got it seemed to have disappeared under some muscle that was not there minutes before. If he did not know better, he would swear that the body was reforming. Then the purple-haired Umbu appeared in front of him holding what could only be clothes. She said in a sad voice, "I found these at the top of the mountain, my lord." She handed him the clothes, and as he saw them in his arms, he dropped them on the ground. The clothes fell, and he stared and said the only thing that came to mind: Naruto. Back set. Okay. Now for your clues to your 5 unknown loves and the name of the one who you get to know first and has loved you the longest. Okay, I'm ready, hit me, he said enthusiastically. The Omi raised her head, and whammy, she hit him full in the face. Kami looked over at her and was giving her a confused look. Yomi shrugged and said he did ask for it. Shaking her head, Kami walks over to the fallen Naruto and says, "Okay, your first clue is dango is my favorite food." "What kind of clue is that?" "The kind that will help you find them. Now shut the hell up or I will hit you again." "Okay, just don't hit me again." "Your second clue is flowers are my favorite pastimes." "Okay, dango and flowers." "Your third, I swim with the ease of a fish." "Okay." "Your fourth, I travel with a demon in misty lands." "Shem." "And your final clue, I have been with you since the day you were born." "Okay, that one made no sense. No one has been with me all my life." "Those are your clues. Remember, the men your loves will be easy to spot." "Okay, we got a dango halak, a flower power girl, a qua woman, a demon lover, a stalker. And my long loving mystery love sounds like a match is made in heaven." "No, wait, it was." Both girls laughed, and Yami said, "That sounds about right." "Sure does." "Okay, so can you tell this person who has loved me the longest?" "The ass we will, but first we want you to try to think of the one girl who has always watched you, always been nice to you." Naruto thought as hard as he could. He started seeing flashes of a girl with hair like Kami had and kept pushing her index fingers together and was always staring at him with beautiful lavender eyes. He looked at Kami and said the name of the girl who loved him always. "Hinata." A smile did him and nodded. He started to cry harder than he has in his whole life, worse than any beating or any sadness, and said, "I do not deserve her. She has loved me for so long and I never noticed. I just blow past her to Sakura. How can she love me when all I have done is ignore her?" The funny thing about love is that No matter the pain you go forward in it, she will still want you and will do anything to have you. She will be your love among your loves. She will need your help though. How? I will do anything to help her, please. She is strong in many ways. She needs you to be her confidence to help her believe. She can do anything, that is why she is perfect for you. She will help you in your greatest time of need in ways you cannot possibly imagine. I will do anything to help her. Thank you both so much for everything, but most of all for helping me see her. They walked up to the men, hugged Kami, who blushed and turned bright red, and kissed her on the cheek before pulling back. Then went to Yami. As he hugged her, he leaned in to kiss her cheek and meet something softer. As he looked, he saw he was kissing Yami full on the mouth. Opening his mouth to gasp, he found that was a bad mistake as Yami slid her tongue into his mouth. Pulling away, Naruto blushed like crazy. What was that for? What do you expect? I have the treats of the more forceful of the women. That will be his. It is in my nature. Okay, whatever, we are going to send you back, Naruto, but before we do that, there are some things we need to tell you. Okay, shoot. Pulling out a gun, Yami aimed. Before she could pull the trigger, Kami grabbed the gun and said, would you stop taking him in the literal sense, please? Naruto looked like he was going to wet himself as he looked at Yami, who just smiled and waved at him. The first thing we need to tell you is that when you get back to your body, you are going to hurt like crazy. To figure that one out, but thanks for the warning. Secondly, when you meet and know for a fact that the woman you have found is one of your loves, you will have to bite them. What do you mean bite them? I mean sink your teeth into their flesh around the neck and push chakra into it. This will leave a mark, but I am biting someone, so it should leave a mark. No, it will leave a tattoo, like on them, something of their choosing. They will have to bite you. It will leave their mark on you, showing that they are yours. This transaction will give them a trait of yours and also raise their chakra reserves as well. It will also give you a connection to them, one that will help you find them no matter what and know when they are in trouble. Okay, anything else? The warding of sorts. Beware Rakamaru, he is the snake in the grass. Evil snake in the grass, and beware Akatsuki, the group is after you and your fellow Jinchuriki. They are some of the strongest of fighter in the world. You will have to grow very strong to defeat them. These people you must kill, most are unchangeable and must be done with. I understand. But then, it is time for you to go back, and when you do go and you can talk and are well, tell your Hokage that it is time for you to know the truth. He will understand. The door appeared behind the two again, and it opened. He looked at them as they started to go through and said, will I ever see you again? Not for a long time, we hope. We will be watching, so be good, and when you have the kids, name them after us. As the door closed, he could hear laughing kids. Then the white room started to fade to black, and he felt pain all over his body, and then he opened his eyes. Bex, X, 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 X. Oh my God, Naruto. We need to get him to the hospital now, said Tsurutobi. The purple-haired Umbu picked him up and started racing to the hospital. As she was running, she looked down and came in contact with solid blue eyes. She stared into them, finding that she was losing herself. She quickly snapped out of it and looked over at the Hokage and said, Hess awake. Dear God, how can he be alive, let alone awake? The Hokage looked at Naruto and said in a clear voice, we need to get him there now. Running faster than they thought possible, they jumped and made it to the hospital building. Going inside, the Hokage called for a gurney. When one came around the corner, the Abu placed him on it and stepped away as it was being pushed out of sight. Turning around to the Hokage, she waited for orders. He looked at them and said, dismissed. The other Umbu jumped away when the purple-haired one stayed and asked the Hokage as the mask worn by the Umbu came off and said, will he be okay? I do not know, Anko, I do not know. X, 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 X. Elsewhere in Kano had a girl with dark blue hair was laying down to sleep for the night. As she lay there she thought of the boy she loved. With his unique blonde hair and blue eyes. Those whisker marks are his cheeks that she would die to stroke just once, and the best part of all. His personality to go for his goal and never give up. There was no other person she would rather be with, and had decided that if she could never have him then she would rather die alone. As she drifted off to sleep thinking of her fair-haired love she opened her eyes to see a room that was not her own. It was pure white with no other color in sight. She thought it might be illusion, so she activated her by Achigan but saw nothing but white. As she deactivated her eyes and turned around she saw a door open, and from the door came her Naruto. She was thinking it most be a dream like all her other ones. She was trying to figure out if it was one of the one that showed her life with him or one of the dirty ones that made her wake up soaking wet between her legs. She was hopping for the latter. As she wondered which it would be, Naruto spoke. Hello Hinata. Hello and Naruto-kun. I am not your Naruto-kun Hinata, I just look like him. Then who are you and why do you look like my Naruto-kun? Naruto-kunha. I am Kami. She blushed at what she said about Naruto and looked at the great being before her in awe. Why you are Kami. Yes, what would you have of me or servant Kami-sama? What if I told you that I planned on Naruto dying in the next few minutes and I was going to send him to hell? Balustrate and stern face she said, I would ask you to do the same to me. Really you would do this for a demon? But the confused look she asked, what do you mean demon? He is no demon, he is sweet and caring and has never hurt anyone. Ami smiled and said, inside of Naruto held by a seal from the great fourth Hokage is the nine-tailed demon Kyuubi. It was not killed like you were told but resides in him. What do you think of your Naruto-kunha now? She looked at Kum and said, I do not care. He is my one and only. I would do anything on earth for him to be with me, demon or not. Smiling, Kami said in a happy voice, you will have him Hinata, he will be with you, but you will have to deal with some things. If you want to be with him you will have to. I will do it, she said, happy as can be. I have not told you what you will have to go through to have him. It does not matter as long as I am with him. You will have to share with other women, some older than you. 5 other have been chosen for him. Would you still go to him? Yes. As long as I get him as well, I will go to him. Then so be it. When you awake, get ready to leave 30 minutes after you awake, and a person will show up to take you to the hospital. There you will have to save your love. What do you mean save? What happened to Naruto-kunha? You will see when you get there, but listen well. When you get to the room he is in, ask the Hokage and everyone else to leave. When they go you must give him this. Holding up a ball of blue light he handed it to her. You must eat it now. She looked at him confused and asked, how do I give it to him if I eat it? When you enter the room and everyone has left you must bite him on the necklace, will transfer it to him. In return he will bite you. This will heal him and also bind you two together. So what will this do to me? It will make you Naruto's. You will belong to him and he will be with you and love you. Needing no more stimulus, she grabbed the orb and ate it. She looked at him and felt something weird happen in her mouth. She felt around with her tongue and noticed her canines were much longer than they were before. Looking at Kami for a reason, he said, easier to bite with. You must know that after he bites you he will push chakra into you and some things will change on you. Like what? You will get a physical trait from him and your chakra capacity way above it is now, and you will want to be near him all the time. Okay, sounds interesting. One thing before I send you back. Your father will be against this whole thing. He will not want you to go with him, so tell him this, okay? That Naruto has a new bloodline limit, one that can strengthen the Byakugan so much that it could far surpass the Sharingan. Tell him that in Naruto will be yours. To be with him I will do it. Okay. You must go now. He will need you. As the room faded to black, Hinata woke. Looking around she got up and showered, getting ready to go. Sitting on her bed after dressing she waited when a knock was heard. Her father entered. Hinata, there is an boo outside who say you need to go to the hospital for some reason. She sprang up and ran outside to the Anbua. She got outside and found an boo with purple hair, sitting there waiting. I am ready, take me to him. Infused, the Anbu said, how did you know it was someone needing help? Don't have time, let's go please. Grabbing onto the girl's arm and disappeared in a vortex of leaves. Back set. Saratobi was watching as the doctors were walking around the boy checking stats and vitals. It was looking like he was not going to survive, but something weird had happening 10 minutes prior that made the old Hokage believed that he would survive. Flashback. Saratobi walked into the room and said in a clear voice states report, the man in a doctor uniform walked to the Hokage and said, we are doing all we can, but still he is fading. We can keep trying, but it looks like he is going to die. The old man's shoulders slumped and he said, just do what you can. Hi Hokage-sama, and out of nowhere scream was heard. The old man looked at Naruto to see him thrashing about screaming for the lavender-eyed girl. Hinata! 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 The old man looked at Anko and said, bring her to me now and say nothing of what is happening. As she disappeared, he turned back to the still screaming boy and said, she is coming. Naruto calmed down, but still he screamed, and flashback, it had been 10 minutes and still he screamed her name just as loud, if not louder than before. Looking at the screaming boy, he thought to himself, what is so important that you need her here now? All of a sudden Anko and Hinata appeared out of thin hair in the room. Looking around and heard someone screaming her name, she looked over to the person making the noise and say, a burned up looking person. She ran to him as he was still screaming her name and said in a soothing voice, I am here, calm down Naruto, I am here, it will be okay. At those words he calmed down. Saratobi was in awe at the calming effect she had on him. She looked over at the Hokage and said in a calm voice, I can heal him. What do you mean? I can make him better, but I need you all to leave, it's a secret, so please go. He looked at her and said, we cannot go, I am sorry. If you do not, he will die, and long after I will as well. What do you mean? I am saying that if he dies, I will kill myself, I swear, at Hokage-sama. And the last thing you will ever hear from me is my hate of you for letting my beloved die. I will not hurt him, I love him, no arm will be full either of us, so I beg you. As she dropped to her knees, let me save my love. He stared at her eyes and knew she meant every word of what she said. Fine, you have 10 minutes. Ordering all the people to leave, the Hokage looked back at them, and Hinata said to him, can you put a seal on the door so no one can hear him? This is really going to be loud. Okay. After a minute she felt the seal go up and she looked at his eyes that were now solid blue and said to him in courage she had never had before, hello my love. He looked at her with a look of pain and said, I am sorry, I never noticed. She looked at him and smiled, it is okay. The past is that the past, from now on we will have one another. Now turn your head. He looked at her and did as he was asked. She said to him, this might hurt, that is why I asked for the seal. He nodded slightly. She went to his right side of his neck and said softly, with this we are together always. She then bit him hard, breaking the skin. She felt the power go through her and push out her mouth into Naruto's neck. He moaned and grabbed Hinata and pulled her to him. He said to her in a voice that sent chills up her back and tugged things in her chest and between her legs and said, my love, no my mate, and bite her on her neck. The Nada was in bliss, she felt herself tighten up and then release. It did it over and over again. She knew what heaven was like. She was screaming his name as his pants started to soak to the knee. He pulled away and held her. As she looked up into his eyes, she saw red and white. She smiled at him and said, I love you no matter what. She then stood up and looked down at her pants and flush red. Naruto looked down and saw how soaked she was and smiled. She blushed harder. He handed her his jacket and said, tie it around your waist. She did as he asked. She then looked at him. He was whole again, if no more so. His skin on his arms were without a burn and his face was also. She saw his eyes and just smile at them. She traced the beautiful tattoos above and below his eyes. She then saw the one on his arms. and as she touched it, it glowed and also looked like its tails were moving. She looked at his hair and noticed a change in it. It had orange tips and was wilder. She looked at his face again, and saw his whisker marks that were now more defined, and she reached out and struck them. He started to purr into her hand, and she smiled. As he moved into her hand, she said something on his neck. She leaned in and saw what looked like a tattoo of the leaf symbol and lavender. She touched, and when she did, Naruto grabbed her hand and growled. He looked down at his midsection, and looked up at Hinata. She looked down to see that Naruto was erect, painfully so. He looked at her and said, "Please do not touch unless you are willing to quench the hunger of it." She nodded, while still looking at it. Naruto reached up and touched where he bite her, and when he touched her skin there, she grew hot, and she looked at him like her was the ice to cool her throbbing body down. She jumped on him and started to rub herself against his swollen manhood. Naruto groaned but stopped her. He looked at her and said, "You should look at yourself in a mirror before someone comes in." She looked at him confused and got up and looked at herself in a mirror. She gasped. She saw now that she had orange-tipped hair. Her eyes were slits, and where Naruto bite her, there was a leaf symbol and lavender. She stared at the changes and then smiled. "I am now closer to you, my love." "Yes, but you need to put a jujitsu on your appearance till we are together always." "Hold on, let me try something." He looked at her and channeled chakra in his eyes, and imagined what she looked like before. When she looked at herself again, she saw she was back to normal, or what used to be normal. She looked at him and said, "Ready for company?" Sure. She went to the door and let them, and saying it was okay now. They came in and gasped to see Naruto looking good, if not better than before. The Hokage looked at them and said, "Okay, what happened?" "I healed him, like I said." "I see that, but what did you do, and why is he changed, like his eyes being solid blue? And the orange in his hair? It must have had side effects." "This is my first time doing it, so I had no idea what exactly would happen." "So you did a technique that you have no idea what would happen to the person it was done on." That sums it up about right. What would have happened if he had died? "He won't have. The technique always works, that is what I was told." "Who taught it to you?" "Someone out of village, and I can only use it once, and that was my once." "Okay. So how did you know Naruto was hurt?" "I just had a feeling." "The feeling?" "Bias. Something told me that Naruto was hurt and that I was needed." "That sounds interesting. What is your relationship with Naruto, if I am asked?" "He is my one and only. I told you that when I asked you to leave." "I remember." "What about the tattoos?" "Tess had those." "Those are some beautiful tattoos, Naruto. Where did you get them, if I may ask?" "I did them myself with the help of Hinata-chan." "Really?" "Yes." "So now on to the reason we are all here. Why did you do it, Naruto? What made you want to end your life?" "I cracked under the pressure of it all. Knowing of what I have inside me and the years of hurt and pain I want to end." Naruto said in a sad voice. Hinata was in tears hearing her love was so hurt. "If only I had not been afraid to come out and tell him, maybe I could have saved him the pain." Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and looked at the Hokage. "I had no idea that I was loved all along and that there was someone to save me." He looked at her. "Now she has saved me physically, emotionally, and mentally." He smiled and she smiled back. "I was weak, but now I will never weaken again." "That is good to know. Now get some rest. I will be back in the morning to check on you." "Koji-san. See you in the morning." As the Hokage left, Naruto looked at Hinata and smiled widely. She sat next to him and waited for the doctors to leave. When the last one left, she looked at him and said, "What now?" He smiled. "I have a plan." "Okay, but wait. Kami talked to me and told me everything. Like how you have a dojutsu, the kyubi, and how you will have other mates, and I don't care as long as I am with you." He smiled at her. "Your father will never let me have you. He will make so I can never be with you and never see you," he said in a sad face, tears coming down his whisker-marked cheeks. She wiped them away and said, "Do not fret, my love. Kami has told me a way for us to be together." He smiled at her. "Really?" "Yes. He says that all I have to do is tell him you have a new dojutsu, and that if we were to have children, that it would increase the Byakugan to far surpass the Sharingan." He said that my father would do it, no second thoughts. That sounds great. What about the jutsu? What will we tell the Hokage? Tell him that it was a side effect of the jutsu. Wow, that sounds perfect. I know, she said with a knowing smile. The Nada, go to your father and talk to him. Okay, the Jinjitsu will last for a few days, but I do not want to wait that long to be with you. She smiled and said, okay, but rest while I am gone. When I come here tomorrow, I will bring my father. Wait, just tell him that I would like to see him and that I know of a way to make the Byakugan the strongest jutsu ever. Okay. Okay, goodbye, my love. Bye, he said. As she left, he stared after her and then slowly drifted off to sleep. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. Naruto woke in a strange dream and looked around. He saw a few different cutoffs to it, but then saw one that was bigger than the other, and he heard a voice call out to him. Come to me. Naruto, being the curious critter that he was, followed the voice. He walked through water that ranged from the bottom of his feet to his neck. He followed it till he came to island in front of what looked like a gold jail cell. On the cell between the two cell doors was a piece of paper on said seal. It looked like it was holding the door closed. He walked to it and was almost to the bars when two huge red eyes opened, looked at him. He stood there and stared at them without flinching. Why do you not fear me? Why should I be? Because I am the fox that has destroyed millions on a whim. Whole countries have been destroyed by me, and you stand here without even a tremble. I have ruined your life, yet you do not scream of your hate for me. Yet why do you not yell and scream? First, you are sealed, I am in no harm, and secondly, I want to know your reason for coming to the village before I jump to screaming. Be irrational for a human. I will tell you why. Naruto sat down, waiting for story time to start. I was off alone gathering food for my mate, and I had finished and was heading back when I saw smoke coming from our lair. I hurried as fast as I could. I came to it, and there was a fire going inside. I thought it was just my mate that made a fire to cook our food. As I walked and I saw him laying on the ground, burning, Naruto could hear the sorrow in the fox's voice. He felt bad for it. I looked around in my fury to see if I could find out who did it. I found a leaf headband laying in a corner. I smelled it, and it smelt of snake so strong it made me sneeze. So I headed to leave to kill the snake man and to hurt and kill as many people as I could. I wanted this village to suffer like I suffered. So I came, and every leaf ninja that came at me, man, woman, and child, I killed. I searched for the snake man but could not find him. Then a man came to me on top of the toad Gamabunta and asked me why I was doing it. I told him of my mate and of the snake. He told me of a traitor to their village, who looked like a snake and even held the contract to the snakes. His name was Arakamura. The man then looked at me and told me he was sorry. He then started moving his hands, and a few seconds later, I was in terrible pain. I looked up to see the Shinigami. He ripped my soul from me and placed it in you. I woken you in the cell and have been since that day. Naruto looked up at the giant foxes and said, only one thing, I am sorry. The Kyuubi looked down at this boy in awe. Why do you say you're sorry? I have only caused you been since the day you were born. Naruto felt a memory come on at those words. Flashback, and your final clue, I have been with you since the day you were born. Okay, that one made no sense. No one has been with me all my life. Those are your clues. Remember, the men your loves will be easy to spot. Then flashback, may I ask you some questions? Yes, anything you like. What is your sex, female? Okay, that's a shock. Next, what is your goal now? The killer Arakamura, and to find a new mate. What would you do if I said I could get you out the cage in me, but you would have to leave 7 tails of chakra behind for me? Anything, I would leave them for that chance. Do you have a human form? Yes. Will you please change into it now? Sure. As she said it, she started to shrink. Smaller and smaller she became till she was about a foot taller than himself. He stared at her and knew without a doubt in his mind she was his mate. She had long red hair, just like Yummy Head in his dream. She had a huge bust and long luscious legs that disappeared into a short red skirt. The shirt she had on was barely containing the monster melon she had. He looked at her and kept peering around her, and looking at her head she gave him a confused look before asking her question. What are you looking for? Your tails and ears, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. She smiled and turned around and pulled her shirt up in the back. On her back she had 9 beautiful tattoos of tails. As he looked at them they seemed to move. In a hypnotic motion she dropped the shirt and looked at him, and then touched her ears on the side of her face and said, "These are my ears, silly boy." Burrito blushed. She smiled and said, "Anything else you want to know?" "No, but I do have a deal for you. Would you like to hear it?" "Okay. I have a gift from Yummy that is a seal, but it can give you a body and get you out of me. There is a side effect, though. You will have to do as I say when I say something for you to do. It is like a collar. I will not use it unless you do something bad or the thing is of great importance. I swear that you now I accept. Wait, there is more. I have 2 conditions. One is that you please leave 7 tails behind for me." "Okay, easy enough. And 2, you must become my mate." "I will be." Looked at him for a second. She just stared at him. He was strong. She knew that. Brave, courageous and funny as well. She knew he would treat her like a gift from Kami. He looked good too, so it would not be so hard. She smiled at him and said, "Agreed, Naruto-sama. You will have to share me with 5 other girls." "I do not care." "Then let's seal the deal." He walked to the cage and slipped through the bars. He walked up to her and said, "I must mark you. Will you please turn your head to the right? You will have to bite me as well to seal the mating." She turned her head and walked up to her and grabbed the back of her head and pulled her toward him. She growled and moaned at the same time. He bent her down and licked her neck, and she moaned louder. He then sank his teeth into her. Yubi was in a whirlwind of feeling. She felt more turn on than she had in all the thousands of years of life, more than even with her old mate. She moaned and groaned from release after release. He let go, and the second he did she grabbed him and latched onto him. She bit him hard and he just moaned. After a few minutes she pulled back. Looking at him she saw his neck glow, then stop. On his neck now was a collar like tattoo. It was red. She looked closer to see that it was 9 tails laced together, and she noticed one tail reached out and touched a lavender leaf symbol on his right side of his neck. He looked at her and noticed the change in her hair. She had blonde streaks in it now. He looked at her and said, "Here, put this on, but you can never take it off." He handed her the necklace and she put it on. It glowed and nothing happened. He walked out of the cage, grabbed the seal on the front of the cage and pulled it off. The doors opened and she stepped out. When she crossed the threshold of the cell, and then Naruto felt it burning on his back, he turned around and pulled up his shirt. Kyubi walked up to him and pushed her hands on her back and then played with it. "You have 7 orange tails on your back, Naruto-sama. Cool, that's neat. Okay, it is time to go." Concentrating on waking up, he felt himself leave the sewer and woke up in the real world. Back set. Looking around he saw that he was not alone in the room, or for that matter in his bed. There was a lump by his feet moving up towards him. He lifted the lump to see Kyubi kissing his thigh and moving up to bigger and more sensitive things. "Stop please and come here." She looked up at Amen, then continued what she was doing. "Stop now and come here." As if on command the necklace glowed and she stopped and went up to him. "I am sorry for using the necklace, but we have no time for fun right now." But the disappointed face, she bowed her head and said, "Yes, Naruto-sama." He reached out and took her chin. "I know that you want to play, but we have things to do, okay? I promise that later, when this is over, we can play, okay?" Smiling she nods and says, "I cannot wait to have you, Naruto-sama." "Okay, now the business. I want you to go to my apartment and wait for me." "Okay, I will be there by tonight." "Okay, yes, Naruto-sama, I will wait like a good mate should." They reached down and kissed her on top of her head. "Good, now go. Company is coming and you should not be here." High as she disappeared into a swirl of flame, as if on cue the door slid open and stepped Hinata and her father, Hiashi Hyuga. Hinata smiled a brief smile at me and then turned to her father. "Father, this is Naruto, and Naruto, this is my father, Hiashi Hyuga. I know who the boy is. What did you want to talk to me for, boy?" Every time Hiashi said boy, it sounded like he wanted to say demon. "Oh great Lord Hyuga, I have asked you to come here for 2 reasons. 1, to ask you a few questions, and 2, to ask something of you." "Why should I answer your questions, boy? You mean nothing to me and no to anything you ask me for." He turned to leave when Irido said, "What if I could increase the strength of the eyes of the Hyuga to the point that even the mighty Sharingan is but dwarfed by it?" The Ashi turned to the boy and looked at him with a calculating stare. "You know of a way?" "The yes I do, but it will cost you something truly precise to your clan for it. I think it is well worth it." "What is it, boy? Tell me." "I Will give you anything to make my clan be stronger than those copiers. I want to marry your daughter. Your heir to the clan if you write up agreements saying that I can marry your daughter Hinata. I swear that your clan will gain this power. He want Hinata. Why she is weakened to frail. Why not Hanabi? Pause. I want Hinata and only her. You give her to me and I will tell you the secret. The Ashi pulled out a scroll and started to write. When he was done he handed the scroll to Naruto and he read it. He smiled and said in a happy voice, sounds good. He signed the agreement and handed it to Hiashi, who signed it as well and gave it back. Now tell me the secret. The deal is done and I want to know. You have made the first step to it. Now I have in me now a new Taijutsu. When me and Hinata have children it will fuse in them, creating a new stronger Taijutsu with the properties of both ours. You lied to me, boy. You have no Taijutsu. The deal is invalid. Come Hinata, we are leaving this. Come. As he turned around he saw Naruto standing there. Hiashi looked at him and activated his eyes and said, move. Her eyes shall move you. Naruto moved and Hiashi walked to the door. He reached for it to notice there was no doorknob. He searched around and found he was in a white room surrounded by fire. He placed his fingers together and shouted Kai, but happened he heard a voice come from all around him. It was the sound of the demon. Not even your eyes can see through it. This is the power of my Jutsu. I will deactivate it now. As he said it the room turned back into the hospital room. He was staring at the boy's eyes. They had changed. His left was white with a red slit in it, while his right was the exact opposite. What else can it do? It can tell me your element sense see perfectly in the dark, no matter if there is light or not. I know you have two elements. Water is your first and earth your second. Imagine the Ayakugan with these powers added on to it. Your clan would be the strongest in Konoha history. She is your to do with as you see fit, he said as he turned around and walked out the room. Them yours now, Naruto-sama, now and forever. Smiling she walked up to him, swing her hips just ever so slightly. He only had eyes for her. Staring as she moved closer, he put his hand out and grabbed hers. He brought her close and said, I have never kissed a girl before and I want you to be my first in this sin and all things. I can't wait, she said as her lips grow closer to his. He pushed up as their lips touched and he tasted her. He knew what heaven was. As he deepened the kiss, he pulled away from her, and when he did, felt tears run down his face. Why are you crying, my love? This is what happiness is. She then kissed him again and knew things could only get better. So what now, said Hinata, and a glowing smile. I have to show you something and tell you a few things. Which do you want first? Is it good or bad? Sight to see. Which is more important? The sight is bad. If I was going to say which one's more important, I would say the info. Then the news, please. I found one of my mate today when you were gone, he said in a careful voice. She looked at them for a minute. Okay, is that all? She said in a calculating voice. No, she is at my place and waiting for me to come home. The temp in the room felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. She looked unfazed by the news, but it felt different. Who is she? You know how inside me is the Kai Ruby. Well, yesterday after you left, I fell asleep. He told her the whole story from going to the sewer to why the Kai Ruby attacked, to even the deal he made the whole time. She listened with no emotion on her face. When he was finished, she sat by him and looked at her hands. I want to meet her. Okay, we can go together when I leave here. No, I want to talk to her alone first. Okay, if you promise one thing, that you will not hurt her, and tell her that Marito-sama says no fighting. Please do this for me. Okay, for you, I will promise to you. Now, I need to show you something. I do not want you to freak out. If you saw it, out of the blue one day, letting off the bed, he stood in front of her. Slowly he started to remove his gown. What could be bad about? As she said this, the gown slipped from his body. He stood in front of her, and only his boxers. Her eyes went wide as she looked at the love of her life's body. She saw the scars along his body, but what made her die inside were the words, the ones branded on him. She walked to him, stretched her hand out and touched them. She could feel that they were shallower than the skin around and much rougher. He turned around and shouldered the one on his back. Demon Fox, it said. How? She said in a sob voice. How? What? How did you live with this, through the pain, the hate, the suffering? I do not know. I felt like I just had to. Like there was a mission that I had to fulfill in life. She grabbed him and pulled him into a bone-shattering hug. I will make it better. I will make you feel loved and wanted no matter what. He smiled. I know you will. After a few minutes, he let her go and smiled again. The Hokage will be here soon. Go to my apartment and talk to her. Okay, okay. She kissed him and walked to the door. I will see you in a few hours. Okay, remember, play nice with her. I, my fox, I, Hinata XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX0. Hokage. The riddle put his gown back on and climbed into his bed. He waited for the Hokage and thought. about everything that had happened and what was to happen soon. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard a door shut. Looking up, he saw the Hokage standing there looking at him, smiling at the old Hokage. He said, "Your old man, what's up?" Smiling, the Hokage looked at him. "So how are you feeling, Naruto?" "I am okay, but there has been some changes." "But kind of changes?" Naruto smiled at him. "Nothing bad, just some eye changes and life changes." "I see your eyes are different. It is not that big a deal." "And what kind of life changes?" "Well, let me show you the other eye change, and then I will tell you about the life changes." "Okay." Naruto waved the Hokage over and pointed at his eye. As the Hokage got close, he saw the change. His eyes were different. They were red and white and had slits in them. "What is it?" "I think it is a new Taijutsu." "Really? What can it do?" "It can cast amazingly strong Jinjutsu, and I can see through them as well. It can see in the dark, no matter how dark, and little light, and also it can tell me the elements people are affiliated to." "Well, that is useful." "Okay, so what is this life change you are talking about?" "First read the scroll." He threw the scroll he got from Hayashi to the old man. After several minutes of reading and rereading the scroll, he looked up to Naruto. "Though he actually gave you his daughter just for the chance of making the Byakugan stronger. So what are you going to do to her?" "That's a silly question. I plan to marry her," he said with a smile. "Really?" "Of course. That is not the problem though." "What is then?" "I am planning to marry 5 others also, but I need to tell you who the next one I found is." "Why 5 others?" "'Cause with a Dujutsu, a new one at that, the council will want me to have others. So I choose 6 altogether, Hinata being the first and the other one I have as number 2. Knowing this was true, the Hokage nodded. "Who is she?" "Well, she has no real name, but I can tell you what she is." Being confused, he asked the only question he could. "Okay, what is she?" "The not freak out. Just hear me out please before you go apes hit crazy, okay?" "Wonder what could make him go apes hit crazy?" The third Hokage nodded. "She is the Kai Ruby." The panicked and what Naruto could only guess was an apes hit crazy look came across the old man's face. "Wait, hear me out first. Let me tell you the story, okay? 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Hinata and Kai Ruby. The Nada walked through the village on her way to Naruto's. She knew the way by heart, so it was okay for her to think of. She was wondering what she was going to say when she got to Naruto's. How was she to stand up to a creature of such strength and power? She had reached Naruto's and was standing at his door. She knocked hesitantly and waited for the door to open. Nothing happened, so she knocked again. Still nothing happened, so she tried the door and it opened. She walked in and looked around and saw no one. She walked around to everywhere in the house with no sign of life. She then walked into Naruto's bedroom and gasped. There on his bed was a naked red-head woman. "Are you Kai Ruby?" The woman stretched yes. "Who were you?" "I am Hinata and I have a message from Naruto." "From Naruto-sama, what is it?" "But you are not to fight with me." "Okay, sounds easy enough. I must talk to you about Naruto." "What about Naruto-sama?" "First, why do you call him Naruto-sama?" "I am under his control in a sense and he is my mate." "Okay, sounds fair. I need to tell you that he is my mate too. So I figured the mark on your neck shows it like the one on mine." She pointed at the tattoo-like necklace under the necklace Naruto said he had given her. "That is a seal for him to control her and keep her in line." Hinata looked confused. "How can you see the mark? I have a strong jutsu over it. I am a fox. I am the queen of illusions, so I can see through them naturally." "Okay, so what are you wondering about being his mate?" "I just want to know why you choose to be his mate and what you think of this all." "I choose him for many reasons. I think this is okay as long as I get him as well. I do not care who I share him with." "Please tell me your reasons. I cannot let just anyone be with him. He is my world, and if you hurt him, I do not care how strong you are. I will kill you in the most painful way I can." The Kai Ruby red eyes looked at Hinata's lavender white one, and she knew this girl would sacrifice everything to have her goal accomplished. "How long have you loved Naruto-sama?" "Since the day he ran into me and my mother on a street when I was 3. He hit me while running away from a crowd of people. He stopped while still covered in blood to help me up to make sure I was okay. He told me he was sorry and told my mother that he was sorry for running into me. Why did you fall in love with him? He was so strong even with blood covering him. He stopped to help me and to say he was sorry. He was so kind to me and I thought he was just breathtaking to look at. She said this with a dreamy look in her eyes. Sounds fun. Would you like to hear my reasons or stay daydreaming? He snapped out of it. I would love to hear them. I have many reasons to have accepted to be his mate. He promised me revenge as one of the main ones. He is strong and that is what I want in a mate. Is that all? Do you not love him and want him to be happy? Those are my biggest reasons. I watched him from inside. Tears of scarlet were rolling down her cheeks. Did he show you the brands and the scars? Yes, you're so lucky. I saw it happen to him and could do nothing. He went through all this for a village who was supposed to see him as a hero. What did they do? They spit on their Hokage's dying wish. When they first branded him on his chest, I cried. When they did the other on his back, I cried harder, so hard that blood came out. From then on I told myself for penance for the pain I caused him that water was not good. Enough. From now on, I would cry only blood and have ever since. Her eyes flashed to such a dark red that it was almost black. If he asked it of me, I would kill everyone in this village and burn it to the ground. I would lay them at his feet. I chose to agree to make up for the pain I have caused him, and because in my thousands of years of life he is the first thing I have ever loved. I understand. Then we have no problem. Would you like me to take that jujitsu off you? Yes, please. X, 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 Burrito and Hokage. So that's the story, old man. Okay, so you are in control of her and anything you say she does. She is also going to be one of your wives. She also came here all those years ago to kill a Rakamura to avenge her mate, which you are now her new one. Yes to all. Listen, you cannot tell the council. They will try to get me to use her as a weapon and I cannot do that. Just say she is a missing Nin from another land that was betrothed to me at birth. I will ask her name tonight and give it to you. Just do this for me, please. Okay. I will do this for you, Naruto, but I need you to promise that she will not go on a rampage. I swear. Then no problem. So what now? Tomorrow you go and meet your team like you always do. I need to be switched to another team, Aji-san. Why is that, Naruto? The Cashew-sensei teaches me nothing. He only teaches Sasuke. He treats me like trash, like I will never be anything compared to his Sasuke. Sasuke only thinks of himself, not of the team, and is always bitching about power, while Sakura is his faithful bitch. She hurts me and our sensei does nothing but watch. Is this true? Yes. I am learning nothing. For someone who complains about leaving a teammate behind as a being trash offense, he does it to me and Sakura a lot. I see. I will do something about it tomorrow. He will get a new team and sensei. Thank you, Aji-san. When you get out, what are you going to do? Go home to my loves and talk and try not to get killed. The Hokage laughed. Sounds like a mission in itself. It will be. When you going to marry them? When I find my others. Why wait? I only want one wedding. It is too much to have 6. Sounds fair enough. So what now? I am going home to my ladies. Getting his clothes on and putting his knife in his pocket, he looked at the old man. I need to go to make sure they did not kill each other and that everything is okay. Then I won't hold you up. Bye, Naruto. I will see you in my office at 12. As the old man left, Naruto thought about what he might have to deal with when he got back home. X, 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 X. Naruto was walking home looking as happy as could be. He knew when he got home he would have 2 beautiful women waiting and in love with him. He was worried that he would come home and be viciously raped till he died or was out of fluids. As he walked, he saw the looks he was getting from the villagers he was passing. Looking at some full-on in the face as the scowled and snickety smiled. He made it to his house and knocked on the door. There was a scuffling nose and the door opened. "Hello, Naruto-sama." Naruto looked at her and smiled till he looked down. She was naked, pushing her inside with a nose bleeding like a river. "Wyr. You naked? I have no clothes, Naruto-sama." "Okay, we will go get you some. Here, now go put some of mine on, please." "Yes, Naruto-sama." She walked into his room as Hinata walked out. "Hello, my love, what are we going to do?" "Well, let me ask you, how did it go?" "We have an understanding and are growing to like each other." Sighing and relief, "Thank God, I thought you two were going to kill each other." "I told you I would not. We have to go get Kyubi clothes and maybe me some new clothes, and if you want you can't." "Okay, sounds like a fun day. But she is done getting ready, we can go," he said, making small talk while waiting for Kyubi to finish getting dressed. "The jinjitsu I put on you is off." "What happened?" "Kyubi took it off for me." "How?" "She says as a fox she can do it." "I'm ready." Coming out to be seen by the two. She was wearing a black shirt that barely contained her goodies. It was a midriff on her. She wore his orange pants that looked skin-tight and his jacket tied around her waist. "Okay, I guess that will do for now," he said with a trickle of blood coming down his nose. "That's go shiwi. Let's," said both girls at the same time. Walking around the village, they came to a shop that looked interesting. Walking up to it, they walked inside. The bell ringed above the door. "Welcome," said a young girl with buns on the side of her head. "What kind of store's this?" The girl at the counter looked up at "It's an Injua store. I never knew there was a store like this." "How long you been here?" "Always. As long as I have been here." "Do you have clothes here?" "We have clothes, weapons, scrolls, and we do custom clothes and weapons too. You two look around for some stuff you like, okay? I would like to talk to her for a. You okay?" They both looked at them and smiled, just to talk, okay, and to ask questions. They smiled and walked off to look at the clothes. "I want you to look at something for me, but if I show it to you, you may not tell anyone of it." "Okay. But if it is a weapon, let me get my father, he will love to see it." She left for a minute and came back with an older man with graying hair. "What can I do for you?" "I want you to look at a sword for me." "Okay. Get out and I will be happy to see it and appraise it." He brought from his pocket the knife and placed it on the table. The old man looked at him like he was crazy. "This is a knife, son." Tried to pull it from the sheath. He grabbed the sheath and the handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He tried harder and still nothing. "Okay, is this a joke, son?" "No, not a joke. Watch and be amazed." The girl looked at him and thought, "What are you, a magician?" The Rito grabbed both sides and pulled. The two onlookers gasped. There where a knife once laid was a sword. "That is an interesting sword," he said. He went to grab it. "Do not touch it." It was too late. He grabbed it, and as he raised it he jerked. He dropped it and pulled his hand back. "It shocked me. I am the only one who can touch it, everyone else gets shocked." "That must be useful. Can you pick it up and move it for me?" The Rito picked it up and moved around slowly, showing him all of it. "I have never seen its equal. I have seen some of the swords of the 7 swordsmen, and they are nothing compared to this." "Where did you find it?" "I got it from a stranger. He handed it to me and said I was the one to own it and left." "I will buy it from you." "Name you price." "Not for sale." "Sorry, but you are welcome to look at it if you like. Just come get me and ask." He put the sword down. "I am going to go look after my ladies and find some new clothes." "Okay, do you mind leaving the sword here for me to look after?" "No problem." The Rito looked around and found his ladies, but he did not like the two he saw aching. To his lady loves. Hinata was looking at clothes, looking uncomfortable, while Kibas stood there flirting with her. Kyubi, on the other hand, was looking rather pissed off as Sasuke stood there trying to touch her. I walk up to the two ladies and said, "Hey girls, did you find what you were looking for?" "Naruto-ken." "Naruto-sama," they said in a thank God type of voice. They walked to him and grabbed arm each. Naruto smiled and noticed a pissed off look on both the guys' faces. "What are you doing to my new girl, Dobe? What are you doing to Hinata dead last?" "I was about to ask what you two were doing to my lovers." "Lovers?" said the two. "Hinata is my lover and is mine now, and Red is betrothed to me." "Bullshit. Hinata is not yours. Hinata loves me and her father gave her to me. Ask her if you do not believe." They bulleted her. She nodded and said to him, I am Naruto-kan's Kibas, from now on I belong to him and happy for it. How about you come with me, Red, and you can be with a prodigy instead of a loser? Why would I want to go with you, when I can be with a real man, not some cry-baby spoiled little boy? I will have you. I will go talk to the council and they will give me you to make me happy. She is mine, Sasuke. No one can go against a betrothal, not even you or the council. She will be mine, Dobe, no matter what. I am not your will I ever be or anything, boy. I am my master Naruto's, and only his. Sasuke moved to touch her. As his hand touched her, he jerked back and looked at it. You burn me, you bitch. He moved to hit her, but before it could hit, Naruto was there holding his hand. If you ever look like you are going to strike her again, I will let her kill you. She could never hurt me, I am much stronger than her. You are a fool if you think that, Sasuke. I just saved your life. Sasuke pulled his hand from Naruto's. You do not touch me, Dobe. I do not want your stupidity to rub off on me. Please leave my store and do not come back, said the voice of the girl's father. Sasuke was turning to leave the store. He saw the sword on the counter. I must have that sword, give it to me. I will pay you anything for it. It is not mine to sell. It belongs to that gentleman that you just told you would steal his lover from. He pointed at Naruto. He will give me that sword, Dobe, or I will take it. I will make you a deal, team, if you can hold that sword for 30 seconds without dropping. It is yours to have. Ha, thanks for the sword, Dobe. He then walked up and grabbed the sword, but no more than 10 seconds later he dropped it back on the counter. It shocked me. Teach me to hold it, Dobe, or else. No, you lost. It will never go to you. I will have the council make you give it to me and teach me to wield it with that sword. I can beat him. As Sasuke was walking out, he turned and said to the owner of the shop, you will never get the business of the Aka again. He then left. Fibulected Naruto. Hinata is her own, she can be with anyone, she is not object. She may leave if she wants, but I do not think she wants to. I want to stay with Naruto Kan. I'm happy to be with him and to be his lover. Fibu looked mad. Fine. Do what you want. He then walked out of the store without a backward glance. Naruto looked at the girl. So now that the drama has walked out the door, what have you ladies found? I will be looked at him. What was with the red thing back there? I do not know your name, so I called you Red. She smiled at him. My name is Alexandra. What a beautiful name. So Alexandra, find anything you like. The ass I did, Naruto-sama. But I do not know if you can afford all we need, and I do not want to be a burden. No burden. Due to the fact that I only ate ramen for a while, only getting other foods when they were bad or thrown out. I have saved a lot of money up from it. So get what you like. Okay. She showed him what she had found. I will go try it all on and show you, okay? Hinata, come with me, we can try our stuff on and show Naruto-sama. Okay. She was pulled into the changing stall. Naruto sat there and waited. He kept hearing squealing and laughter from the stall, and it would shake at odd times. After a while the curtain opened and out came the two most beautiful women he had ever seen. Alexandra wore a shirt of dark crimson that was loose yet tied around her chest. It matched her hair. She wore a pair of loose black and blue style pants. She had on black fingerless gloves and her arms were wrapped up from wrist to elbow. She looked amazing. Hinata was, in his opinion, the more scantily clad of the two. She wore a fishnet shirt with a black undershirt. She had on short black pants on, they went a few inches above her knee. She had on her normal jacket, over it her headband was around her neck. His mouth was open, and that so simple a change in clothing could make them look drastically different. He clapped his hands. You both look amazing. I cannot begin to tell you how much so. He then noticed that both of them were showing off their mating marks and he smiled. Alexandra smiled with a soft pink her cheeks while Hinata was a bright red. Thank you. That said, that a couple of each one of them while I pick out some stuff for me, okay? They smiled and went off to get the extra pairs. Naruto walked around to the men's section and looked around. He thought about going shirtless, but that would only freak people out due to his cars. So he decided on something tight and flexible. He decided on a black shirt with fishnet arms. He looked for a pair of pants that would be flexible and had plenty of pockets. Looking over at Iraq, he saw them. They were dark blue and looked to be made of pockets. He grabbed them and put it over the shirt in his arms. He looked through some more clothing. That's when he saw them, a pair of gloves made of white leather. He grabbed them and tried them on. Perfect fit. He smiled and continued to look over the clothes. Finding nothing else he liked, he went to try on what he found. He came out of the stall and the two girls watched him. Hinata was blushing at the rippling muscle she could see thanks to the tight shirt, while Alexandra wanted to see more flesh. He turned around in front of a mirror and said, "I like it. Why don't we go look at weapons and things to store?" "Okay, let's," said the girls together. They walked over to the part of the store that had scrolls for storing weapons, from shuriken and kunai to swords and shields and other wonderful ninja gear. Naruto went through the sword section looking for something to strap his knife to him. Hinata went through the battle glove section. She was looking for something that could strengthen her Jukin-style gentle fist. She found a pair of gloves that she liked, made from a leather that could only be purple. She liked it, but she was gonna see if she can get them customized, so she grabbed them. Alexandra was looking at gloves too, but she was looking for something specific. She could not find any, so he walked up to the counter and looked at the girl and her father, who were still admiring the sword. "Excuse me." They kept looking at the sword. "Hey." They both looked at her. "Sorry, what can we do for you? Do you have any gloved claws?" "Loved claws? Hold on." The old man walked into the back. She waited, hearing bangs and pangs as things fell. "Goddamn hamsters." Looking kind of confused about why they needed hamsters in a weapon shop, she waited for him to come out. He came out with what looked like old shoe boxes. He walked to her and put the box on the counter. "These are over 30 years old. We never sold them cause no one could work them well enough for them to be effective." Smiling, she opened the box and found a pair of what looked like regular gloves. They were red that matched her eyes. She grabbed them and put them on. They fit like they were made for her hands. She clenched her hand and they stretched. She then saw 3 seals between her knuckles. She channeled chakra into the seals and 3 claws came out of it. "Nice." She smiled and said, "It'll take them." "How much?" "You can have them." "Thanks. I will remember this. You have made my master's life easier." "No problem. They're old and not popular with people these days." Naruto found a chain that was widely, grabbed it and liked how light yet strong it was. He put it around his waist with one part going out around his shoulder. He walked around with it and hopped. It felt comfortable. He decided to buy it. He figured he could hook the knife to the chain with ninja wire. He walked to the front and saw Alexandria talking to the man and girl. "You find something you like?" "Yes, Naruto-sama. They say I can have it for free." "Good. Thank you. That was no trouble." Hinata walked up to the counter with a pair of purple gloves. "Can I get these customized?" "Sure. How do you want them modified?" "Can you put a metal at the edge of each finger that with chakra can be sharpened?" "Yes, we can do that. It will take a few days to be finished." "That is fine. How much do I owe you for all this?" They looked at all the stuff on the counter and started totaling up. Took him a few minutes to calculate it all up. "It will be 30,589 ryo." Taking out his Gamachan wallet, he emptied it of all but a quarter of it. "That should do it. I also need 1,000 shuriken and kunai." "How much is it?" "For that, as long as you bring this sword around every once in a while, I will give them to you." "Okay. You got yourself a deal." Smiling, the old man went in the back and brought out 2 scrolls, the blue and the other green. This one pointing at the blue one holds your shuriken, and this one pointing at the green one holds your kunai. "I will also give these to you for free." He held out a bag. Naruto took it and looked inside. In it there was scrolls, a few books, and what looked to be a hamster. "Okay, thanks for the scrolls and the books, but I am confused about the hamster." The old man walked over and put his hand in and grabbed the hamster. "Sorry about that. The books are on sealing to help you." "Thank you, I appreciate it. Thus bring that sword by every few months and we have no problem." "You got it." Naruto turned with a girl on each arm and was walking out when he turned back and grabbed the sword and sheathed it. Almost forgot. Walked out of the shop with the girls and started walking home. When he realized he forgot to ask something. "You two go on and head home. I forgot to ask something. I will catch up or meet you there, okay?" They both looked a question at him but nodded and kept walking. He turned around, walked back to the store. When he walked in, he saw a woman at the counter. She had purple hair and a trench coat on. He walked up next to her and waited for the girl to stop talking to the woman next to him. He looked over to see her face and stopped breathing. She was wearing a trench coat, a fishnet shirt, was eating dango and had ample assets. Do you remember what Yummy looked like with her fishnet shirt, trench coat and bust? He also remembered Dango is my favorite food. He stared at her, not seeing anything but a resemblance to the devil herself. Hey kid, what are you looking at? He looked up into her eyes, and as he did so she licked her lips. Oh, this is her, he thought. He smiled at her, just looking at one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen in my life. She smiled at him and then disappeared. He felt her appear behind him and slid a kunai against his cheek. Blood began to well from the cut and slid down his cheek. She licked his blood and said, "Best I have ever tasted." He smiled at her and said in a straight voice, "Do you suck as good as you lick?" She smiled. "Would you like to know? I am willing to bet that one day that I will find out. I bet my life on it." She heard determination in his voice. He sounded so sure. She lagged it. She remembered him. He was the exploding jumper. He did not look to have a scratch on him. It must be from the Cubist influence. He looked at the girl across the counter and smiled. "I forgot to ask your name and your father's." "My name is Ten Herdamora and my dad's name is Yamba Herdamora." "Okay, thank you Ten-San. Don't you want to know my name?" said the purple-haired woman. "How about I call you Beautiful Snake, or just Beautiful if you like?" Then Ko blushed. She was so shocked. She had been called hot, sexy and many other things, but beautiful. Never, not even once. How did this little bastard make her blush when no one but that bastard ex-teacher of hers had been able to? He smiled and walked out of the shop. Yelling back he said, "I can't wait to see you later, beautiful." He walked away from the shop and started to run to catch up with the girls. I will have to keep an eye on the kid, Enko thought. Naruto was running to catch up with his two new lovers when he saw someone sitting on a swing on the playground. He walked up to the person, and as he grew closer he noticed it was a girl. "Hello Ino. Is something the matter?" She looked up at him, and that is when he noticed she was crying. She had thick trails of tears going down her face. "What do you want, Baka? I just want to know if you are all right. You seem so sad. You can talk to me about it if you like." "Why would I want to talk to a Baka like you? You who has never known real pain." He smiled at her. "Maybe you are right, Ino, but just because I do not know pain does not mean I cannot help you." She looked at him, trying to find any trickery in him. She could find any, so she began to talk. "If I tell you, promise you will never tell another, no matter what." "I swear." "I am alone, Naruto. My mother died a few months after birth and my father blames me for it. He hits me for it, says if it wasn't for me his love would be alive." Naruto sat there and listened to her. "He hit me today so hard I think he broke a rib. He told me today after that he never wants to see me again. I have nowhere to go." He thought about it for a second. "You can come live with me if you like. It's not big, but you are welcome to it. I have very little in my life, but you are welcome to some of it." She smiled at him. That is when she noticed the changes in him. He had orange-tipped hair. It was also more wild. She looked him over and saw the tattoos. She saw the one that looked like a necklace. It was 9 red interconnecting tails. One tail went to the right and touched one that was a lavender print of the leaf symbol. She then saw the ones over and under his eyes, and lastly saw the 9-tailed fox tattoo on his right arm. She thought that they were the most beautiful tattoos ever and that they were perfect, and the one on his arm looked like it was moving. She then looked at his eyes and gasped. They were a solid blue, no whites and no blacks. They were beautiful. "I do not think that is wise. We are still young, and for us to share a place people will talk. You can sleep in the bed with the other girls if you like. I will take the couch." "Other girls?" "Yes. Hinata and Alexandra, they are living with me now." Hinata, like from school." "And who is Alexandra?" "Yes, that Hinata. And Alexandra is my lover in a sense." Mino was taken aback. Naruto, the loud, knuckle-headed idiot, had a lover. "Wait, why's Hinata living with you?" "She belongs to me now and wants to be my lover too." "What do you mean belongs to you and wants to be your lover too?" "Her father gave her to me in a trade and she loves me and wants to be with me." "It is good that she gets to be with you, but to share you, don't you think that is wrong? For her own father to give her way for something, isn't that just as wrong?" "She does not mind sharing me with Alexandra, and it is okay. Her father was a bastard, but probably hurt to be traded like cattle. So they live with you." "Yes, and they want to." "Okay, I guess it is cool as long as they want to. So do you want to stay?" Yes, but I have nothing to give you in return. Everything is at my house, or now it's my old house. You do not have to give me anything. I just want to know you or not out here alone at night. I will come stay with you then. Okay, but first we got to go get your stuff. We cannot go back to my house. My father will kill me. Do not worry, we will slip in from you window, grab some things you need and go. Okay, but let's do it fast. All right. Bech chi sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. A sech 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 sech. Sech 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 cardiac sech 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 sech. Sech 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 sech. Sech 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 me sech 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 he. Footsteps coming down the hall. Naruto pushed Hino out the window and shut it. He climbed under the bed as fast as he could and was under when the door flew open. Naruto stayed still as a pair of feet walked over and did what sounded like shut the window. The feet walked to the door, stopped, and turned around. Naruto thought that he must be looking around for something. Then the feet went out of the room and the door shut. Holy shit, that was close. Naruto climbed out from under the bed and opened the window. He jumped out and shut it again. He looked around for Hino and could not find her. He jumped up to the roof of the next house. He looked around and saw a hand waving at him from down the street. He jumped over and there she was. Are you okay, Naruto? I thought you were going to get caught. No problem. Did you get all you needed? Yes. Naruto, thank you so much. Really, Hino, no problem. As long as I can help you, it does no matter. She smiled at him. She then walked up and hugged him. Thank you. He hugged her back. You're welcome. They separated from one another. Come on, let's go to your new home. Let's go then. Naruto opened the door to his apartment. Welcome home. When he walked in and looked around, there standing in front of him was Alexandra, naked as the day she was born. Naruto fell head first to the floor, bleeding from the nose. Hino looked at the woman who stood before her. She was a beautiful red-headed woman with dark red slit eyes. She had a long tan body with long legs and a killer rack on her. Hino was wondering why such a beauty was with Naruto of all people. The only thing she could see on the woman body was a beautiful necklace and a tattoo around her throat of what appeared to be 9 red interconnecting tail, much like Naruto had, but she did not have the lavender leaf symbol on her right side. Why is that woman naked, Naruto? I do not know. I bought her clothes today and she is not wearing any of them. Alexandra walked up to him and grabbed his head. Naruto-sama, I wanted to be ready for when you get home, though. Put some clothes on, please. We have company, and anyway Hinata will be my first. Hinata walked in and looked at Alexandra and Naruto. In first at what Naruto can be no saw Hinata and gasped. She looked so different. She had on a very mature outfit on. It showed that she was more developed than most the girls their age. Her hair had orange tips, like Naruto's did. Her eyes were more like slits as well. She had a tattoo on her right shoulder of a lavender leaf symbol, just like Naruto. Naruto turned scarlet. When it is time for my first time, Hinata-chan, you will be first. Hinata turned bright red and then passed out. Hino was looking at her and was kind of shocked at what she would be living with. Who is this Naruto-sama? This is Hino. She will be staying with us for a while, so be nice. Yes, Naruto-sama. Can you stop calling me Naruto-sama and just call me Naruto? I can call you Master if that is better. No, Naruto-sama is fine, I guess. Hinata woke up and looked over to see Hino standing there. Hino, what are you doing here? I am going to be living with you all for a while. Okay, where are you sleeping? You girls will sleep in the bedroom and I will take the couch. I do not want to be a burden on your lives. I can go. No, you're no burden. Stay, it is okay. I do not mind the couch, and the more the merrier. Hino walked to the bedroom and put her bag down. It was a small apartment, but it was a place to live. He walked over to a drawer and opened it. He started taking stuff out. After doing it to 3 altogether, he said, "You can each have one. If you need more, tell me." Okay, they all nodded. They then started to put away their stuff. Naruto smiled as he watched them put stuff away. He walked out of the room and into the bathroom. So Hino, was it? Why are you here instead of at home? Hino looked at her. My father kicked me out. Okay, so I hear. Naruto found me crying and he talked to me. I told him and he offered me to stay here. I said no at first. He then kept talking and insisting, so I said yes. He helped me get my stuff from my house. Sounds just like Naruto-kun, Hino said in a dreamy voice. Naruto walked into the room. Okay, ladies, I am going to get some sleep. I will see you in the morning. The night, Naruto-kun. She walked up and kissed him lightly on the lips. Night, Naruto-sama. She walked up and grabbed him and kissed him hard right on the mouth. Naruto kept his lips shut. No matter how hard she tried to get in, she could not. But night, Naruto, night, my loves. Good night, Hino. Sweet dreams. He left the room and went to the couch. He laid his body down and looked at the ceiling. He thought about all that happened today. As he drifted off, he saw light blue like Yama's eyes. He then passed. The next day, Naruto woke up to a weight moving on his chest. He touched it and it was so soft. He then squeezed it and a moan came out. His eyes flew open at that, and the first thing he saw was red. He turned his head to see a naked red head sleeping on him. Alexandra, wake up. Why are you naked laying on me? Good morning, Naruto-sama. How did you sleep? Why are you on me naked? I thought you could use the company and that you might be cold. Please get off and get some clothes on. Yes, Naruto-sama. As she walked back, she sweet her hips. Naruto started to drool a little. Alexandra turned around and smiled. You can have me, just say so and I am yours, master. They wiped his mouth. You are beautiful and I would love to, but Hinata will be my first. I told you that. I know, she said in a sad voice. They walked up to her and grabbed her chin. I care for you, but I promised I would do everything with her first. I love you. He stared at her. I thought you only wanted me for revenge to kill him. She was in tears, looking into his eyes. I have loved you for so long, but I was afraid to tell you. I do not want to be alone, and you are the first thing I have ever loved. She hugged him to her tightly. He struck her back. Tell me you will not leave me. Tell me you love me and want me, please. I want you. I care for you. I have not known you long enough to love you, but I am sure I will one day. I swear I will never leave you. She cried into his arm. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, master. I promise to be your best wife ever. Just don't leave me. I will never leave you. So no more tears. Okay. He kissed her on the forehead. She smiled. Yes, master. No more tears. Though get dressed. Yes, master. She walked back in the room and shut the door. He walked back to the couch and lay down. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he felt something on his lips and was staring at lavender eyes. Hello, Hinata. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Dad. He sat up and looked around. On the table was eggs, bacon and pancakes. Where did this come from? I went to see my father to get my things, and on the way home I saw open market and bought all this with some money my father gave me. That was nice of him. Well, send him a thanks, and also one more thing. He stood up, grabbed her and brought her into a passionate kiss. He licked her bottom lip and nipped it as well. She opened her mouth and he slid his tongue in her mouth and explored it. He swore she tasted of sweet wine and not a moaned. She was feeling a whole new feeling, something that made her heart pound harder than ever and made her lower extremities tingle. She pushed her tongue into his mouth and explored his mouth in return. She tasted like Raymond and Mail. They stood there and kissed and held one another for several minutes. I'm Naruto. Naruto turned to the voice and saw, staring at them. He smiled at her. Hi, Good morning. What's up? I want to know if I can borrow some kunai and shuriken. Sure, hold on. He left the room and went to the back and found the scrolls. While there he grabbed a change of clothes. He came back to the kitchen to see them sitting down and eating. He smiled and walked up and kissed his two on the head and then walked to How many of each do you need? Just 10 kunai and 30 shuriken if you can spare them. Here. He channeled chakra into the scrolls and out came the number she needed. He handed them to her and walked to the set next to her and sat down. He pulled a plate to him and started to eat. After breakfast he got up and looked at the time. It was 9, so he still had time till he had to meet the old man. He decided to just sit and wait for his appointment. As he was sitting down and walked by, Naruto, we are leaving to go to a train in grounds. They'll see you too when you come home. Bye. He got up and kissed Naruto and ushered them out the door. He went sit back down. When he heard a knock at the door, he walked over and opened it. There stood Attune in looking at him with what only could be disgust on his face. You and your female friend are wanted before the Hokage in the council. Naruto looked back at Alexandria and said, we're being called. She smiled a foxy smile. We cannot disappoint, can we, master? She got up from the table and walked over to him. She put her hand on his shoulder. He then looked at the tune and we will meet you there. He then shut the door and locked it at, let's go. And as he finished the word go, they disappeared in a swirl of fire. X, 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 X. The council chamber. They were arguing when a swirl of fire came into existence in the room. Out of it stepped the boy and a beautiful red-headed woman. You're wrong, said Naruto in a dull voice. You will show respect to this council boy or you will do time with a biki. I am not afraid of torture, he said in a straight face. We have called you from news of your new Dijutsu and also complaints from Sasukacha, said Koharu. What about the Dijutsu? And what is Sasu pitching about now? A few of the clan heads snickered. Simopoli smiled while those on the civilian side of the council gave him death glares. Alexandra laughed at what her master said. What are you laughing at, woman? Said a pink-haired woman. I am laughing at what my master said about your Tubitacha. The pink-haired woman looked furious. How dare you, some whore, talk about the great Sasu like that? Other members of the civilian council nodded in agreement, cutting off the talking from the pink-haired woman and the civilian council catcher who said, show us this Dijutsu. Naruto smiled. I already have. What do you mean? Said one of the civilians in the room. Watch and see. As if at his command the whole room turned pink, then blue, now it was orange. The ninja on the council tried to dispel the Dijutsu. Loud cries of Kai sounded from all over the chamber. Deactivated, please, Naruto, said the old Hokage. At his words the room went black, then was back to normal. There, sitting in a chair in front of the council with a woman on his lap, was Naruto with his two different color eyes with slip pupils. It's from the demon. It's evil, screamed a councilman. But demon? Hokage-sama, what is he talking about? He said in an I don't understand type of voice. I hope someone is not breaking a certain law, said Saratobi. The councilman sat down with a pale face. Naruto smiled. I have no idea how this happened. It could be a change from me healing from my swan dive from the monument. You should have died, monster, spat the pink-haired woman. They're right, but I guess monsters just don't die, Lady Haruna. The woman looked pissed. Naruto just smiled at her. What is the name of your Dijutsu? Asked Kahiru. It's called the Sekigen. What else can your eyes do? He looked at the old man who was bandaged on his face and had only one arm. He did not like the even tone this man had. This man was not one to be messed with easily. Who are you, if I may ask, sir? I am Danzo. My eyes can see in the dark no matter if there is light or not. They can also tell someone's element, affiliations. Like yours, Danzo is fire, hearth, and wind. Danzo looked at the boy with interest. I can use him. He could help me reach my goal. I must have him, and Rooter he must die. Danzo spoke up. I think you should give me the boy Sarutobi. I can train him to use his eyes, make him stronger than ever. No, Danzo, he will not be one of your root. Danzo looked pissed even, with a straight face on. Then we must kill him. How do we not know he will turn those eyes against us? There were sounds of agreement from the civilian side of the room. Danzo-sama is righty, is a threat, said Lady Haruna. Silence, he is no threat to us. He is a loyal ninja of Konoha. The room grew quiet at the Hokage's orders. I agree with Hokage-sama, said Hiashi Hyuga to the shock of the entire council. The boy is no threat to us. The other clan heads agreed. Then a vote. All those who wish for the boy to die, raise your hand. About 10 people raised their hand, including Danzo. All those against, 11 hands raised. He lives. Some of the council looked pissed but thought they would get their revenge with what happened next. Now onto the Ichi has complaints, said Kajaro. Sasukachiya has says that woman denied him her body due to the fact that she is betrothed to him, said the Haruna. Well, pointed him. He may not have her. She is mine. She is my betrothed, and no one, not even the council, can null a betrothal unless made in a village, said a determined Naruto. Okage-sama, said an annoyed Haruna. She is the first woman he has ever been interested in. We must give her to him to bring back the mighty Ichi clan. What about what she thinks? Said Sarutobi. The whole council looked at the woman. You could be the first wife of the Ichi, as you would have power, money, and rights that most would dream. If you stay with him, pointing at Naruto, you have nothing, and be nothing, said the Haruna with the support of the civilian council. She is probably right. You know, Alexandra, said Naruto. I have nothing but what I can make, and work for you would have a better and easier life with Sasuke said with a smile. I do not care. I want you, my master, my one and only love. No one can replace that, not money, power, or rights. You are my everything, Naruto-sama. If they forced me to go, I would kill the Ichiya when he touched me. Shocked at what this woman had given up. It is decided. She stays with Naruto. But Hokage-sama, he no buts, they are to be together. Ein, but the sword he wields must go to Sasuke. He does not deserve it, only Sasuke should be given it. I already made a deal with Sasuke that if he could hold it for 30 seconds it was his. He dropped it after 5. Only I can wield it anyways, no one but me can unsheath it, and if it happens to be unsheathed, no one can hold it with OK getting shocked. He will teach him to use the sword, or else I cannot teach him. There is no teaching, you can either hold it and use it or not. Show us the sword, said the Hokage. Okay. He pulled out his little knife and grabbed both ends. Out of nowhere a sword appeared. Danzo was looking at it as if it was a key to the heavens. I must have it, he thought. If you can hold it for 30 seconds, then it is yours, but you get only one chance. Every one of the council civilians came and tried and was apt and dropped it within 5 seconds. The Hokage walked up and looked at the swordie, then picked it up. Nothing happened. Naruto smiled. 30 seconds passed and Naruto laughed. It is yours to do with as you see fit, Hokage. Give it away or keep it, it's up to you. Okage-sama, give it to Sasuke, he deserves it, not that things, said a small man in the back. The Hokage smiled and handed it back to Naruto. It is yours, Naruto, but I must say it is beautiful. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He bowed. If that is all, may I leave, please? The humane Naruto, but if you could please go wait in my office for a little bit. We have things to discuss. Hokage-sama. He and the woman bowed and left. X, 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 X. Minutes later, in the office of the Hokage, Naruto sat in the Hokage's chair going side to side. He looked over at his company in the room and smiled at her. God, he takes too long. Alexandra smiled. Patience, Naruto-sama, he has lots to deal with for the good of this village. Naruto frowned but nodded. You're right. I will try to stay calm. At that moment the door opened to the room and in stepped the old Hokage. He looked around to see Naruto sitting in his chair and the woman Alexandra lying on the couch. He smiled at Naruto's antics. Okay, Naruto, we got to talk about your team and also about Alexandra. Naruto got up and walked to the other side of the desk and sat in the chair across from the Hokage. Alexandra stood from the couch and sat right next to him. The old man sat in his chair and looked at the two. Alexandra had Naruto's hand in hers. Alexandra, I know what you are. I need to know what you are going to do now. Whatever my master bid me. So you are under Naruto's control. The S, if he wanted to, he could force me to do anything he wanted, but he doesn't. He gives me free will. That is why he is my master and the man I love. I do not use my control on her unless I have to. She is important to me and I do not wish to force anything from her. But you swear you have no ill will against this village. Though I have ill will if my master would let me, I would lay waste to your village, killing every man and woman in A to lay at his feet for the pain it has caused him. He does not want that, so I go by what my master wishes. You have no worry of me unless he changes his mind, then nothing will stop me. So as long as Naruto does not will, you do not do something. Yep, that right, she said, squeezing Naruto's hand tight and smiling at him. He smiled back his foxy grin. Do you have ninja skills? Yes, I do. I am not as strong as I once was, though. I left 7 tails in Naruto-sama and only have 2 now. How strong would that make you then? I would say about your level, and your prime may be a little weaker. The old man was shocked. With only 2 tails, she was as strong as him and his prime. He then looked at Naruto. He has 7 tails. He will indeed be powerful and strong. I am going to make you a Juman, but you are going to be Naruto's bodyguard, so where he goes you go. Alexandra looked happy. So I get to be with him always. She was smiling and looked to be jumping in her seat. Now back to the team business. There was a knock on the door. Come in. In walked Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura. Kajima, you wish to see me and my team. Sasuke clicked over at Naruto and he did not look happy. Bisakashi, I have a few questions for you and your team, he said in a straight and serious face. Hi Hokage-sama. My team is at your disposal. Sakura Haruna, what have you been taught by your sensei? Sakura thought about it for a minute. He has taught us teamwork. The Hokage nodded. Then he looked over at Sasuke. Sasuke, what have you been taught by your sensei? Sasuke clicked over to Kakashi. I ask you what you learned. Do not look at your sensei. We learned teamwork, he said in a low tone. Is that all you learned from him? Is there nothing else? Yes, that is all. The more Kakashi, that is all you have taught these two. I know the Uchiha is lying. You have been training him privately. Why are you training him more than the other 2? I think of the 3 he is the most important and has the most potential. The other 2 should stop now. How would you know if we have talent? You have taught us nothing. In a month's time you taught us teamwork, and in that month you became a hypocrite by abandoning. Kakashi looked over at Naruto. The boy had a point, but still he owed it to Obito to make sure his kin was strong. Kakashi, you are relieved is the sensei of Team 7 and are not to teach the Uchiha anymore. Okajama, I still wish to teach the boy. I must. I want him to teach me. He is the best there is and I want him to teach me, said an extremely pissed off Sasuke. You have failed as a teacher, Kakashi. Your sensei would be ashamed of you and so would your teammates. I plan to reform the teams and appoint a new sensei for the new Team 7. You're dismissed. Kakashi had a Kashi look like he wanted to argue some more, but he turned and left the office without another word. The Hokage pressed a button on his desk. A minute later a secretary came in. Yes, Hokage. Sama. All the other 2 teams new rookie teams to my office and sent for Anko. Yes, Hokage-sama. She walked out of the office and shut the door. There was a silence in the room for over a half hour. Naruto sat and talked to Alexandra. The Hokage was doing paperwork. Sasuke was brooding. And Sakura, like always, was asking Sasuke out on date and professing her love to him. When the door opened, then in came the other rookie teams. He wanted to see us, Hokage-sama, said Asuma. Yes, but we have to wait for the new Team 7 sensei. The other sensei is looked at the Hokage and shock. What do you mean new sensei? What happened to Kakashi? Asuka confused. Kurani. He has been removed as a sensei due to his own incompetence. Why are we here if they are just getting a new sensei? Asked Asuma. B will find out when she gets here. They stood there and waited a minute when a swirl of lace came out of the floor and in came a purple-haired woman. Naruto smiled. Hey beautiful. Anko looked over to him and scowled with a slight blush on her cheeks. Alexandra and Hinata did not look happy at all. They were staring at Anko with killing looks. He wanted me, Hokage-sama, she said in a confused voice, looking around seeing 9 kids with Kara. And I and Asuma. She looked at Kara and I and looked a question at her. Kara and I just shrugged and smiled at her closest friend. Yes, I am giving you a new mission, he said to her in a stern voice. Hi, I am ready, Hokage-sama. You are going to be the new sensei of Team 7. Anko was confused. Who would let her teach children? The council would never let this go. They still think I am a traitor. Who would let me teach their children? Hokage-sama, I will accept. Who would let me teach their children, sir? I would love her to be my sensei, said Naruto with what seemed to be a true smile. Anko looked at him and shuddered at the look he gave her, but she felt good that someone would like themselves to be taught by her. Since the new sensei is here, we can talk about the new team setups. To his understanding, people were surprised. Hokage, what do you mean by new team setup? I am changing the teams up. The Inoshikacho team is amazing, yes, but if someone fought the original team up, then they might have come up with a way to defeat them. So it is time to switch it up a little and try some new things. The Hyuga, Ubaram and Inuzuka are a well-known combination for Konoha, so someone most likely has found a way to neutralize it. The 2 Giant and senseis were silent for a few minutes thinking. That sounds like a good idea. This will ensure the variety in the teams to make it harder to calculate them, said Asuma. He looked disappointed that his team was going to change. He was learning to like them and even cared for them. Who ran? I looked to their team. She liked them a lot and did not want to part with them, but she knew the Hokage was right. If switching them up with a new team would increase their chances of survival even by a slim margin, then it was worth it. The Hokage looked over at the teams and the senseis nodded and understanding. Okay then. Naruto, you are going to stay on Team 7 with Anko. Naruto smiled at Anko with a knowing smile. Hinata, you will be moved to Team 7 as well, and Sasuke will take your place. Hinata was happy and smiled that she would be on her love's team, but frowned right after. She looked at her sensei with apologetic luck in her eyes. Kuranai just smiled happy that her student got to be with her love. She then looked over at her teammates and had the same look. Shino nodded to her without an emotion on his face, while Kibi looked mad. Mino will be transferred to Team 7 and Sakura will take her place. Mino's heart was fluttering, and she had no idea why. She looked back at her team and smiled. They smiled right back at her, so the teams are as follows. He looked over at Kuranai. Kuranai will be the sensei for Team 10, with Sasuke, Shino, and Kibi. He looked at the 3 and then back at their sensei and she nodded. He looked over at Asuma. Asuma will be sensei of Team 8 with Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura. Asuma nodded. He then looked at Anko. You will be the sensei of Team 7 with Ino, Hinata, Naruto, and Alexander here will be your backup. Why does that worthless team of weaklings get senseis? I deserve to have her for my private sensei, because I want them to. She is not a sensei, she is Naruto's guard. But she happens to teach them something that is okay too, he said smiling. Why does he get a private guard when I the last? Akahejinat? Said Sasuke in an outraged tone. But you want a guard that will be with you all the time? I can give you one if you want it so bad. I want her as my guard and no one else. Sorry she is taken, but I am sure the old man can give you a beautiful guy to grope and touch if you like. Naruto said with a matter-of-fact voice. Sasuke looked ready to jump Naruto. Naruto just smiled as there were a few smiles in the room and some looked to be holding back laughter. Alexander though was laughing loudly. Sakura was giving her the death glare trying to. Do not laugh at Sasuke, he is better than the retard you have to guard. The room's temperature dropped. What did you say about my master? It was said in the most evil and disturbing way possible. Sakura looked confused. What? Did you just call him master? Yes, that is what he is, my master. If you ever say something bad about him again, I will kill you, especially if you say that worthless. Nothing of a NECA is better than my master. Naruto chuckled. Calm down. Please, Alexandra, I do not care what some fangirl thinks of me. Master, I will not have her think you are worse than that worthless bastard. She snarled. He walked up and grabbed her chin. It is okay, let her think what she wants. She was about to argue when he leaned down and kissed her. Her face changed to one of happiness for the affection she was getting. He pulled away from her and she followed to try to get more. He put his hand and stroked her cheek. Maybe later. Yes, my master. Sakura had a scared and confused look on her face. How could Naruto have this girl so entrapped in him that she called him master? He must be controlling her or something. Alex and her looked at Sakura and said in an even tone, thank my master, he just saved you. Sakura was about to say something when Shikamaru grabbed her arm. Just do not tempt it. She looks like she means business. Troublesome woman. If we're done with these unneeded interruptions, then we can continue. He looked at Naruto, Sasuke and then Sakura, who said nothing. You are to get acquainted with your new team and teammates, then tomorrow you will start your missions together. Until then you are dismissed. Hi, said everyone in the room. They all walked out of the office. When they reached outside, Anko turned around and looked at her team. Meet me at training ground 44 within a half hour or else we are having dodging practice, she said with a creepy smile. She then turned around and disappeared. Naruto grabbed onto Ino and Hinata and held them close. Hinata and Ino turned red. He then touched Alex and Ri's hand and said in an amused voice, do it. Yes, master. They all disappeared into a swirl of flames. X, 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 X. Training ground 44. Anko sat in a tree and waited for her team. She thought about her team, her first real team. She was happy about having it, but not so happy about whom it was. That Naruto really was strange to her. He was confusing and made her feel like she had not in a long time. He had a bodyguard who called him master, and the Hinata girl seemed to like him. She was still thinking when a flash of fire appeared in the clearing in front of the fence. Into the forest. What the hell was that, Naruto? Screamed Ino, who was dizzy and having a hard time standing straight. It was a shushin of a different kind, he said nonchalantly. Ino looked pissed while Hinata was stumbling around. Do not do that again without telling me, okay? Naruto smiled and bowed to Ino. Sorry, Ino-chan. Ino blushed. Did he call me Ino-chan? Why do I care? He is only a nice boy. He is nothing but a normal boy. I love Sasuke and I do not care about Naruto. Why am I blushing, though? Naruto looked around for his new sensei. He spotted her in a tree. He walked up and jumped up and walked to her. Before he could get closer, she swiped her leg out and he tripped. He fell through the branches of the tree and hit the ground right on his butt. Damn it. He smiled up to her. Don't try that again, Blondie, or you are going to be much more holy. I want you four to gather round me and tell me about yourselves. Names, favorite colors, I don't care, just tell me about you. When you are done with that, tell me what you want to learn from this and what you are good at and specialties. She looked at the group and pointed at Hinata first. You pale eyes, go first. Hinata looked around and then started to talk. My name is Hinata. Hyuga. My favorite color is lavender. I love my boyfriend and cannot wait to marry him. She looked at Naruto, who was smiling at her, and blushed. I live with Hinata, Alexandra, and him in his apartment. I love to dance and can sing okay. I hate people who judge people for what they cannot help but happen, and those who view by someone's status. I hope to one day stop the use of the caged bird seal and set the branch family free. I want to learn more in jutsu to change the Jukin style to better suit me and increase my low chakra reserves. My specialties are my families to jutsu style, medical tasks, and chakra control. She smiled and did not continue but start. Now you Willow. Everyone looked around and wondered who she was talking to. You. She pointed at Ino. Ino looked upset. Why am I Willow? 'Cause you look like as a willow tree. Still looking mad, Ino started her little speech. Emi no Yamanaka. My favorite color is purple. I live with Naruto and the other two like Hinata said. I love flowers, they are my favorite pastime. At this, Naruto's eyes opened wide when he remembered something. Flashback. Your second clue is flowers are my favorite pastimes. And flashback. Naruto stared at her. He had already taken in one of his lovers and not even realized. He felt stupid for not seeing it before. Yami had the same eyes as her and had the purple skirt like Ino had on now. I thought I had loved this guy, but I'm not sure anymore. I hate people who hurt others for something they could not help or stop from happening. I wish to learn more interrogation techniques and to jutsu. My strengths are interrogation, medical herbs, and chakra control. Anko nodded at her. A girl after my own heart. Now your turn, Big Red. Alexandra looked at her. My name is Alexandra. I like, but no last name, said Anko in a sly voice. No, I do not, but if I gave myself one it would be Uzumaki. She smiled and looked at Naruto. My favorite color is red. I love my master. I would do anything for him no matter what he asked. I hate those who do anything to hurt, make fun of, or say bad things about my master. I wish to learn more about my master. I am good at many things. Banko looked at her like she was a little crazy, but who was she to? Bitch, she was crazy. Okay, Whiskers, your turn. Okay, I'll go after you, Beauty Sensei, he said, radiating a full smile. She looked at him, agitated. Fine. My name is Anko Mitarashi. My favorite color is black. I like blood and fighting. I hate snake bastards, traitors, and those who do not look at someone's inside. I wish to learn how to be a sensei. My strengths are interrogation, poisons, and stealth. She smiled and looked at Naruto. Happy, Whiskers. Now go. Naruto smiled and nodded. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite color is orange. I like my girls Hinata and Alexandra. I like my new team and sensei also Ino-chan. At this all the girls turned red, some darker than others. I dislike people who are given everything and think they deserve it. People who judge and hurt people without knowing anything about them, and most of all I hate turtles. At that everyone around looked at him. Then out of nowhere there was two thumbs as something hit the ground. Then there was laughter. Alexandra and Anko were on the ground laughing and crying. Naruto looked at them and frowned. Sorry, master, but it's so cute and funny. He looked over at Hinata and Enoch to see them both laughing too. After a few minutes the laughing subsided. I wish to have people close to me and to learn anything I can to protect my precious people. I am strong in chakra reserves, in fighting spirit, and in the willingness to learn. Anko nodded. We have lots of work to do, but as long as you do your best and never give up, you can and will succeed. I want you to meet me here tomorrow for our mission and then training. Dismissed. It had been a month since the new teams had been put together, and the new Team 7 was doing much better than the rest. They got missions done in half the time than most of the other teams and had done twice as many as any team had. They had done everything from cleaning up a field for children to play into the most tedious task of catching Tour of the Cat, which they had done in a record time for the Fire Daimyo's wife. Their training and improvement were astounding. They were considered the best Gen-Ant team since the Salmon and were said to be the team to see go through the Tunin exams on their first try. Anko looked out over her training team and smiled. She felt like she had done something truly amazing in her life. She had trained them into the ground, making them do so much training that at the end of the day that they were lucky to move each day after it. She had them each learning or perfecting something every day. They were given a general workouts every day to strengthen their reserves, strength, chakra control, and precision. They did push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, and backflips to strengthen muscles, water walking, tree climbing, and kunai balancing to up their reserves and help with chakra control. Precision, and Enko's opinion was her favorite. She would throw kunai at them, for them to dodge and them to hit small things off trees. If they missed, they did laps on their hands on the lake, while Enko threw poison kunai at them. Anata was being taught water and lightning-based ninjutsu, after Naruto had said that those were her elemental affinities. She was learning to combine her ninjutsu into deadly combinations to help neutralize and even kill hordes of enemies. She was also changing her Joken style to be more fluid with less solid hits than it already had. She was incorporating her style and Enko's style of striking snake to form a style she named Streaming Lily. She still used Joken a lot, but you knew when she was serious when she slipped on her point gloves, as Naruto called them, for the point they made on her fingers and the pain they caused. Naruto had ended up her test dummy and permanent sparring partner due to his healing factor. She would beat the crap out of him, then use healing jutsu to bring him back quicker and do it again. So she got to practice two things at once, fighting and healing, perfecting both and learning new things all at the same time. Bino was being taught earth and fire-based jutsu from Enko and Alexandra. She learned ninjutsu for more of a defensive and supporting work. She was learning to be the support and interrogator of the team. Enko was teaching her how to use poison, language, and torture to interrogate someone, if by some unknown reason her mind-walking jutsu did not work. Enko said that she would make Ino into the greatest interrogator in the history of Konoha. She was getting a Biki to help with her training as well. Enko even went so far as to sneak into her old house and stealing jutsu scrolls from her father for her to copy. She was learning to fight from Enko. She seemed to be made for the striking, snake fighting style. She had the thin body and the flexibility to make the style truly effective. Her and Enko would spar and do katas together and stop to correct their formation. Enko had given her twin sickles for her to learn to incorporate into the style. Ino called them her fangs and loved to pull them out to twirl. Naruto's training by far had been the most unbelievable and biggest payoff. He had an unheard of rate of change. He learned faster than anyone she knew. He got stronger with less training, and he fought like an animal. He had found out that he was an abnormally high wind affinity and a secondary water one. He was learning the two different types of ninjutsu from Enko and Alexandra. He was learning wind jutsu and wind manipulation from Alexandra and water from Enko. He had even started on combining the two to make ice. Enko had taught him the basics of kenjutsu, but after had told him to go off and figure out his own style. He had been working on it and had even come up with a few moves he called his style Fox's Claw. It was an attack-based kenjutsu with little to no defense, and it was a style of speed over strength. Alexandra was teaching her personal to jutsu style Shadow Pot in Naruto. This style taught strength over speed. It was more about connecting a punch more than where it connected. This style was like the Iron Fist style, more about hurting the body with strong hits than cause precise damage like the Juken. All in all, the training and hard work of her three students had been absolutely amazing. She felt happier with these three than she had felt since her family's death. They made her laugh, feel happy, and strangely at home. Enko did still feel weird around Naruto, but it was not as bad as it was. She still blushed when he called her beautiful and still felt the flutter of her heart when he smiled. She was not sure what the feeling was, but she knew that it could not be bad because Naruto was a good guy. "Okaharens, it's time to pack it in," she said in her usual gruff tone. The three dropped to the ground and took a deep breath. Their sensei had made them jump throw hoops today, literally. They were completely worn out and so tired that sleep would be all too eyes for them to reach. "Good work to date, team. You know where to meet me tomorrow, bride and early. Bye." She then disappeared into a swirl of leaves. She always does that. Run us till we almost die, then leave us to ourselves, said Enko. Yes, she does, but that is why we are the best there is. She has made us strong, said Hinata. You are right, but does she have to leave us half dead? Naruto said. The three laughed as they got up. Alexandra walked up to them and grabbed Naruto. Are you ready to go, master? She said slyly. Yeah, I want to walk today. It is a nice day, and since it is so nice, we can go shopping. Sound good, ladies? The three girls nodded and started walking off toward the village with Naruto right there with them. As they walked talking amongst themselves through the village, Naruto saw someone make a sudden movement off to the side of them. He reached out and grabbed the kunai out of the air as it was about to hit Enko. Mino's eyes grew wide. She looked at the kunai in Naruto's hand and over to the area it was thrown from. Sitting there on a chair staring at them was her father. I thought you were just a killer, but now you're a slut who hangs out with other killers. Mino started to shake as she looked at her father. Naruto saw this and turned to the man and said in a serious tone, she is no killer, and slut she is the farthest thing from. Why would she not be? She lives with you, murderer, and your other two whores, and you are learning from the snake whore, so of course she is one. Mino was confused. Naruto was no murderer, she thought. Why do you care where I live, who it is with, and who teaches me? You kick me out with nothing but the clothes on my back. The man looked pissed. Do not backtalk me, girl, I am still your father. I do not want our family names soiled by you hanging with this demon. Mino looked confused again. A father does not leave their child alone with nowhere to live or go with nothing but the clothes they are wearing. I do not call Naruto-kun that. He is so nice and sweet. I have known more happiness with him in a month than with you in 12 years. Naruto smiled at her. She called me Naruto-kun. I wonder if she realizes it. Her father frowned and started walking toward her. You are going to come back with me and stop being a ninja. You will just embarrass the family name. No, I will never go with you. I am an ninja now and I'm an adult. I can do what I want, and what I want is to stay with Naruto-kun and be a ninja. You do not have a choice, you are coming with me. He reached out to grab her. Intense pain shoots up his arm and he pulled away from her. He looked at his hand to see a large X on his hand. Naruto held up the kunai that the man had thrown and showed him that there was blood on it. If she says no, that means no. Every time you touch her without a permission, you get a nice car, and trust me, that will scar, he said, smiling. The man now looked down at the cuts and said, I will get her back, demon, one way or another. Naruto looked at the man with a serious face. In Achi-san, if by some miracle you do get her, I will just go and get her back, and if you heard, or nothing on this planet will stop me from killing you in the most horrible way possible. The Nachi looked at the boy, then turned and walked away. Naruto smiled and looked at Ino and said in a calm voice, you can stay with us as long as you want, Ino-chan. At those words, she burst into tears and hugged him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Thank you so much. He struck her blonde locks, murmured welcomes. She pulled away from him and blushed. Sorry, Naruto-kun. That's okay, Ino-chan. He called me Ino-chan. What does that mean? She was blushing a little harder. They continued their walking and stopped from time to time to pick a few things out from stores that tolerated and even like Naruto. After about an hour, they walked back to Naruto's apartment and started making dinner. After a well-made dinner, they decided to hit the hay. Naruto walked over to both Hinata and Alexandra and kissed them good night. After that, he waved good night to Ino and lay on the couch to think. The girls walked into the room and shut the door. They each went to a drawer and started to change into their night clothes. Alexandra just took off her clothes except for her panties and laid on the bed. She liked to sleep mostly in the buff. Hinata was down to her underwear and a bra, walked to the closet and put on one of Naruto's shirts. It was a tight fit around the chest but loose around her legs. Ino put on a pair of short shorts and a training bra to sleep in and got in the bed. Ino looked up at the ceiling and after a few minutes started to talk. I need to tell you both something, she said, a little nervous, though Head Willow were all ears. Ino sat up and gave Alexandra a death glare, then laid back down. I think I love Naruto. We know. said Hinata in a matter-of-fact voice. Ino sat up again and looked at the two. Why are you not angry or hate me? Because we both knew going into it that we would have to share him with 5 others. Alexandra said. 5 others. Ino said shocked. He will have 6 girls that will love him. And he will love. They will be his mates. We thought you were one for a while now, said Hinata. So I will be his mate. Is that like a wife or something? But better by about 1,000%. Alexandra said. How is this done and what will happen to me? She said kind of worried. You would have to bite him on the neck and him bite you. It will leave a tattoo on it. Like this she pulled her collar down and showed Ino a lavender leaf symbol on her neck, and Alexandra showed her the tails on her neck. You will give him your symbol and you get that same symbol. What will happen differs for each of us. Me, I got orange tips the tattoo and my eyes became more slits, said Hinata. So I get stronger and I get some sort of physical trait from him. But you should know that this is forever. You will be his all your life and he will be yours. But you will have to share. So he will love me too. We do not know. You need to talk to him to even see if you are one of them. What if he does not want me? He might kick me out. I don't know what I will do. He is not like that and you know it. Just go out there and, one more thing. Tell him I said it was okay for you to sleep there. So go. Hinata grabbed her and pushed her out the door. Ino stumbled and looked back at Hinata. Go and try not to hit anything. Ino walked through the room trying to avoid running into anything. She made it to the couch with little problem. She looked down at the mass sleeping there and got on her knees. Naruto, can I talk to you? As she said it, she reached her hand out and touched him. There was no answer, so she stood up. She then slipped and fell onto Naruto. Naruto woke to a sudden feeling on his chest. He opened his eyes and saw the silhouette of a woman. Alex and Drigo back into the other room. Ino blushed at those words and was trying to get up but slipped. Again. Naruto, it's me Ino, I kind of fell on you. Naruto sat up and pulled Ino with him. He sat her down next to him and turned on the lamp next to the couch. What's up Ino-chan? Ino looked at him nervously. I need to tell you something Naruto-can. Okay Ino-chan, go ahead, in all ears. Naruto, I love you. She sat and covered her face. Naruto smiled at her, then reached up and pulled her hands from her face. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. I want to be with you Naruto Kansas. I want to be your mate too. She flung her arms out and hugged his stomach area. Naruto looked a little stunned that she knew about the mating but figured that Hinata and Alexandra had told her about it. Do you really want to be my mate? Yes please. I don't want to be without you. You make me happier than anyone in the world. Please make me one of your mates. If that is what you want, I will make you mine, but I have to tell you a few things first. B then proceeded to tell her I've had the Kai Ruby trapped in him, and that Alexandra was the Kai Ruby, that she would have to share him with others. He then looked at her with a serious face. Do you still want to be with me to be my mate? More than I did before. I want you as mine. I do not care. I would do anything you want. He smiled at her and nodded. At that Ino started to jump up and down, then she tackled him and said thank you. Thank you. Thank you master. At the word master, Naruto grabbed her shoulders. You do not have to call me that. Alexandra does, why can't I? He stared her in the eyes and said, Alex and her does it in my opinion as a penance for what she believes is the pain she caused me. She does it to show me that even though she is far more powerful than me, that she will bow to my every whim just to show the man she loves that she is sorry for the pain she caused him. I think I understand. So other than the tattoo and so physical and chakra changes, what can I expect from this mating? Well, you will have internal youth and never have to worry about any sickness, but you can still die, you're just harder to kill. You will gain a link with me that will tell me where you are at all times. You will have the urge to be near me whenever you can. Hosen sound bad to me. She said this is forever Ino. You will be mine and me yours. Okay, I understand, so let's do it. Naruto smiled and laughed at her gung-ho attitude. Do you want to bite me first or I bite you? It'll go first if it is okay with you. He turned his neck to the side and said, leave me something pretty. She leaned into him and grabbed the back of his neck. She pulled him in close and breathed in smelling Raymond and mail. She bent down and bite. Naruto felt the rush overtake him. The feel of Ino pushed into him as she bite down on his neck. He turned his head and bite left side, starting to channel chakra into it. Ino moaned. She had never felt anything like this in her life. It felt like concentrated chakra and heat. It made her feel turned on. She could feel the dampness between her legs grow. When it became unbearable, she pulled and screamed Naruto-kun as she climaxed. Naruto pulled back from her neck and smiled. He licked his lips and looked at his new mate. She had changed more than Hinata. Alexandra had. She had slit eyes, tips that were both purple and orange. Her canine teeth had grown sharper and more pronounced, and her eyes became a solid blue like his. Bino smiled at Immense, said, "My love, my mate." She then kissed him hard, grabbing the back of his neck and pulling him into her. He was thinking for a second, she kisses like Yami. He kissed her back and Ino moaned. She went for his shirt, but he stopped her. She looked at him with lust in her eyes. She want him badly. Why not? I want you. She then looked down, and it seems you want me too. He looked down and noticed the tent he was sporting. I am sorry, I would love to, but Hinata will be my first. Okay. She looked disappointed but nodded. She got off him. She walked into the bathroom and turned on the light. Naruto looked over after a minute and saw her staring at something on the wall. He got up and walked over and peered in to see her staring at herself. He put his arms around her and whispered to her, "You look amazingly beautiful." She looked more closely at herself. He was right, she was even more beautiful. The tips made her blonde hair stand out. Her eyes were like his solid blue but a lighter blue than his, and her teeth were longer and sharper. She looked over at a notice of flower where Naruto had bitten her. She stared at the flower. It was a purple snapper gun with blue lining. She then looked at Naruto and saw the same thing on his neck, but one of the tails from the tattoo that went around his neck stretched out and touched the flower, and circling the tail was a vine. They walked back into the living room and sat down. Ino looked at Naruto. "Can I stay out here with you tonight?" "I do not think it is okay. Hinata is to be my first in all things." Hinata said, "I could sleep with you tonight, but I guess if she said it was okay, then you can." Ino smiled and hugged him. Naruto laid down, and Ino laid next to, hugging him to her. "I love you, Naruto, but night Ino-chan, but night Naruto." Come. They kissed and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, out front of the Hokus Tower, the gang sat waiting for their crazy sensei. Ino was looking over at her changes, still admiring them. What happened to Willow? Everyone looked over to see Anko standing by the steps to the Hokus. "She got a makeover," said Naruto, smiling. Anko stared at him confused. "Makeover? The Asino is one of my lovers now." Anko looked over at Ino with slightly hard eyes. Naruto smiled. If he didn't know better, he would say she looked jealous. He decided to tease her little. "You could join them, sensei. You would be more than welcome." Anko looked over at him and blushed. "Let's go and get our missions for the day so we can train." She turned and started to walk up the stairs. They reached the Hokus office and knocked. "Enter," said a young familiar voice. They entered the room to see the Hokus sitting at his desk with their old sensei Iruka sitting next to him. "What can I do for Team 7 today?" "We came to get our mission, Hokusama," said Anko as she bowed. "Hopefully something more fun, old man. I am tired of the cat and painting houses. We need something more challenging." Naruto showed some respect to the Hokus, said Iruka. The Hokus laughed. "Okay. How about a C ranked out of the village? Sound good?" "Yes, please. I could use it." "Okajima, they are not ready for a C ranked yet. They are fresh from the academy." Iruka-sen, "My team is more than ready for a C ranked mission. They are not the same kids you taught in the academy." Anko stared at the man as she said it. Iruka looked her, not believing that these three, once considered the three weakest in the class, could have changed that much. He stared at the three each in turn and noticed small changes, but nothing that could show that they were changed other than appearance. "Iruka, I believe Anko is right. They train hard and do more mission than even some of the season tunin do." Iruka nodded to the leader of the village. "Your mission is to escort this man back to Wave, to Zuna's, and you can come in now." A man entered the room with a bottle in one hand and a bat in the other. He was about as tall, if not a little taller than Anko. He had a beer belly that made it look like he was smuggling a keg in his shirt. He had gray hair and a goatee. He was wearing a straw hat and a small pair of spectacles on the bridge of his nose. These runts are going to protect me. They look like they could not protect a mouse from a cat. That boy there looks like he could not win a fight with his shadow. Azuna blinked, and when he looked back, the red head that was standing behind the blond boy had disappeared. He felt something around his neck. He turned to see that the red head was standing behind him and had her hands around his throat. My master is very strong. Do not insult him again or I might have to hurt you. Trust me. Alexandra, stop and come here. As if by command, the red head, now known as Alexandra, let go of Tazuna and walked back to the blonde and kneeled before him. He reached out and touched her cheek. No threatening the client, okay? Sorry, master. He kissed her forehead and helped her up. By now Tazuna felt kind of weird about the show. Do they practice slavery in Konoha? Shaking the thought from his mind, he turned back to the leader of this village. We accept the mission. Anko said, but you are dismissed. But Naruto, can you stay behind for a few minutes? I would like to talk to you in private. Sure, old man. Anko turned to the team. We will meet at the north gate in an hour and a half. They all nodded B for leaving the room. When they were all out, the Hokage turned to Iruka and said, go take a break. Iruka, come back in a half an hour and we will continue. Hi, Hokage-sama. Iruka turned and walked out the room. So Naruto, I noticed the change in Ino. What happened to her? She decided she wants to be with me, so I gave her a gift. Okay. What did her father say to that? He said nothing. He kicked her out. She is living with me and the girls has been for over a month. Well, her father is petitioned to marry her off to the Akia. I cannot let that happen. She is with me now and she is her own person. When her father kicked her out, he gave up the right to give her to anyone, and I will fight anyone I have to keep her. I understand. I denied it and told him the same. He was very angry, said the Hokage with a snicker. Thank you, Ajin. How is your? They'll get you now, old man, said a boy who burst in with a shuriken in his hand. The Hokage smiled. The boy went to throw the shuriken when he tripped. Naruto looked at the boy with his mouth agape. Hey you tripped me. No, you tripped on that long scarf. You should wear it or at least wrap it tighter. He grabbed his scarf and wrapped it tighter. I wear it the way my mother put it on me. Don't tell me what to do. It is great that she put it on you like that, but you need to secure it or you could get it caught. As he said this, he walked up and kneeled in front of the boy. He reached out and adjusted the scarf, so it wrapped around his neck and then around his waist. There, it should help, okay? The boy looked up at him. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. He stuck his hand out and shook the younger boy's hand. My name is Kanehamaru. The boy looked kind of confused. Why are you being nice to me? As it 'cause I am the Hokage's grandson. Naruto looked back at the old man, his grandson. Yes, he is my daughter's son, he said sadly. Naruto looked at the little boy and smiled. The kid had lost his parents, he knew that. Is that all you needed, old man? Yes, you can go. How mon Kanehamaru. They walked out of the room. When they made it out of the tower, he turned to the little boy. How about I train you? Really? He said with a smile. Yeah. I want to ask you some questions. Okay. How many friends do you have? None. Do you have anyone you love, someone you want to protect? Other than the old man and the memories I have of my parents, no. Okay, for me to train you, I want you to do 3 things, okay? Anything. I want you to make 3 friends and to work on this with them. Naruto handed him a scroll. Kanehamaru opened it and he smiled. You need to have it done when I get back, okay? If you do that, I will train all 3 of them too. Okay, boss, will do. The boy then ran off towards the ninja academy cackling. X, 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 X. 2 hours later, the 3 girls and Naruto sat at the gate and waited. They're half an hour late. Where are they? But right here. Found the bastard at a bar drinking his weight in sake. Anko was walking up, dragging the client behind her. She reached the man, looked them over. Ready to go. As ready as we will ever be. Let's go then. Team formation diamond. Naruto you in the center, Hinata in the back. Alexandra left, Ina right, and I will be in the front. Move out. The team had been walking for over an hour. They stayed in the diamond formation and were talking amongst themselves. That's wave like Dazuna. Esquino. That's a beautiful place or was. Surrounded by crystal clear ocean water. The town is small, but its people are some of the best I have ever met. Sounds like a paradise on earth, said Hinata. Yes. They kept talking as they walked on the path to wave. Naruto was talking to Hinata when he stopped talking and activated his Sikagan. Looking out of the corner of his eyes, he sees a puddle. He looked left Alexandra and nodded, then disappeared. Dazuna turned around to see Alexandra reaching down into a puddle. Confused as to what the redhead was doing, he watched. The arms disappeared into the puddle, and as she brought them out, he was shocked to see a man in each of her hands. The man looked at the woman now holding them up in the air. They both started kicking, trying to get out of this redhead's hands. She turned and threw them at a blue-haired girl. As they neared her, they felt jolts to their bodies, felling like needles hitting them. When they landed behind the girl, they tried to get up, but nothing happened. I'm trying to get up, gentlemen. The lovely lady to my right has made that impossible, so please sit back and tell me everything, said Naruto soundly, like someone working at a spa. The two men were flipped over by a purple-haired woman in a trench coat. They stared over to the young man who must have been the one to tell them to talk. We won't tell you nothing, said the man on the left. Okay, then you asked for it. Anko stepped up and raised her right arm. Snakes came out her sleeves and bite the man on the left on his arm. You got about 5 minutes, then you die, Anko said with a sadistic smile. The man looked at her in the face and said, I don't believe you, and even if I did, I would not tell you. As the seconds went by, the man started to sweat. After about a minute, he started to vomit. His teammate looked on in horror as his partner started to bleed out of his nose. Just tell them it is not worth it, please, brother. Never, he said as he started to cough up blood. Very brave man, I commend you, but you got about 1 minute before you start to beg for death, said Naruto. Okay. He'll tell you everything, just please keep him alive. Naruto nodded to Ino. She walked up to the man and pulled out a syringe and injected him with a blue liquid. There, now talk. The man started to talk, telling them of everything. He told them out his job to kill the bridge builder, that a man named Gato had hired them, that he had other ninja working for him too, that the man had an arm of thugs and samurai, and that his favorite color was red. Anko nodded, then walked up to the two men and knocked them out. She grabbed a chain that was tying them together at the gauntlets on their hands and tied them to a tree. She then looked over at Azuna. You got some explaining to do. Azuna sat by a tree and told them everything. When he finished, he looked at them. Please, we need your help. You could save hundreds and are in the respect of our village. Anko turned to her team. We got to decide if we are going to do this. If we do, I got to send for reinforcements. Her team looked at one another and then nodded to Anko. She pulled out a scroll and started writing. After about 5 minutes, she pulled out another scroll and channeled chakra into it. A bird popped out of the scroll and Anko tied the scroll to it. The bird flew off and Anko turned back to her team, and now we play the waiting game. Naruto pulled out a pack of cards and said in a happy voice, anyone up for some poker? X6, 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 X6. An hour later, they were in a heated game with just Anko, Naruto, and Alexandra. Ino and Hinata had opted out after losing 10 kunai each. Naruto looked at Anko and said, care to make this hand interesting? What did you have in mind? The losers have to do what the winner wants, anything the winner wants, no matter what. Anko and Alexandra both snickered. Anko looked at her hand. She had 2 par aces with a queen kicker. Alexandra looked down and frowned. She had 3 kings. She knew she had this one. Deal, they both said in unison. Okay, ladies, show me what you got. Anko put down her hand and smiled. Damn good hand, Anko-sensei. Alexandra smiled, then put down her hand. Your mind master, and you to Anko-sensei. Damn, it looks like you got meat, beat Alexandra, unless Naruto then showed his hand. It was a royal flush, all red hearts. Alexandra and Anko were slack-jawed. Alexandra was the first to recover. I am yours, master, do what you like. She smiled seductively. Anko was still slack-jawed. Well, blonde, you win. What do you want? Alexandra, all I want is a kiss from you. She walked over to him, swing her hips more than she had to. She leaned over and kissed Naruto passionately. She made a show of it by falling into his lap and wrapping her arms around him. The Zuna was in shock that this boy had a woman much older him basically mouth-raping him. In front of his sensei and client, not to mention other girls that seemed to be with him. Alexandra pulled back from him. That was tasted. She leaned into him to go for another when he said, I need to get my something special for Manko now. She pouted. Okay, master, but I want more later. Naruto nodded to her. Anko, please follow me, I got something special for you. At this, Anko looked nervous but got up and followed him. If the team comes, tell them I had to have a private talk with Naruto, okay? The team nodded, but the girls looked furious. Naruto turned and stared at them. Do not fret, I will keep my promise. The girls smiled at that and started talking amongst themselves. Tazuna was wondering what this promise was, but was wondering more about what the boy was going to do with his teacher. He started having images of what the two could be doing and started to giggle with some blood flowing out of his nose. Naruto walked deep into the woods with Anko following right behind him. When he felt they were far enough away, he turned to her. She looked at him a little nervous. So what do I have to do? Naruto smiled. Show it to me. Anko looked at him and went to the hem of her shirt and began to pull it up. She got to her navel and Naruto grabbed her hand. Not that, the other it. Anko then grabbed the top of her skirt and started to slide out of it. Naruto grabbed her hand again and shook his head. Show me your cursed seal. Anko looked shocked. How do you know about the seal? Sometimes when we are sparring and you use too much chakra, I see you grab your left shoulder. Once you grab at a look of pain crosses your face, then you get a burst of black-purple chakra. From nowhere, Anko stared up into his blue eyes. Do you know how I got it? No, I do not care where you got it. It looks to be causing you pain, and it hurts me to see you in pain. She took off her trench coat and slid the left side of her shirt sleeve down. It was given to me by my old sensei, or Arkimuro. I was his apprentice, and I guess you could say he was my hero. He took me in after my family died. He was like a father. I went with him everywhere and did everything I could to be the best for him. She began to cry lightly. I am going to look over it, okay, so stand still but keep talking. She nodded and continued. We went on a mission together to ocean country, just us together. It was great, we laughed and trained. When we got there, he told me that we were going to one of his bases to see some researcher that a friend of his was doing. We got on a boat and went out to this island right off the coast. We walked till we found this weird snake-like mouth and we walked inside. She shivered and Naruto looked at her in the eyes. Go ahead. Then he went back to touching and poking the seal. When we got to a door, he knocked. A man came to the door and let us in. When we walked and I looked around and saw these tubs with people in them. He started talking to the man who let us in and I just walked around and looked at these people. It was the most horrible thing I have ever seen. They looked like they were being changed into fish. I stared at them each in turn, and when I came to the last one, I actually vomited. In it was a girl of maybe 2 or 3, and as I stared at her, she opened her eyes. They looked like she was in real pain, so I grabbed a wrench of a work table and ran at it, ready to break it open when I was grabbed and taken off to another room. When we got there, I looked to see who grabbed me, and it was my own sensei. He looked down at me as I tried to ask him why he was doing this. He said to be the strongest, then his neck extended and he bite me. I screamed, then passed out. When I woke, I crawled from the room and ran back to Konoha. Naruto looked at her and tear went down his cheek. I understand betrayal. He then smiled at her. You know what I am, don't you? She nodded. I understand your pain more than anyone could. I have seen you walking around the village and being talked bad about. I have heard the names they call you and seen the things they throw at you. You are not low Nanko-sensei. I am no, we are very much the same. She looked at this boy, someone that was a little more than half her age, and cried. After a good 3 minutes, they pulled away from each other. I can remove the mark. Nanko was ecstatic. How? Do not worry of the how, just do you want it off? Yes, please do it. Naruto put his right hand on the sealant, said, "This is going to hurt. Just don't pull away." Anko nodded. Naruto started channeling some of his chakra into the seal. Then, after a few seconds, started channeling his tail chakra into it. Anko felt a tingling feeling at first. Then it started to burn. She hissed in pain and clenched her teeth. After about a minute, Naruto pulled his hand away. He fell to his knees next to her and panted. She was worried, so she bent down to see if he was okay. He turned his head, looked up at her and smiled. "That hurt like a bitch." Anko laughed. "Yes, it did. So is it gone?" Naruto raised his right hand and showed her his palm. On it was her cursed seal mark. "Does that mean you have it now?" She said, worried that she had just cursed her student. "No, I just got the mark. I killed its influence within the first 2 minutes. The last minute was to remove it, so you would never have to see it every day of your life and remember your pain." Anko was stunned that Naruto had thought that much is to worry about her remembering it. She got down on her knees and grabbed him by his collar. "Are you mad at me, Anko-sensei?" "No." Then she pulled him into a passionately strong tongue wrestling kiss. Naruto's eyes were wide and he was a little confused, but after a minute he started getting into. After a few minutes they pulled away from each other. "Got any other cursed marks for me to remove?" He smiled. She looked at him and smiled. She then hit him on the head. "Baka." She got up and put her trench coat on. "We got to go back." Naruto got up and started walking back to the group with Anko right behind him. As they neared the road, Naruto looked up to see that the other team had made it. He looked closer to see who the team consisted of when he noticed that one of the new people was on their back with Alexandra stepping on him. He walked up when he noticed what team it was. It was Kurina's team, and it seemed that Naruto cursed. "Let him up, please, Alexandra." She bent down and looked ready to hurt him bad. "Alexandra now." She went rigged and stepped off him. Sassopped up off the ground and walked towards Alexandra. He raised his hand and brought it down to smack her. He was almost there when his stopped mere inches from her face. He looked back to see a very angry Naruto standing there holding his wrist with his Dojutsu blaring. "If you ever, and I mean never, raise your hand to strike any woman and I find out, I will take this hand. If I were you, I would beg me not to let her have you, cause there would be nothing left." Sassopped pulled his hand back. "Do not touch me, Dobe." He raised his hand back and smacked Naruto. "Stop. Beg for it, Dobe, and I will." "Not you, idiot. I was talking to them." Sasu turned around to see Alexandra with a kuni ready to stab him. Ino with her sickles going for his neck. Hinata with her pointy gloves on ready to hit his heart, and Anko snakes an inch in front of his face. "He just saved your life. Please, master, let me kill him." Alexandra begged. "No, it is okay, but that is the only time you are ever allowed to hit me again." "Got it." Sasuke is shaking but turned to look at him. "Whatever." Naruto turned back to the girls and smiled. They came up to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Sasuke kid all but Anko. Anko turned to Kuranai. "Let's go, everyone, pair up. Naruto, you in the middle. Sasuke pair with Shino and go to the right." Sasuke was leaning towards Alexandra but turned and walked to Kiba. Anko stayed up front with Kuranai. Ino and Hinata went to the left. Alexandra stayed to the back and Naruto stayed next to Tazuna. Back set. 3 hours later they came to what seemed to be the ocean and sat there. "So when will our ride get here?" said Ino. "There." Tazuna pointed out on the water, and out from the mist came a small dingy. "That will not carry us all," Shino said in his draw voice. As the boat made it to shore, Naruto looked around at everyone. "Everyone in the boat but me and Alexandra." "Why? How are you going to get there?" Naruto come. Asked a worried Hinata. Naruto looked at her and smiled. "We're going to walk there." "That is impossible. There is no way to walk there. Our village is on an island and it would take too long to get another boat here without getting caught by one of Goto's boats," said the boatman. Naruto put on his foxy grin. "Trust me, we will get. Just cast off." The man cast off and started to row. As they made their way from the shore, they saw Naruto take a running start and jump. He was flying towards the side of the boat when they heard cannonball. Everyone turned their heads and raised their hands to block the inevitable spray of water. But it never came. They looked over to see Naruto standing next to the boat with a huge shit-eating grin on his face. "Got yay." The girl stared to laugh at when Alexandra walked up to him. That was not funny, Naruto said Hinata and Hinata at the same time pouting. That's when they realized that he was walking next to them when they were on a boat and the ocean. They all looked over the edge to see him walking on water. Kibble looked at him. What are you? A ninja of the leaf, of course, he said, smiling. How are you doing that? Asked Sajuak with a power-hungry look in his eyes. Thakaran the feet, of course, he said, smiling. If a doe black you can do it, then a prodigy like me can do it, no sweat. Sajuak then jumped out of the boat and right underwater. Naruto started cracking up. He looked down at the sputtering form of Sajuak. Never try something you have never practiced, 'cause you could end up all wet. When they got to the shore, Sasuke clucked at Naruto, teach to walk on water. Why should I? 'Cause I need it to become strong. No, that's okay, you can learn on your own. Sajuak started to bitch about wanting to learn now, but Naruto just shrugged him off. Anko hopped out of the boat and gave her thanks to the boatman. Okay, same pairing and same positions except Naruto out front. They got into their positions and started down the road. Back set. Half an hour later, while walking down the dirt road making small talk among themselves, Naruto turned to a bush and threw a kunai at it. Walking up to the bush, Naruto pushed aside some branches and looked down. Naruto jumped back and screamed, holy crap. Anato looked at him confused and walked up to the bush. She pulled the branches aside and squealed, so cute. She bent down and picked up something. She turned around and in her arms was a small white turtle. The girl started screaming how cute it was while Naruto backed away from it. After a few minutes of crazy turtle hugging time, they started back down the road. As they were passing, a mist started rolling in. Naruto started feeling like he was being watched. Hinata, see if you can see anyone nearby. Activating her bloodline, she looked around trying to spot any chakra signatures. Looking behind, she saw one and it was moving. It suddenly stopped and one of the arms on the person flung out. Everyone down. Everyone dropped but Naruto, who just stood there. He bent down at the knee and reached out his hand. Out of nowhere, a huge sword appeared in Naruto's hand. He started spinning it in his hand and flung it off to the left. There was a loud thunk and scream. Everyone turned to the sound of scream and the mist cleared. There, stuck to a tree by the giant sword, was the other brother that attacked them. Everyone turned to look at Naruto and he shrugged. It's not like I meant to kill him. Not bad for a boy, said a gruff voice out of the mist. It right, he seems to know how to defend himself. Another more even voice. A man stepped out of the mist to the sword and pulled it out of the body. He turned and looked at the boy now standing who had caught his sword and killed one of the demon brothers. He looked to his left to his fellow swordsman and smiled. I want the little guy. Naruto looked at him and screamed at him. I am not little. Then Kal looked at the two men and smiled. If it isn't abusive demon of the mist and Kagran spark of the flame. Two of the legendary mist swordsmen. Literashi Anko snake mistress and Kurunai Jinjitsu mistress of Konoha. What a surprise, this is abusive, said the now known Kagran. The acid is. Kurunai turned to her team and said, watch and protect Azuna. Sasuke stepped forward and pulled a kunai. He throwed a Kagran as hard as he could. It whizzed through the air going straight for Kagran's face. Everyone looked back as he threw his head back as the kunai made contact. Sasuke laughed, some legendary swordsman he is. There was a laugh and everyone watched as Kagran bent his head back. There in his mouth was the kunai caught in his teeth. He spit it into his hand and threw it back at Sasuke. It was so fast Sasuke did not see it and closed his eyes waiting to die. When he opened them, the kunai was an inch from his left eye. He looked past the kunai to see a hand and then up the hand to see that it belonged to Naruto. Naruto handed back the kunai to Sasuke and smiled. Next time you do something that's stupid, I will not save you. I do not need you to save me, Dobe. I could have caught it myself. Dobe's a look to this partner and then at Anko and kunai. Is he not grateful to be alive? If I was him, I would be on my knees thanking him for that. Naruto answered before them, Hesaprick, who thinks no one can beat him. Dobe's laughed, I like you, kid. Now why don't you give us the old man and then I won't have to kill a kid I actually like. Sorry to say that I cannot do that, Dobe's got to finish my mission. You know how it is. I understand, but I am going to have to kill you all. I hope you understand. Naruto nodded. Kuranai looked back at her team again. Protect him, all three of you. That's an order, Sasuke. Naruto looked at the man, looked over to Ino. Stay with him, please. Ino nodded and took out her sickles and stood behind Tazuna. Naruto turned back to the two men in front of him. Okay boys, looks like we are gonna get it on. Me and Hinata will fight Misty while Anko and Alexander fight Sparks. Kuranai, you are backup attack if you get a chance. That sound good. They looked at them all in turn and they all nodded. They split into their pairs and stood in front of their combatant. They stared at each other, then the battle began. Naruto and Hinata stood staring at their opponent, waiting for the right time to strike. They stood near each other without being right next to one another. Debusa stared at the two as they stared back. Then he threw his sword into the air and started going through hand signs. As he reached the last one, he said, "Hit in mist jutsu." The thick mist started to form around him, the spread out. After a few seconds, he disappeared into the mist. Hinata, "Hi," she said, then activated her Taijutsu and looked around trying to find a chakra signature. Other than theirs around. Looking around, she could not see one, then out of the corner of her eye she saw something move. Turning around, she saw it moving towards Tazuna and her fellow genin. "Over there," she cried out, pointing towards Tazuna. "It's over." Debusa roared as he appeared behind Tazuna, swinging his sword sideways, ready to take out everyone in a 7-foot radius. Right before the sword was about to hit Tazuna, clang was heard. Debusa looked down to see the blonde brat standing there holding a sword blocking his own. Anger overtook Zabusa at seeing a mere boy block his strike. He punched a boy in the face and on contact he turned into smoke. Shadow clone. There was a splashing sound. Looking down, he saw a sword sticking out of his chest. Naruto looked to see water coming out at where his sword had entered. He pulled it out his sword and the water clone turned into a puddle. He turned his head to see Zabusa behind him. Naruto kicked out, knocking Zabusa way towards the lake. He turned and raced towards him. "They're pretty good, kid," Zabusa said. He walked out onto the lake and looked back to Naruto. Naruto walked over and out onto the water. Taking up his stance of Fox's Claw, he held his sword in his right hand upside down, with his left held flat against the side of the blade. His legs were apart in a horse stance with his right just a little ahead of his left. Zabusa looked at the kid and laughed. "Are you about to let one go, kid? Because that's what it looks like to me." Naruto just smiled. He raised his left hand off the blade and gave Zabusa the one-finger salute. Zabusa smiled, disappeared and growled funny. Zabusa got into his stance and closed his eyes. The mist started to come around again. Naruto looked at him and said, "No, that just won't do." He started going through seals, and when he finished he looked up and shouted, "Great breakthrough." A large gale force gust came out of nowhere and started to blow away the mist. Zabusa looked pissed and had a frustrated look on his face. He stared over at the boy he was facing off against and looked into his eyes. He noticed how blue they were, then they changed. They turned into two different colors, one red and the other white. He stared at the men, then blinked and the boy was gone. That's when all hell broke loose. Gran? Fox, sexy, 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 sexy. The pair of Jonin stood off to the left of the other fight. They were staring down their opponent, watching as he brought out his swords. Two specific Sigma H flap swords had a perspective on his side. Circle knuckle guards that had spikes on the outside. They were solid red with black and purple flames going up both sides. They looked from the swords to their wielder. He was a short man, maybe about 5 feet 3 inches, with small legs and a long body. He had long orange hair with red streaks in the back and had on black goggles, so you could not see his eyes. The old that he wore were black baggy pants, red sandals and black gauntlets showing off his muscle-bound chest and horrible burn scars that riddled his chest and arms. "I get to fight these lovely ladies. I am so lucky." He smiled at them, showing blackened teeth. Alexandra and Anko looked at one another, then smiled. "It is your lucky day, Kagran. You get to die at the hands of beautiful women. What more can you ask for?" "Ask Anko." Anko stood in front of Alexandra and got into her fighting stance. Kagran looked at the two, then put both his swords in an X form in front of him. Both of his swords burst into flames. He brought them down and screamed, "Red X." A flaming axe came flying at the two. Anko dove out of the way while Alexandra just smiled and looked at Kagran. She raised her left hand and the axe hit it. Kagran laughed. thinking he had hit her full on, and that he only had to worry about Anko now. The dust settled and Kagran sought his amazement that the red head was still there, with her hands still out without a burn on it. He looked around for signs of a jutsu that was used to stop the attack or that she might have moved then moved back, but there was nothing to show it. That was interesting, said Kagran in his usual calm voice. Alexandra smiled and reached into her back pocket. Kagran looked on wonder what she was reaching for when she pulled out a pair of scarlet gloves and put them on. He looked as she flexed her hand, and then without warning claws shot out of the knuckles of them. As he was watching Alexandra, Anko was sneaking up behind him. When she was right behind him she took out a kunai, and was about to stab him in the back when she felt heat on her back. She jumped to the left, trying to avoid being hit. It hit Kagran and he burst into flames. When she looked over to see who had shot the fireball she saw Kagran standing there. "Haumon Anko, did you really think it would be that easy?" Anko looked at him then smiled. Yes, and it was. Kagran was confused. Looking around he saw nothing out of the normal. He then felt a stabbing pain looking to his right. He saw Alexandra standing there with one of her claws stuck in his side. He pulled his hand back and hit her in the face. He looked at the wound and assessed the damage. Kagran frowned, noticing that he would need medical help soon, but it could wait for a little while. Alexandra stood up and wiped the blood off her chin. "Yarliki, my master is not here or he would kill you for striking me," she said to the flame ninja. Kagran had had enough of these two. He took his two swords and started to spin them in front of him. He spun them so fast a light gust was coming off them. Kagran smiled then shouted, "Dance of the fire and flame." Two jets of fire shot out of each sword in a cylindrical shape. Kagran started to laugh as he moved to flaming columns in different direction, trying to hit them. He aimed at Anko and she jumped away onto a tree. He aimed for the tree, and she jumped away again. The tree was turned to ash. Anko kept jumping around but could not seem to get away from Kagran's flame of death. She was jumping from another fried ending when she slipped. She rolled on the ground till she hit a tree. She looked up dazed to see the flames coming right for her. She held up her arms to block as much of it as she could and closed her eyes. After a few seconds of nothing, she opened them to see a figure standing in front of her. Alexandra stood in the line of fire, literally. Anko watched as Alexandra stood there with fire, hot enough to turn a tree instantly into ash. Hit her and did nothing. Alexandra started to walk towards Kagran with the fire still hitting her. As she got closer you could see the sweat and worry on Kagran's face. "What the hell are you, lady?" he screamed. She looked at him and said just loud enough for him to hear a demon. With Naruto and Hinata, Zabuza looked around for his two opponents and saw nothing. "Where are they?" By looking over his shoulder, he heard someone say in his ears, "Abusa, I see you, but can you see me?" The world around Sword posed a strike and saw no one. "Where are you, boy? Come out and fight me like a man." "Let's Abusa, I am right in front of you." Turning his head, he saw his male opponent standing before him. As he watched him, he dissolved before his eyes into the wind. In jutsu, he put his hands together, making the ram sign and forced chakra into it. He looked around and saw nothing still. What the hell? As he finished his second look around, he felt a stabbing in his left arm, then one in his right. He looked to see what happened when he felt more, then he dropped his sword into the water. Looking to where he felt the pain, he saw a purple mark and next to it another. He realized then that he could not move his arms. Naruto looked at the swordsman and decided to cancel his technique. Zabuza looked up to see his opponent carrying his female partner. "What did you do to me?" bellowed the man. Naruto looked at him and smiled. "My beautiful companion here shut down your chakra points, making it impossible for you to use your arms for a while. So give up, okay, and maybe we can come to a truce." Zabuza stared at the boy like he grew a second head. "There are no truces in fighting, boy. It's not until your opponent is dead that a fight is over. That's a little too serious for me, but if you insist." Naruto walked to the land and put Hinata down. "It'll go help the others and tell Kuranai Sensei to do the same." Hinata was about to walk off when she felt a hand on her waist. Turning around, she came face to face with her beloved. He smiled and dropped his head down and kissed ever so softly. Hinata fell into it, but a few seconds later they pulled away and Hinata walked off. You know, boy, loving someone will only lead to pain, said the swordsman with the arms. I am not worried, she can take care of herself and I will be there to protect her. Yes, but would you always be there? Said the limp-armed shinobi. I have faith that she will be fine. So let's finish this, shall we? Naruto ran towards him and punched him in the stomach, knocking him back. Zabuza slid on the water but did not go down. He ran at him again, but this time was blocked by a kick. A taijutsu battle raged on but was completely one-sided. Naruto roundhouse kicked Zabuza, knocking him into a tree where he slid down to the roots. He'll end you now with the honor that a swordsman deserves. Naruto unsheathed his sword and posed it to strike. He flew towards the soon-to-be ex-swordsman when out of nowhere a needle hit his target in the neck. Naruto felt confused, then looked at his sword, then it's abusive. Then next to the man a hunter, Nin, appeared. Thank you for weakening him. I will take care of him now, said the hunter Nin. Hold on a second. Naruto walked over to Zabuza and touched his neck. Naruto looked up at the hunter Nin and said, may I have a word with you? Anko and Alexandra. Hagrin froze when he heard what she said. He looked at her with a shocked expression as she stood in front of him with a smile on her face and not a burn on her body. Alexandra stood in front of him and stretched out her gloved hand. She pulled it back, and when it was cocked to its greatest potential, it went ablaze. She swung it and struck him in the face, making him fly off of the ground and rocket towards the water. When Alexandra heard a splash, she looked back to Anko and smiled. Are you okay? Anko nodded, wiping some sweat off of her forehead. But I am sure Master would be mad if he found out one of his was hurt, or worse. One of his, Anko said, confused. I will explain later, Anko. But first I need to see if he is still alive. Anko nodded and stood up. Alexandra walked over to the water and saw him floating along face down. Hinata walked up to her and smiled. Naruto-kan is finishing Zabuza, and it seems you beat the fireman. Alexandra nodded and walked out onto the water and picked up Kagan's floating body. When she flipped him over, she noticed that his face was burnt badly and that his head was facing the wrong direction. She looked a little closer and then looked up at the others. You might want to stand back. As she said this, the body exploded into flame. Hinata looked on and horrid what she had seen, but Anko walked up and pointed out on the water. Out of the smoke walked Alexandra, without a mark on her. Alexandra walked up to them, all smiled. So where his master? Hinata looked at her and said, finishing Zabuza. Should we wait for him? Anko looked over at the women and her two female students and said, no. One of you stay. Hinata, you stay and bring him to the house. The rest of us will head to Tazuna's house. Sasu clucked at Anko, opened his mouth and said, I do not listen to you, bitch. I am better than getting orders from you, slut. The Nod and Ino paled at what Sasu said to their sensei. Anko looked at him and smiled. I wonder if here's a difference between Anicha has balls in my hand, after they are cut off from any other man's, other than the fact that they're smaller. At that, Alexander laughed, hence so did everyone else. Even Shino could be seen with his shoulders shaking a little. Sasu took out a kunai and charged at Anko. He was about to stab her when a fist came out of nowhere and smashed right in his face. He flipped and over-end until a tree stopped him in mid-flight. When he looked up to see whose fisted was, he saw that it belonged to Anko. He got up to charge again when Kuranai stopped him and said, if you do it again, I will put you in a jinjitsu until we get back to Konoha and then press charges of you attacking a superior officer in a combat situation, which in Konoha is punishable by death or at least the sealing of chakra. Sasu clenched his hand out of his sensei's hand and started to walk down the road. Hinata walked up to Tazuna before they left and asked for directions to his house. After she got the instructions to get to the house. She walked over to see if Naruto was done. When she got there she saw him talking to a hunter nin. She sat down by a tree on the shore and waited. X, 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 Naruto and Hunter Nin. I really must be going. I have to get rid of the body and bring the head back to Mist, said the Hunter Nin. Okay, the ill cut the head off. Then you get rid of the body, Naruto said. The Hunter Nin looked at him with what he thought must be a questioning look. Just talk to me a little, Hunter-chan. He will still be dead when we get back. At those words the Hunter Nin jumped back and grabbed Zabuza and disappeared. Naruto looked back to Hinata and said, wait here for me, okay? He then blew her kiss, laughed and jumped into the forest after them. After about 5 minutes of full-blown running, the Hunter Nin stopped and pulled the needle from her leader's neck. As she did this she heard a twig snap. Looking up, she saw the boy from earlier standing in front of her with a half of a stick in each hand. I just wanted to talk. Please do not run or fight me, I just want to talk to you. The Hunter Nin looked at him for a moment to see if any of his body language showed that he might have been lying. After a minute of staring at him, she placed her leader's body on a tree branch, then turned back to the multi-hair-colored ninja. What is it you want to talk about, Lee-san? She said, trying to sound like a boy as much as possible. Naruto smiled at the hunter and said, I just wanted to ask a few questions, make you offer and ask to see a pretty girl's face. At this the hunter stiffened and turned full towards him. How do you know? Naruto gave his foxy smile, then disappeared. The now newly established girl looked around from him and saw nothing. She then felt something, a hand going around her waist. At this she turned and was face to face with a boy to the point of touching noses if it were not for her mask. I will not hurt you, Hunter-chan. I just wanted to be a little closer. He let her go and took a step back. She felt lost when he removed his hand. It was like she felt emptier without it. She put a hand where his just was and then spoke. What do you want to ask, Lee-san? First off, my name is Naruto. The questions are just some things I like to know about you, your leader, and the man you work for, but first could you remove your mask? She looked at him for a minute, then reached up and pulled off her mask. When the mask cleared her face he gasped. She was beautiful. She had long brown hair, creamy white skin, a face that would bring any man to their knees, but what really struck him were her eyes. They were just like Camus. They held the sadness and hurt that he knew all too well. He walked up to her and reached his hand out to touch her. She backed up from him, worried what he might do with the hand. Naruto looked into her eyes and let his mask slip from his eyes. The girl saw the look in his eyes and gasped. They were like hers but showed more pain and hurt than even she thought was possible for a human to hold and still be alive. Naruto walked to her again, but this time she did not move. He put his hand on her cheek and struck it while looking into her eyes. What is your name? She felt so warm when he touched her, more than she ever had in her life. It's Hakuna Ruto-san. What a beautiful name. Haku, are you and your leader working for Gato? She was in rapture with his touch. It was intoxicating. She had never felt such delight or joy from something so simple as a touch. Yes, we are Naruto-kun. Did she just call me Naruto-kun? Aku stiffened at that. Did I call him Naruto-kun? Aku backed away thinking that he had done something to make her so compliant. She looked at him with a look of betrayal and hurt. Naruto looked at her and saw the look and said, I did nothing, I swear. I will back up and not touch you again. If it will make you feel better, you can bind my hands behind my back. Naruto turned around and put his hands together behind his back. Haku walked up to him and tied his hands together with some wire. Naruto turned back around and faced Kunoichi. Why are you working for Gato? What do you get out of it? Aku looked at him and said in an emotionless voice, I work for him because my master wants to and I get nothing out of it but to serve him. Naruto looked over at the still incapacitated Zabuza. What are you to him and why? Do you serve him? I am his tool, a weapon for his use, and I serve him because he wanted me. Haku stared at him and saw the twinge of pain in his eyes when she said wanted me. How long have you served him? What happened to make you go to him? Naruto asked sadly. Aku looked at him wondering why he wanted to know but decided to answer his questions. I was once a happy little girl with a family. A mother and a father who loved me and took care of me. We lived in a small village and mist country. It was a poor village, but it was a happy one. I remember playing in the snow in the winters with my mother. One day as I was playing by myself on the side of the house, I did something that I never knew I could do. As I was doing it, my mother came around the corner doing it. She ran to me and smacked my hand, telling me to never do it again, no matter what. I told my mother that I never would again. Little did I know my father saw me and left out to the village. Naruto noticed a small smile on her face as she talked to him about her family life when she was younger. Her face then turned to one of the motionless, staring. I went out for a walk that night just around the village like I did sometimes. When I returned home, I saw the house on fire. I ran to the door screaming from my mother and father to see if they were out. That is when I heard it screaming and grunting. When I heard the screaming, I knew it was from my mother, so I ran to the back of the house. There I saw my father and other men from the village and even some women standing around something that sounded like my mother screaming. I walked up to the crowd and saw what was happening to her. She was being raped by a man right there while people around her, people that I knew for years, as sweet and nice, watched and laughed. When the man was done, he got off her and my father stepped forth. I thought he was going to hurt the man who did that, but all he did was say good job. Naruto looked at her sad and by what had happened to her. He didn't say anything because he knew the story only goes down from there. My father walked to my mother's raped, beaten, and bloody body. He looked down on her and kneeled by her head. He picked it up and pulled something out of his pocket and flicked it open. It was his favorite knife. He put it to her neck and drew it to the other side. He then picked her up as she bled and threw her into the burning house. The last thing I heard him say to my mother was, "Die, you bloodline whore." He then turned to me, knife in hand, and blood covering his shirt and running down his knife in hand. He walked to me and brought his knife up and cut my arm. At that, she lifted her sleeve on her right arm and showed him a scar on it that went from the end of her wrist to her inner elbow. He looked at it and saw how jagged and crooked it was. I tried to run from him, but I ran into the villagers behind me. They started beating me and hurting me. After what seemed like hours, they stopped and parted to let my father through. I looked at him and saw my death, but I could not move from the spot where I fell. I reached out for him and asked him why. He said that I was a bloodline whore like my mother, and that people with bloodlines were evil and needed to die. He raised the knife and cut me again. She reached for the collar of her battle kimono and pulled it down. Narita looked and blushed. He turned back to see what was there. He saw her cream-colored skin of her shoulder and looked down further to see an X-shaped scar over her heart. He looked down a little lower and saw that her breasts were wrapped tightly to give the appearance of small to no breasts, when in fact Narita thought that they were probably a C-cup. He looked back up to the scar, then up to her eyes. He told me he would carve my heart out, then burn me with my slut of a mother. I was scared and frightened, but was waiting to die. As he got closer, something felt weird inside me. I felt like there was a cold line running down my back and neck, and it started to snow. I looked up at my father with his evil glint and pulled the string, thinking that it was death calling. What happened next was shocking. I closed my eyes, then heard screaming, and when I opened them up again, everyone was dead and the house was no longer on fire. I stood up to the best of my ability and surveyed the area. It was snowing heavy and the wind was blowing hard. I looked down to see my father dead before me with a look of pure horror on his face. I left that place and moved from village to village around mist, stealing to survive. Narita looked at her. He knew how it felt, stealing just to live for a few more moments. I was sitting on a bridge about a year after that and was thinking about jumping over the edge to end it all when a demon walked up to me. He talked to me like I was normal, asked me questions, and I told him my story. He was asked for me to show him what I could do, and I did, thinking that it could not get worse. He told me that he would like me to come with him, that he would have me with him and he would teach me. I thought about it for a few minutes and then agreed. He took me in, this man known as a demon and killer, and treated me like I was a living tool. And I was happy. We traveled through mist and the areas around a training, taking jobs and fighting. I have served Zabuza-sama since I was 6 years old. I have traveled with my demon master through misty lands and more for almost 9 years. At that, Naruto smiled at that. I understand you better than anyone could hack you. Haku looked at him like he was crazy. How could this mere boy know her kind of pain? She then remembered something that he had said earlier. What is the proposal you were talking about earlier? Naruto smiled and looked her in the eyes. Why don't you, your master, and his friend join the Leaf? We could use people like you. With your bloodline you would welcome with open arms. My village loves them. You would have the pick of the guys and would be treated like a queen. Haku looked at him in disbelief. They like bloodlines no matter what they are. Zabuza could become a sensei there, and his friend too, said Naruto as loud as he could. Haku thought about it and decided to talk about it with her master. If you give me some time to talk about it with Zabuza-sama, I can give you an answer in a few days. That is fine, Haku-chan. Meet me in 5 days in the forest behind Dazuna's house with your choice. He turned and started to walk away, but stopped and looked back at her and said, "Oh, and wear something that a beautiful lady like yourself should, please." He then disappeared, leaving us still dead to the world's abuser and a red face of waiting. Hinata started to worry about our Naruto. She started to pace back and forth from the tree to the water. She was about to go out and find him when she felt 2 arms wrap around her. She looked down to see tanned arms and white gloves. She leaned in and looked over her shoulder to stare into his equally pupils' eyes and smiled. He spun her around and told her with a huge grin on his face, "Come with me. I have something for you." She looked at him, wondering what it could be. She followed him hand in hand to the forest for what seemed like forever. They stopped. They pulled her in front of him and pushed. She went through the tree line and looked around in awe. There before her was a sea of flowers covered in a light mist. It was breathtaking, one of the most beautiful things she had ever seen. She walked out into the middle of the multicolored sea of vegetation and turned to see where Naruto was. He stood back and watched as the first person he ever loved walked out into the ocean of color. He smiled, knowing she would love it. He watched as she turned around to meet his gaze and beckoned him over. He walked out and met her in the middle of the rainbow lake. She grabbed his hands and started to spin with him. After a few times around, they fell on to the bed of soft colors, laughing and smiling. Naruto rolled over till he was lying right next to her. He turned his head and looked into her pale lavender eyes and said something he had never said before to anyone: "I love you." The Nada felt so happy. Finally, after all this time, he had said it. She had been worried cause he never seemed to say it to her. She smiled at a man, rolled over to lie on him facing him. "I love you too." They kissed one another, and after a moment they pulled apart. "You're the first person I have ever said that to, Hinata. I wanted to bring you here to make you remember it for all time." She smiled at a man, said, "You could have said it anywhere and it'd remember it forever. The place does not matter, it is the saying of it that does." He smiled at her and wrapped his arms around her back. He looked into her eyes and said, "I plan to take and Alexandra here to tell them as well, but I wanted you to be first and to know that I loved you first." She smiled bigger than she thought her face should be able to. She put her hand on his cheek and stroked a dark scar like whiskers, and he began to purr. "Naruto, my love, can you do me a favor?" "Anything, my love, say it," he said with his eyes closed and a content look on his face. "Make love to me," she said in a loving voice. At that, his eyes shot open and looked at her, trying to see if she was joking. She stared into his eyes and nodded. She lifted off her fishnet shirt and started to stroke his cheek. "Naruto, I want this. I want to show you my love." Please Naruto, come make me yours. I am of mind and soul, now make me a body. She begged him. He reached out with his hand and brushed her cheek. Are you sure you want this? More than almost anything. Please, I want this. He brushed her cheek again and looked in her eyes. Okay, Hanayata, for you. As Naruto started to take off his clothes, he did not remove his shirt. Hanayata walked up behind him and pressed herself against him. Take it off, Naruto Kuna, I do not care, it's a part of you and I love you. He turned to look at her and smiled. He then pulled up his shirt and threw it on the pile of other clothing. He turned back to her, then wrapped his arms around her, leaned in and kissed her. They then fell onto the ground, holding one another to begin their afternoon of love. X, 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 X. Hours later at Azuna's, Anko sat at the table wondering where the other two were. It had been close to 3 hours since they got to the house and it was nearing nightfall, and the two still had not gotten back. She was ready to go look for them when she heard a knock on the door. She walked over to it and swung it open. Standing there were Naruto and Hanayata, looking like they just woke up. Where were you two? Asked Anko, knowing what they must have been off doing. At the question they both blushed and looked down at the ground. Anko walked up to Hanayata and bent down to whisper in her ear, so how was he? Hinata turned as red as apple, then looked right up into Anko's eyes and said in the most courageous voice she could, I never knew they could be so big and a guy could be that flexible and long-lasting. At that Anko looked at Naruto, then looked down to stare at the zipper of his pants. Naruto covered it with his hands and blushed. Anko pried her eyes off her student zipper and stared back at the two blushing teens. Our rooms are at the top of the stairs, boys on the right, girls on the left. We start training tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. The two looked at Anko and walked up the stairs, separating at the top after a quick kiss into their own rooms. X, 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 Hinata. Hinata walked into the room with her eyes closed and humming in satisfaction. She closed the door behind her and spun around laughing. Sounds like you two did more than walk. Turning around, she saw that she was not alone in the room. Around her were all the other girls. She looked at Anko, wondering how she was here when she saw her downstairs. She was about to ask when Anko said shadow clone. Hinata nodded and then blushed. Alexander looked at her and smiled. So tell us, how was it? Hinata was worried that maybe she should not say anything. She looked up to Kuranai, whom she thought of as a mother. She looked kind of upset and looked like she was going to go scream at someone, so Hinata decided to share. It was all I ever wanted. I got to show Naruto my love and full. Hinata said with a smile. So he made you do it. He forced you to have sex with him, Hinata, said a pissed off and paranoid Kuranai. She stomped to the door and threw it open, crossing to the boys' room and throwing it open. No, I wanted to do it, exclaimed a worried Hinata. She looked round the room and could not find him. She looked at her team and asked in an evil voice, where is he? They all pointed at the bathroom door in the corner. She walked over to it and kicked it in. Standing there in nothing but a pair of boxers was who she thought was Naruto. She paled at seeing him without a shirt on. There looked to be scars riddling his back. There was what looked like words branded and what looked like moving tail tattoos spread across his back. Naruto turned and she paled even further when she saw his chest that was even worse than his back. He walked over and calmly shut the door. Kuranai walked back over to sit on the bed in the room. After a good 5 minutes he came out of the bathroom in his shirt and a pair of shorts. He looked over at Kuranai and smiled sadly. If you want to hear the story behind what you saw, Sensei, then I asked Akiba and Sasu leave the room. Kuranai nodded and looked over at the two boys. You two leave the room, go downstairs, and do something. Do not come near this room till we say so or come out. Fiba and Sasu clicked at their sensei. Then Sasu spoke up, why do we have to leave? I want to see what you saw, and why does Shino get to stay? Kiba nodded in agreement. The Ruda stood up and looked at them. You two do not know me or like me enough for me to trust you with my secrets. As for Shino, I trust him. I have a right to know anything you know, Dobe. I am an Achar, an elite, and any secret you have can be of use to me. He turned to sit down, when he was pulled off his feet and thrown out the door. When he landed, he turned back to see Alexandra where he used to be. She looked over at Kiba and asked in a menacing voice, you want to go for a ride or walk out yourself? Kiba walked out the door grumbling about not getting to hear anything. Alexandra picked up a chimera and handed him to the dog boy and take your little dog too. That being said, she slammed the door, then put her hands on the front, and after a second a red shimmer appeared over the door, then disappeared. That will make sure no one interrupts us, said Alexandra as she walked back and sat next to Kurunai on the bed. Naruto walked into the middle of the room and looked around at where everyone was. Shino was standing to the right of the bed while Kurunai, Alexandra and Anko were sitting on the bed. Hinata was standing next to him and Ino was on the left side of the bed. He looked at each one of them in turn and then focused on Shino. How long have you known about me, Shino? Shino looked at him, then answered in his usual emotionless tone, since I started school with you. Naruto nodded, still looking at him. You were one of the only person that sat next to me throughout our school years. Sometimes you even got up and moved to sit next to me on some of my worst days. Once I even remember, after what I am about to show you, you came to my apartment because I was not at school for a week. For that, Shino, I thank you more than you can ever know. Naruto walked up to the bug boy, as he was called by those who did not understand him, and hugged him. Shino stiffened at the contact but loosened up after a minute. Naruto backed away from him and bowed. You are a good friend of mine, and for what kindness you have showed me, my clan will always be there to help you and yours. The Nada stood up and walked up to Kurunai. Before we talk about what you saw, let me tell you something. For an eye, I asked him to make love to me. I was not tricked. He did not want to at first, but I begged him and he did it for me. Do not worry, I used the birth control jutsu we are taught in school in the Kaneichi only classes. He told me that he would not do it because he was scared I would get pregnant and ruin my life with his baby. Kurunai looked from Hinata to Naruto, then back. Kurunai-sensei, I love Hinata. She is the first person I have ever loved. I want her happy, and that is what made her happy. I just had to make sure that I would not ruin her life. Kurunai nodded to him and smiled, happy that her ex-student was happy and that man she loved was considerate to her life and feelings. Naruto then looked over at his peers and said with a sad voice, I will show you what Kurunai saw and explain it. At that, he lifted his shirt, and everyone in the room who had never seen his chest before, and even some that had, gasped. The room was silent as his shirt was pulled from his body and placed on the ground. He looked around to see the faces of the only people in the area that he trusted and that trusted him. He looked at each of them and turned, starting with Hinata. She showed no change in color or in composure, but he was not surprised. She had seen and touched the show. She just looked at him with a hungry look, like he was a drug and she needed a fix. He smiled at her and continued on. He looked over to his one true male friend. Shino, for the life of him, still had on his neutral face, but you could see that he was drastically paler and you could hear a faint buzzing noise coming from him. Naruto looked down to see his longtime friend clutching his hand tightly to the point of it turning a slight purple. Looking back up to his face, he saw something that he never thought he would see from Aburam, a single tear rolling down his face. He nodded and continued to the next person. He turned to look over to see his flaming-haired fox. She had a look on her face that could only be described as a face of pain and true sadness. He walked up to her and pulled her down so he could whisper in her ear, "We will talk later, okay?" He let her go and looked her in the eyes. She nodded to him and he kissed her on the forehead. When he turned to walk back, he heard someone fall. He turned around to see Ino on her knees crying and seeing something low in a quick fashion. Naruto walked over to her and kneeled before her, that is when he could hear what she was saying. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He grabbed her chin and lifted it up so he could see into her eyes. After a second of eye contact, she looked away again and pulled her knees to her chest. She started to rock back and forth, saying the same thing and crying. I know you have nothing to be sorry for. You have never hurt me. At those words she got loaded and saying she was sorry. He looked over at Alexandra and said in a sad voice, take her into the bathroom and tell her slowly about some of the things. When I am done I will knock on the door and then talk to her myself, okay? Alexandra nodded and then walked up to Ino, and Gentle picked her up. When she was about to enter, Naruto heard Ino say, I do not deserve him. Then the door closed and he felt a barrier go up. He turned back to the others in the room with a sad smile on his face. He looked over at the last two people he had not looked at to see looks of pain on their faces. Anko could not believe that her student had so many scars and burns on his body. She had interrogated people and killed them by doing less. She was also shocked to see that he had more scars than her mentor Ibiki. Her and I, on the other hand, had never seen anything like it. He looked like he had been diced up and fried. How could anyone survive something like that and still be sane? Naruto looked at each of them and turned again and then started to spec. Since the age of 2 I have been beaten, stabbed, branded, skinned, poisoned, and raped among other things. At the word raped, everyone in the room turned a little green. Let me tell you all now that I can heal almost any wound within minutes if not seconds. He took out a kunai and sliced a back of his arm, letting the ruby liquid well up and drip out. He waited a minute or two, then took a cloth and wiped the blood off. He showed the audience his arm that was now clean and slice-free. He then explained to them that after years of him healing from beatings that the villagers started to experiments to see what could leave a scar on his super healing body. He told them about the villagers' different attempts using everything from bleach to manure. Then one day one thought about salt and burning them before the healing could begin. That had been the ticket, as they soon discovered. He then told them about the branding, about how the men who had did it had been people he knew and trusted. Naruto explained that he had gotten home late one night when he was 8 and was heading to bed. He heard a knock on the door and went to answer it to find his neighbor and 2 men that would sell him clothes and food at good prices. He invited them in and was asking them questions when his neighbor had grabbed him and throw him on the floor. He then explained that 2 of the men held him down as his neighbor took out the special brands and made them white hot with a fire jutsu. They then branded him to the point that they were siring the bones on his back. They then flipped him over onto his devastated back and held him down hard as they branded the front. He talked about the men then, when finished, pouring salt into the wounds and then pissing on him. They left him there to sit covered in salt and piss as they destroyed his apartment and burned his 2 only possessions, a book on the bugs of Konoha and a stuffed frog he got on his 8th birthday from 2 random people. As he told them about those gifts, he cried for the first time in the whole speech. Shino and Hana knew what he was talking about because they were the ones who got the gifts for him. It made them both sad and happy that he remembered but had lost the gifts. Naruto continued on about how no one had found him for close to 3 days. He then went off into the story they were all afraid and also could not wait to hear. He told them how that one day when he was 9, a woman from at a local store had asked him if he would like to come out with him and meet her daughter who was around his age and have dinner with him. He explained to his listeners that when he got to her house and he met her daughter who was a fellow ninja and training. At this they all gasped. Someone's mother that they knew had raped their friend. This was kind of scary, for the men were wondering who was this mother. Naruto continued on to say that it started to rain and she asked him to spend the night. He agreed, thinking that this woman maybe would take him in and be his mom. She sent her daughter to bed saying that I was going to sleep on the couch. She brought me to a room and said I was going to sleep with her. I thought that it was okay. She was going to treat me like a son. She brought me into the room and told me to lay on the bed and close my eyes and I would get a big surprise. They looked at him wondering how he could stand there, showing no emotion and say all this. Hinata was worried that he would break down soon or go into a depression. I did as she told me to, and after a few minutes I felt things tied to my wrists and then my ankles. She told me to open my eyes, and I did, to find her standing before me naked and myself chained to the bed. She tore off my clothes and she did it. She raped me laughing, saying that she would have a child with a bloodline. She laughed as I cried and begged her to stop. She said that I would give her the power to make her clan strong and powerful. After a few hours, she throw me from her house. She calls me names and pretends like nothing happened, so I guess no, baby. Hinata was on her knees crying her eyes out. She stood and walked to him, grabbing him. She hugged him to her. After a good few minutes she pulled back and looked him in the eyes with a look that could kill a grizzly bear in its tracks. Tell me who she is so I can kill her. The riddle looked at her and smiled. He bent down and kissed her. Thank you, but I will take care of it, okay? He then looked around to see murder's looks coming from the whole room. I will not tell you her name. I told myself I would kill her myself one day. They eased up a little but still looked mad as hell. He then told them about the rest of his life, about the looks, the violence, and being alone. How he was told about the Kai Ruby and how he killed the old woman, and how he decided and set out to accomplish his suicide. He walked up to Anko after putting his shirt on. He knelt before her and hugged her. She was surprised but hugged him back. You picked me up and took me to the hospital. You brought me my Hinata to me. For that I will always be in your department. If you ever want or need anything I will give to you or get it if it is within my power. He then bowed before her, raised up and kissed her forehead. Anko was shocked and blushed a whole new shade of red. For one ninja to give their department to another was like getting marriage, and that it is a vow, one that will be there all your life till paid. She could ask for his life, for him to be her slave, and he would have to do it or be dishonored forever. She had never had a department like this given to her, though she had given it to the Hokage when he spared her. She looked at him and nodded. He then turned to the bathroom and walked to it. Before he reached it, he turned back and smiled at them. I am going to talk to Ino. You guys can talk to yourselves and ask Alexandra any questions you need answered within reason. She knows all of my secrets. He turned back around and knocked. The door opened to show Alexandra with a slight frown and no sign of Ino. He walked past Alexandra to see Ino in the tub. He turned his head and looked at Alexandra. How far did you tell her? Alexandra looked at him and smiled. I just told her all of it, but did not mention the woman's name. The whole time she sat there saying she was sorry. The riddle nodded and smiled at her. Answer any questions they want except who you are and the name of the woman. Also, please, would you put a barrier up when I shut the door? She nodded and walked out the door. He walked over to Ino and sat on the floor next to the tub. He smiled and looked at her, and the tub curled in a ball shacking. He could see her tears and said, I love you, Ino. Yamanaka. She stopped shacking and looked up into his eyes. He leaned in and kissed her, making it soft, but putting as much love as he could into it. She hugged him to her and cried even harder. You should not love me, you big baka. I used to think you were stupid, that you never knew pain, 'cause you were always so happy, and I used to say such mean things to you. He smiled and laughed. It is okay, Ino. Do you know will help with my pain and yours? What I will do anything Naruto can. I want to make you feel no pain. If I could, I would do anything for you to never feel pain again. She said in the most sincere voice he had heard. Tell me you love me and that you want to be with me forever, like I want to be with you. He said, stroking her cheek, smiling his goofy grin. She jumped at immense, started kissing every inch of his face he could. She pulled back with a laughing Naruto smiling up at her. I will be with you now and always, and know that I have loved you since you took me in. He smiled and struck her cheek. Let's go back out to the others and talk, okay? Ino smiled a devious manner and said, why not test out this barrier? She said, wiggling her eyebrows. Naruto laughed and smiled. Is that what you want? Our first time in a bathroom in someone else's house. She looked at him for a second, then nodded. Let's have some fun, lover boy. said Hino as she snaked her hand down his pants. Did he ever tell anyone what happened after his encounter with a woman? Asked Shino. He never told anyone because he stopped trusting anyone. He felt that if he told anyone that the person would get a slap on the wrist, then sent back out to do it again. Does he see this monster often? Asked Kuranai. He sees her from time to time. She is considered a big person in the village and part of a clan of merchants. The Nada thought about it for a minute. A merchant Wo's daughter went to school with us. She continued to ponder on that while others asked questions. Since you came to the village, have you met this thing? And if so, why did you not attack her? Asked Anko. She sighed and looked at them. I have had the displeasure of meeting her on one occasion. The reason I did nothing is cause I know he has to finish her himself. He needs to slay his monster, it will haunt him forever. Anko nodded, finding the answer satisfactory. She knew what it was like to need to slay a monster that has wronged you. After about 20 minutes of asking questions from things like how long have you known Naruto, to why do you call him master, the door to the bathroom opened to spewed forth the wet and disheveled forms of Ino and Naruto. Ino walked out with a smile that the sun-cold drivel and Naruto had a slight grin on as, well, they walked to the bed and sat down holding hands the whole time. Hey guys, did you all got your answer? They looked around to see them all nodding. How about we all go get some sleep? We could use it. They all nodded and stood up. Naruto went to the door and opened it. Standing there was a fairly good-looking woman tending to what looked like a stunned or unconscious Kiba and Sasuke. Naruto looked at the young lady and smiled as she turned to look to them. Hello Amam. Thank you for taking care of my very stupid teammates, said Naruto. She smiled back at Immense, said no problem, you must be one of the last two teammates that had not made it. Naruto nodded. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am part of Team 7. She looked at him for a second, then smiled. I am Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, and somewhere around is my son Inari. It is a pleasure to meet you, and please take care of my team, and Kurunai-san says as well. He then did a low bow. What is the least I could do for what you are doing for my father? She set an upbeat tone. Tsunami, do you happen to have another free room? Asked Naruto. Yes, there is. Would you like to use it? She asked. Yes, please. My team, I think, would prefer to stay close together. She stood up and asked him to follow her. He followed her to the end of the hall and into the door there. It was a smaller room but big enough for the team. This is great. Thank you so much. She nodded and turned to leave when she got to the door and turned back around. I came up to tell you all that dinner is ready if you like to eat something. That would be well appreciated. Thank you again for being so hospitable to our teams. Do not thank me, like I said before, this is the least I can do, she said smiling. He nodded and took off his bag and put it on the bed. That is when he felt a pair of arms circle around his waist. He smiled and leaned back into the embrace. He heard the door shut then and smiled. So Alexandra, you feel like talking now, or would you like to wait? She smiled and bent down to nuzzle into his neck. Master, you are truly amazing. He smiled at that and laughed a little. Can I ask you something? Do you ask me any question or to do anything and I will do it, master, she said, further nuzzling his neck. Why do you love me? Is it 'cause you feel bad? He said emotionally. She stepped back, still holding him. I love you 'cause you are everything I want in a man. I am your willing slave to pay for the pain I have caused you. I love you 'cause you forgave me after everything that happened and that you still let me out, and am letting me get my revenge after I hurt you so bad, she said with a tear of red in her eyes. He turned in her arms and brought her face down to his and kissed the blood tear away, then kissed her a soft, passionate touch of the lips. He then looked her in the eyes and smiled. I love you. Her heart stopped. He loved her back. She thought that he would never love her, but he said it. She felt like she could fly, like nothing in this world could stop the joy she was feeling. Her knees wobbled and she fell to them. He kneeled down in front of her and she cried openly. Red trails of blood fell down her face and she smiled big. Thank you, thank you, thank you, master. I love you so much. She then started kissing him over and over. Naruto laughed and smiled at her. Not now, let's go eat then, I want to take you somewhere. She nodded and got up. Wiping the trail of bloody tears from her cheek and eyes, they walked out of the room, then made their way down the stairs to the dining area to see that everyone was there. Even Sasuke and Kiba. They walked over to the opposite side of the table of the two and took seats next to Nada. As they were eating, Naruto looked across the table to see a little boy of no more than 8 staring at him. Naruto made eye full contact with the boy and smiled. "You must be an Ori. My name is Naruto." The Nari just stared at him for a few seconds, then continued eating. Naruto turned his head to look at Tazuna and Tsunami to see them both shaking their head. He turned back to the boy and smiled again. "You do not have to worry, we will keep your grandpa safe." At this the boy stood and walked out of the room. "What's up his ass?" said Naruto. Tsunami looked out the room towards her son with a sad smile. "He lost his father to Gotho's men about a year ago. They killed him in front of Inari and I in the village before they hung him out as a reminder to those who wish to fight back." Naruto looked at the sad woman. "I am sorry to hear that, but it gives him no reason to act the way he is. He should be acting strong, as I am sure his father would want. The nothing of my father and the pain we have gone through." Inari walked back into the room with a look of hate on his face and walked right up to Naruto. "You do not know what it is like to go hungry cause someone else has taken you money, your food and your home. He lived on a street for a whole month till Grandpa found this old house and fixed it. You have no idea how that is like. I have been hurt by these men before they broke my arm and leg after my father died," he said, now screaming at him. Naruto just nodded and stood up. He began to walk to the door when he heard Inari say something that broke his concentration on leaving the house before he lost it. "You have no idea what it is like to lose family. You must have been sheltered your whole life. Probably don't even have a scratch on you. The demon that works for Gato will change that cause you are all going to die." At that, Naruto lost it. He disappeared and reappeared holding Inari by the neck off the ground, making him face to face with Naruto. "You know nothing of me and of demons, boy. I knew pain from the day I was born and will know until the day I die." At that, Naruto dropped him and ran out the door. Alex and Rag had up and ran after him, leaving everyone alone in the house to talk. The gang at the house. Inari stood and stared at the ninjas. Diarati probably wanted to look cool for the girls. At that, there was a scraping noise and Inari looked over to see the soft-looking girl walk over to him. She knelt down in front of him and pushed his hair out of his eyes. He looked into her eyes to see red pupils, eyes with the veins on the side of her head bulging. He smiled at him and noticed that her canines were long and sharp. She raised her hand and brought it down with unbelievable force on his cheek. He turned to look at her again and she smacked him again. After the 4th time, he grabbed her and pulled her back. "Diarati, lucky I stopped her. She could kill you on a good day, but you just made it a bad one. Why is she so angry? I only said the truth. Look at him, he has not a scratch on him other than the marks on his cheeks," said the extremely red-faced child as his mother knelt down to look him over. He looked over to the other ninja to see that the boy with glasses was not moving but staring at him, and that the red-eyed woman was holding back the purple-haired one. He looked confused about why they were acting this way. Then he heard someone coming down the stairs. He looked over to see the other 2 boys come down. "Where did the dope go? He must be out crying somewhere," said Sasuke. "But that will give me time to make Hinata my bitch," said Kiba. There was a crash as Hinata broke free and ran up the stairs. She grabbed onto Kiba and threw him through a window leading outside. Not far behind him was Ino, who grabbed Sasuke and punched him square in the jaw, then tossed him out the door. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Naruto. Naruto ran into the woods trying to get as far as he could before he lost control. He made it a few miles before he fell to the ground before a small pond. Looking into the water, he saw that his eyes were red, but not the normal red they had. A black slit pupil. His whisker marks had darkened and his canines had grown almost to his chin. The villagers were right in the monster. He turned at hearing dry leaves rustling to a smack in the face. He snarled and jumped at the person. They wrestled on the ground, fighting for who would be on top. They rolled and twisted until Naruto got on top and pinned the person to the ground. Why did you hit me? He looked into the person's eyes to see Alexandra's beautiful red eyes staring back. There were red tracks of blood tears on her cheeks. He looked at her and saw something he never thought a demon could feel pain. She reached out and touched his cheek. You are in such pain, master. I felt it as if it were my own. I have never known true pain of the heart, but watching you cry and hearing you call yourself a monster, it hurt more than any physical wound could. He reached out with his hand and touched her face. He bent down and licked the blood tears from her cheek. She shivered a little at the touch of his tongue to her cheeks. She reached up with both hands and grabbed his face. She brought him to eye level. You are not a monster, master. You are angel, a troop, your soul among those so foul. You have been so strong and been through so much pain, yet you never attacked back. You are my one and only love and the only person I shall ever deem worthy to call master. At that being said, she kissed him, pour all the love and need that she held in herself. He was shocked at the power of her kiss. It was a true soul-searing kiss, the likes of which he had never felt before. Take me, master. Make me yours and only yours. X, 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 co-X across. Looked worried after see how bad they had beat the other two boys. He took a step back from the two and fell into armchair. Are you going to hurt me too? Anata looked pissed still, but her eyes were back to their lavender color. The two sat on the couch across from the little boy. The two looked at the boy in the eyes, then began to talk. Anata looked at him, blinked, then said, I will not apologize for hitting you. You overstepped yourself in what you said. You are very lucky, though, that it was me and not one of the others. What do you mean I was lucky? You hit me, said enraged and Ari. Let me tell you that if Narita would have lost it here, you would be really hurt. The same thing would have happened, if not worse, if Alexander would have been here. Anko would have made you bleed, so would I have, and Shino would have would have scared you if Anata had not hit him with a duk and strike on the neck that cut the tide of his little friend, said Ino. The Nari looked shocked. Would they really have hurt him that bad for say the truth about the blonde idiot? That boy you just sent out in a rage is the man I have loved as far back as I can remember. He is a fountain of what true pain is. You bitch about how you lost your dad. Well, he had no one. No mother to hold him when he cried or was hurt, and no father to teach him things like ride a bike, to swim, or anything. You see, in our village he is treated as nothing but something evil. Many children are told to stay away from him cause he is bad, said Hanayata. That is terrible, said Tsunami. You have no idea. He has had some terrible things happen to him, said Kuranai. Yes, I did. They all turned to see Naruto standing there with Alexander smiling wider than seemed humanly possible. He walked in and sat between the two girls on the couch. Alexandra walked over and laid across their laps. Hanayata smiled and struck her hair while Ino messaged her calves. She purred and turned on her stomach. Shino, would you please pick up the retard twins and take them upstairs? Keep a bug on the men, tell me when they wake up, said Naruto. Naruto made a clone and helped Shino bring the idiots to their room. When the clone dispelled, he waited for Shino to return. After everyone was seated around couch, Naruto began to spec. I was born the day the Kyuubi attacked my village. I am told I was orphaned that same night. My father dies fighting the so-called beast, and my mother was reported to have dies giving birth to me, but the part of the hospital she was in was destroyed and her body never recovered. After some things happened, I was placed in orphanage. I spent about 4 years in said orphanage, being fed little, hit often, and given little to no real care for 4 years. At this, Tsunami looked really uncomfortable, and so did Tazuna. He guessed that the mistreatment of kids did not sit well with them. How old are you, Inari? Asked Naruto. They made going to be 9 in a few months. Okay. At the age of 5, I was kicked out for defending another little girl there. They throw me on the street and told me to never come back. All I had was the clothes on my back. I lived on the street till I was 7. On the street I was beaten by people, yelled at for nothing, and ate out of garbage cans. I was all alone, not a friend in the world, and no one to turn to. On my 7th birthday I was beaten so bad a passing Umbu took me to the hospital, where they refused me help, so the Umbu threatened them. They took me in, and that Umbu went back and told the Hokage, our village leader. When he came to see me, they told him I had check out and I was perfectly fine. A day later they found me in alley, but the bad part was all my bones had healed wrong. They brought me straight to him this time. He took me to the hospital, found the people that left me out, and I never saw them again. After that, I was given apartment. The room was silent, they had never heard of something so evil. He looked at Ino and asked for her hand. He gave it to him and he pulled out a kunai. He looked at her and she nodded. He cut her hand, then put his hand on the table. I need to show you that I am different than most shinobi. He brought the kunai up and stabbed right through his hand. There was a scream and a gasp from the ones who had not seen what had happened to him earlier. He pulled the kunai out and looked through the whole ride at Inari, the showed Tsunami and Tazuna. He then brought it up to Inari, who was turning green, and stuck his finger through it and poked him in the nose. He then closed his hand and told them to count to 20. When they reached 20, he opened his hand and it was healed. They were shocked and amazed. I heal faster than any known ninja in Konoha history. He looked at them, then started to talk again. On my 8th birthday I was hurt worse than I ever had physically, but I will not tell you about that. I think that is enough. I got to tell you, Inari, never say you had it so bad. There is always someone worse out there. At that he got up and walked to the stairs. I am going to bed. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. They all got up and walked to their rooms. The girl stayed with him while Anko stayed with Kuranai. The two senseis decided that they would start them training tomorrow for their future fight with a missing men. They knew that it would be a very tiring day tomorrow. Naruto woke up to a feeling of warmth on his sides and back. He opened his eyes to see a mop of red hair on his face. He smiled and tried to move his arms, but couldn't do it due to the 2 weights on his arms. He smiled as he started to wiggle his fingers. After a minute, he heard giggling, then a few seconds later full-blown laughter. Okay, come up, said who he thought was Ino on his right. Naruto Kanet was not nice, said a sleepy-sounding Hinata. He let out a small AF, then leaned up and kissed Alexandra on the cheek. She turned her face into his and started to kiss him back. She started to move her hands down his sides as he brought his to her hips. It was then that he noticed she was naked. Clothes, Alexandra. What if someone walked in? They would say, what a lucky bastard you are, she said with a smile. Naruto smiled and sat up while pushing Alexandra up as well. Come on everyone, up and get down for breakfast. After a quick shower and a new change of clothes, he headed down to get some food. As he made it to the stairs, he could see everyone sitting down and eating. As he walked up to the group, he was all smiles and took a seat between Hinata and Alexandra. How is everyone this morning? He looked around the table and got nods from some, and others stated good, except for the 2 beat-up boys at the table who did not reply. After about 30 minutes, Anko called both groups of Janine into the front yard. As they formed into their teams on the lawn, Anko began to talk. Now that you are all lined up, I need to ask what your team can do. Kurenai, Anko said. Burinai walked up to her team and asked each of them to give their names and what their skills were as a ninja. She pointed at Sasuke first. I am not telling them anything. Why should I give them knowledge of myself when I know nothing about them? Said Sasuke in a demanding voice. Anko smiled and disappeared. She reappeared behind Sasuke and cut his cheek, then licked it. After a minute she turned around and spit it out. That is the worst tasting blood ever. The team began to laugh at this till she turned back to them and they were quiet. She turned back to Team Aid and looked at the Asia. You will do as I say or I will write this up as insubordination on a now rank mission, which I can kill you for right now, with no ramifications under Kanahala. It does not matter if you are the last of anything. You will do as I say or you will be tied up and left in your room for the remainder of the mission at the very least. Now answer what I ask of you, Janine. Sasuke did not spec for a full minute sizing the special Jonin up. Then began to answer. My name is Sasuke and I am a salt fighter. I use my family's fighting style of the intercepting fist and will one day hold the Shuriken. My clan to jutsu. I usually use fire jutsu. Anko nodded and pointed at Kiba. My name is Kiba in Yuzuka and I am a salt and tracker nin. I use the dog's Fong fighting style and with my partner Akamaru, we can track and incapacitate opponents with our teamwork. She moved her finger on the last member of the team. My name is Shino Abaram and I am a tracker and long range. I use the destruction bugs that were colonized in my body to scout and weaken opponents through their abilities to devour most substances but most chakra. After that Anko took up a thinking pose for a few minutes, then spoke. What chakra control exercises do you three know? Shino and Kiba said they knew tree climbing and were learning the water walking. Sasuke said he knew none of them. Anko looked dumbfounded. Okay, you two will go practice the water walking with Hinata's help, and Sasuke will go with Alexandra to start tree climbing. Ino will come with me to learn more of my taijutsu, and Kuranai will go with Naruto and help him with the different types of jinjitsu. At this Kiba smiled, knowing he would have some alone time with Hinata, and Sasuke smiled. For similar reason for his time alone with Alexandra. Oh, and ladies, if they give you a hard time, hurt them. Be nice till you feel that they have overdone it, then do what you have to. Anko said with a huge smile. The two girls nodded and walked off with their students to an area equipped with what they needed. The two small groups disappeared. Naruto smiled at Ino, then walked off with Kuranai to learn more about jinjitsu, but Alexandra, Bex, etc. made it to a small clearing with many large trees. Alexandra stopped and pointed to a tree. You will climb that tree without using your hands. Sasuke looked at her. How do you expect me to do that? You will push chakra into your feet. If you add too much, you go flying to little you. You fall and go boom. She said, smiling. Sasuke got to work and after 20 minutes stopped and walked up to the redhead. Why are you with the dobe? You could be with me and be treated as a queen and have anything you want, said Sasuke in a superior tone. But I want is to survive my master and to love him forever, to make him the happiest person in the universe. She said, why not have me as your master? He does not deserve such a beauty as you. Only I can make you happy. Plus I want you and I always get what I want, even if I have to destroy the dobe to get it, said Sasuke in a strong demanding tone. She looked at him for a second then started to laugh. You think you can destroy my master? He would kill you faster than you could blink. He is stronger than any Gen and many tuna. Plus I love him. I don't even like you, she said with a snicker. That dobe will never be stronger than me, elite. He is just an idiot who got lucky and got that sword and you as his whore. He probably has no idea how to please you or any woman. But do not worry, I will take it all away from him myself or get the council to do it for me, he said with a snicker of his own. And a second Sasuke was slammed against the tree he had been using. First of all, I am no one's whore and neither are the others. Second, he is smarter than you or by a long shot. Third, he is a man among men. He can do things with his body to mind that I have never seen or heard of. Finally, if I ever think you are going to even hurt my master, I will go out, kill your brother and lay him before you, she said, starting with a sneer and ending in a huge smile. She let him go and walked back to the tree she was under. You have been warned. Now get back to work. But Hinata, Etch etch sech 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 sech. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba walked for a short distance to a good-sized river. Hinata pointed out, "Across the river you will meet me over there." She then walked across the water as if she were still on the land. After 30 minutes Shino had made it across and back 11 times. They sat watching Kiba fall into the water over and over again. After another 10 Hinata got up and walked out to him. "What you need to do, Kiba, is change the current of the chakra at your feet. It has to move with the water, but also float on it." Kiba just looked at her, not paying attention to what she said. After a minute Kiba reached his hand out like he was asking for help out of the water. Hinata, being the nice person she was, reached down to help him up when he pulled her down to try for a kiss. When she noticed he was bringing her down farther than needed, she pulled her other hand around and punched him in the jaw, putting as much chakra as she could into it. The result was Kiba laying in the water face down, moving downstream. Hinata walked back to the side of the river, smacking her hands together to get the Kiba off her. She looked down at the dog standing next to Shino. "He won't do that again. Don't worry though, Heli, they're drowned or washed up on shore." But Naruto stood in front of Kuranai looking on, waiting for instruction, cause no matter what, when it was learning new things, he was still that little boy who itched to learn about being a ninja. "Okay, Kuranai-sensei, what kind of jinjitsu are you going to teach me?" Kuranai smiled. She had finally found someone who was truly interested in jinjitsu, someone who she can share her vast knowledge on the subject. "What I am going to teach you, Naruto, is the 4 types of jinjitsu." "There are 4 types. I thought it was just one," said a slightly confused Naruto. "No, there are 4. The first is Nightmare Jinjitsu. This type is used as a scare tactic, a way of showing what they are truly scared of. This type is not usually used in combat, but when it is used to see how strong the opponent is based on how quick they break it. I think it will be different with you, cause yours seem to not be breakable as far as I know." Naruto nodded. The second type is Dream Jinjitsu. Much like the first, it is not used in battle a lot, but can be. With Dream Jinjitsu you can show someone their greatest wish, desire, the one thing they want above all else. The most effective way I have found this is to change your image in their mind, to fit someone they love or lost. It will be harder for them to attack someone they love. Naruto smiled at that. He thought the Dream Jinjitsu would be more fun for pranks. The third type are called Perception Jinjitsu. These jinjitsu are used in combat the most. They are used to change something in the way your opponent perceives things. It could be the movement of the kunai being thrown or even the feel of the wind around them. The smallest change with this type of jinjitsu could win a battle. Naruto nodded. She made it sound like it was the best so far of the types. The final type is Physical types. This by far is the hardest of the 4. You can with this type actually make an opponent believe that they are hurt or hurt worse than they are. But in jutsu you are changing the way and how of chakra flow through the brain with enough knowledge on how the chakra pathways work in the brain. You can make them feel the pain they have already to double or even triple. You could make a cut feel like a deep gash or a headache feel like their head will explode. Naruto just stared at her. He thought that jinjitsu were only illusions, but this made it feel like it should be a more sought-after field. In all of his wisdom, Naruto could only think of one thing to say: cool. Kuranai smiled at that. "Okay, so what I need you to do is try the first 3 on me, then I will help you with the 4th. Naruto nodded, then activated his Shikigin. But Ino and Anko, X, 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 X. Ino and Anko were sparing with quick intervals of stopping so Anko could show Ino something new. or correct an error made in her form. Okay, Ino, let's take a break. Okay, sensei. Ino ran over to the side of the under a tree and plopped down. After a minute, Ino came by and joined her. They sat quietly under the tree for 5 minutes till Ino spoke up. Have you ever been in love, sensei? She asked. Enko looked over at her student with a sad expression. Once, a long time ago. It was more like puppy love, really. Who was it, sensei? It was my old sensei, or Akamaru. Before I found out he was a true evil bastard. She said with a sad tone. That is okay, sensei. I understand that, in a sense. I thought I was in love with Sasu, until I took a closer look at everything. I found that I was in love with a selfish, arrogant little boy with a god complex. When I started to see Naruto really see him, I saw some of me and also something else, something more, she said with a smile. Anko got a devilish smirk on her face at the mention of her male student. So tell me, Ino, how is he? Ino looked off into the distance with a smile on her face and a pink hug on her cheeks. He is the most loving man I have ever met. He holds me to him and I feel like nothing can hurt me. The soft brush of his lips on mine drives me crazy. He makes my body go ablaze with a touch of a finger and a batting of eye. But the best part about him is he sees me as equal, and that even though during our childhood I used him to make myself feel better, he forgives me. I would do anything anywhere for him if he only hinted at it. Anko was shocked at such a declaration. She had never heard of a man being so passionate, caring, and so forgiving. Do you love him? Ino looked at her sensei and smiled. I do, more than anything. If something were to happen to him, I would die. Anko nodded and looked out towards the sun. She was wondering what it felt like to be loved, to be held in the embrace of someone that loved you for you and not just the way you looked. Sensei. Yes, Ino, she said, still staring off. You do know that he loves you, right? That Naruto wants you, said Ino while watching her sensei's expressions. Anko looked over to the blonde with a weird expression. Why would he love the snake whore of Konoha? Why would a man with 3 beautiful women want a whore to be with? She asked with a straight face. I do not believe you a whore, sensei, you just like to act a part. I don't believe Naruto thinks so either. For the why, I do not know, ask him, she said with a smile. They sat there for another few minutes. Then Enko got up. Okay, time to continue. For days later, XXX, X, 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 X. Naruto sat on the couch and Tezuna's waiting to midnight to roll around. He looked at the clock to see that his was only about 10 and he was alone in the living room due to everyone else going to bed. As he sat there think about what he was going to say to Haku, he never noticed his sensei walking down the stairs. Naruto, what are you doing up? Said Enko. Naruto looked up to see Enko in what could only be a long shirt and God knows what else. He smiled at her with a light dusting of pink on his cheeks. I am waiting, sensei. For what? She said, confused. I have a meeting tonight with a hunter nin that helps Abusa. I made them offer to come to the Leaf and join us, he said with a smile. Why did you not tell me? She asked, sounding lightly hurt. Naruto exhaled and looked his sensei in the eyes. 'Cause I did not want to get anyone hopes up or be shot down before they had a chance to answer. That was not your choice, she said. I know, but they do not seem so bad and I thought they could do with a second chance, he said, smiling. Enko nodded and sat down next to him. After a few minutes, Naruto got up and walked up to the door. I need some, sir, so I am going for a walk. Would you like to join me, sensei? He said, looking back and reaching his hand out with a smile. Enko looked up to his hand, then to his face and into his eyes that twinkled with such life. She reached out her hand and when they touched she felt warm. It was a sensation she had never felt in her life. As she stood up she kept a hold on his hand. As they walked out the door into the night air, Enko felt a new feeling than she ever had. She felt more alive, more free. They walked a little ways to a tree by the waterfront. When they reached it, Naruto sat down and Enko sat next to him. Enko says, "You're in love with me." Naruto looked into Enko's eyes at this and smiled. "Shush, right I am." Benko looked into his crystal blue orbs, looking for any weakness in that statement, and was truly shocked to find none. "How can you love me? You know who my old sensei was. So who cares? You know I hold the Kai Ruby, yet you do not turn away or say or do anything about it. I love you because you are smart, funny, and treat me well. You are the first person that from the get-go treat me like you do any other person. Not even Aruka did that. I love you, Enko, 'cause we both know what is like to be hurt by those we are meant to protect." Benko looked at him for a second, then looked away out to the water. "What about your other girls? What will they say? They know already. They do not care. Do you really care if you love someone and know that he will still love you too if it means your true shot at love? Real love?" he said, turning her to look at him. "I guess not. What makes you think I want to even try? Maybe I want to be alone forever," she said with a neutral expression on her face. Naruto smiled at that. "Everyone deserves a shot at love. If you want to be alone, I will let you. But I will make a deal with you." Benko looked at him for a second, then nodded. "Okay. What is it?" Naruto smiled. "Gotcha. I was told by the girls that they knew I was there. One, the first time I kissed them, 'cause they said it felt like their hearts were going to explode. If you don't feel that when I kiss you, I will never bring it up again, okay? I swear on my Nindo." Benko looked at him, just looking into his eyes. "Fine, but it will mean nothing." Naruto leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. He put all his feelings into everything he felt for her. After a minute, he pulled back and stared into her open eyes. "So?" he said. "Sorry, nothing," she said with a neutral face. Naruto stood up and nodded. "I got to go meet Haku. I will see you later, sensei." He turned and walked away, and as he did, he let a single tear slide down his cheek. What he did not realize was that if he had turned around, he would have seen his sensei curled up in a ball, crying her eyes out. As he disappeared into the woods, he never heard her. "God, I am in love with him. I cannot get involved with him, it will only cause him more pain." In the forest behind Dazuna's house. X, 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 sex, sex, X, 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 X. Aku walked through the trees till she came to a small stream. When she looked around, she found a fallen tree and sat on it. As she sat waiting for the blonde and orange-haired ninja, she looked down to give herself a once-over. She had decided to take off her breast wrappings. For now it made moving 1,000 times more comfortable. Haku looked down to see how she filled out the beautiful pink kimono with the sky blue sandals she was wearing. She had decided to let her hair down and not wrap it up like she always did. "Why am I dressing up? Is it because he said he wanted me to? God, what is wrong with me?" She sat there waiting when she heard a slight melody flow through the forest on the wind. Look up Luja's song from Pekumen. She sat there and listened as it flowed to her. It was so sad but then more uplifting as it continued. After another few minutes, she stood to find where it was coming from. As she walked through the woods, following the stream, listening to the music as it came to a Sadaphine, she started to think of her past, a pain she felt and knew, and as it became louder and more upbeat, she thought of her time with Zebus and smiled. As she came to a clearing, she saw a tree that hung over the stream, and as she looked up, she saw a figure sitting in the tree with his back against the trunk. The moon was behind the figure, making the outline more vivid and even gave amazing beauty to the person. As the music began to crescendo, the moonlight hit the stream and sent a glow to all the water particles in the air, giving off a true show of fantasy and magic to the scene. The music stopped and the figures had turned to stare at her. Haku gazed at the person and wondered what kind of person could play something so beautiful. Who are you? She said out loud without realizing it. The figure moved its arm across its face, wiping away what she thought were tears. Then in a swirl leaves he disappeared and she felt arm wrap around her waist. The arm pulled her back into a strong body. She just stayed against a man for a minute, feeling a warmth she had not felt since her mother's death. She felt safe. Hello, Haku-chan. Haku jumped out of the stranger's arms, recognizing the voice of Naruto. Naruto-kunu scared me. Still Kuin-ha, thought Naruto with a smile. Did you like the music? You're the first person to hear it, he said with a smile. What was the instrument you were playing? Sounded so beautiful, asked Haku. Naruto pulled from his pocket what looked to be a lumpy orange potato. It's ocarina. I got it when I was 4 from my Gigi-sand. She walked up and touched his cheek, feeling the warmth wash from her hands down. Why was it so sad? What happened? 'Cause much like yours my life was a true evil deed till recently. Anko sat under the tree as she heard Naruto walk away still crying. God, I am in love with him. I cannot get involved with him, it will only cause him more pain. You lie, said a voice to her right. Anko looked up and over to see Alexandra standing there looking at her. I am not. He will only know pain if he is with me, said a red-eyed Anko. I was not talking about that part, but that is not true either. You do not love him, Alexandra said in a demanding tone. Anko stood and stomped over to her. I do love him more than I thought I could love anything or one, she said in a shout. If you really loved him you would not hide from this feeling. You would tell him no, you would scream it. 'Cause that is what love is, an emotion that cannot be contained. Alexandra said smiling. You don't get it. I am the snake whore of Konoha. I am considered the lowest of the low and the worst of the worst. We were together Dakshi's started. He would still be Naruto Uzumaki Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, considered the greatest prankster of all time and wielder of the Dijutsu the Saikigen. But all that mattered to him only second to us, including you, she said. Anko looked off for a second, staring out over the trees. Would you like to know the name of the first person Naruto ever loved in a romantic way? Asked Alexandra. Anko looked over and said, wasn't it that Sakura girl? Alexandra smiled. No, it was not her. He stayed around her for other reason. The name of the woman was Snake. Anko stiffened at that. As in the Anbua member Snake. Yes, sir. You see, she has saved Naruto countless times, more than any other agent. She was the one who killed every single assassin and person who tried to hurt Naruto during her shifts. To Naruto there was no other, she was his one and only. Anko looked at the woman in front of her like she was mad. How do you know he loved her? She asked, confused. He talked about her a lot. It was cute. He would save money up and buy her presents. He would leave them on his windowsill with a note saying to Snake, and every morning he would wake up with them gone, she said, smiling. Anko had a smile on her face and was looking out into the dark sky at the moon. She seems like a nice person. Yes, she is. I was wondering, did you keep them all? Alexandra asked. Yes, I keep them in a safe in my apartment. They are my treasures, and Anko said, then stopped and looked at her. But you know, the snake mask has only been given twice. It was first given to Orochimaru, then given to his only apprentice. Alexandra said with a sly smile. As he know? Asked Anko. But that the first woman he loved ever and his final found out she loves him back, lied to him and rejected his love. No, if he did he might want to die again. You remember that, right, holding his dying body in your hands? Alexandra said, looking at her. Ben let some tears begin to flow down her cheek. If he would have died that day I would have killed myself. You know, out of all of us you are the luckiest. Alexandra said. How so? Said Anko, confused. He has fallen in love with you twice. If you told him about you, just imagine. So the chances are he loves you more than most of us, said Alexandra, sounding slightly jealous. Ben Company stood there ready to cry. She fell to her knees, realizing that she was loved so much. But he comes back tonight, you need to tell him how you feel. If you do not, I will ask the Hocus to switch the team out, cause to see you so often and not be with you will hurt him so bad, and if you fight me about it after I give you this chance I will kill you. So think hard about this, said Alexandra as she walked away. Ben Company looked up at the moon and came to a decision. I am going to tell him the truth. Aku and Naruto. XXXXX. X, 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 X. Upon touching him, she felt like she was naked in a snowstorm. Her wiping boy, you sure do have few scars, she said, still stroking his cheek. Naruto flinched lightly at that. He grabbed her hand and leaned forward to whisper in her ear, "Do you trust me?" But that one little whisper, Haku felt things that she had never felt in her life. A raw heat and passion that seared through her body. "More than I should," she whispered back. Naruto pulled his shirt from his body lightly, then placed her hand under it, smiling and lightly chuckling at the blush that was on her face. Haku was shocked. He had placed her hand in his shirt. She could feel his muscles and abs, and it made her melt. Then she felt it impressions in his skin and rough skin. As she felt around, she noticed they spelt something. Looking up, she came in contact with the most beautiful blue ever. It sparkled and looked like the skin when you looked into a crystal blue river. "Take off your shirt," she said in a hesitant voice. Naruto looked at her and smiled. "Haku, if you want me so bad, say so." Haku blushed, feeling tempted to take him up on that. She steeled herself and said it again. "Take off the shirt." Naruto smiled and reached down to the hem of his shirt. As he started to lift it, Haku saw it. There was writing on his skin. No, not writing, it was a branding. His chest was covered in scars and the branding. She reached her hand out to touch it, but stopped inches away. Naruto grabbed his outstretched hand and placed it on his chest. "It does not hurt. Most of these are old." Haku stared into his eyes as her hand roamed his body. She looked down to see it all and nearly cried. "How?" He remembered out. "How what?" he asked. "How can you still be alive and sane with all this?" she asked as a single tear came from her eye. Naruto raised his hand and brushed the tear from her cheek. He smiled. "You cry for me, why?" She looked up into his eyes. "'Cause no one should know this much pain." Naruto bent down and kissed her on the lips. He just stood there with his lips pressed to her. Naruto leaned back, looking at Haku with her eyes still closed in a dreamy state. Haku was in a whole new world. He had never felt anything like that in her 15 years of life. Her world was spinning and her body was going supernova. She opened her eyes to see the face of the man she had kissed and turned dark red. Naruto laughed. "Can I put my shirt on now, or do you want me to take off more?" Never in her life did Haku have to fight herself so hard in a choice to make. "You can put it on." After he had put his shirt back on, he sat down under a tree nearby. He looked up at Haku with a smile. "Did you talk to your master and his friend about my offer?" he asked. You looked at him for a second, then answered. "Yes, I did. Zabusa says he is not sure if he can trust you, while Kagan has said no." "That is too bad for Kagan. Tell him that as long as he leaves my team and the village, I will not hunt him." As for Zabusa, tell him I give him my word as not only a swordsman, but also a ninja, that if he comes with me, no harm will befall either of you, that you could become ninja of our village and not worry about hunter neens but also have a chance at a normal life and love, he said as he grabbed Haku's hand. Haku stared into his eyes, seeing the truth behind his words. What will happen to Zabusa and your village? She asked. I do not know, but I swear to you that I will do everything in my power to make sure he is not punished harshly. You know, with your bloodline you would have the pick of any man. You would be treated like a goddess, he said with a smile. Haku stared at him for a minute, taking in what he said. I do not want the pick of the man. I just want to have a safe place for me and Zabusa Salma to call home and to get away from the hunter neens. If you can do that, I will convince Zabusa to do this, she said. I can do that, he said. Haku stood up and nodded. Then I will see you tomorrow, Naruto-kan. Naruto stood up and walked in front of Haku, smiling. When this is all over, Haku, would you like to go out? Haku turned dark red. You mean a date? She said nervously. Yes, I would love to go on a date with you. He smiled widely. What about the girls on your team? She asked hesitantly. They are my lovers. Not of the one with wide eyes. He know the blonde one, and Alexandra, my firefox, he said, still smiling. Then why do you want to date me? She asked. Naruto looked at her for a moment and decided to continue. I am allowed to have multiple women due to my bloodline limit. I find you to be interesting and nice to talk to. It is up to you if you want to date me or not, he said. Naruto began to walk away but stopped. No matter if you date me or not, Haku-chan, I will protect you with my life. He turned and walked away. Haku stood there for a second, then raised her hand and touched her lips. As she did, her heart began to raise. She looked over to where Naruto had disappeared to and smiled. I think a date with him would change my life. She turned and walked away, disappearing into the mist. Naruto. X, 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 X. Naruto stood outside the house of the bridge builder, not wanting to go in. He was feeling hurt and pain from what had happened with Anko earlier. As he stood there quietly, he never saw the person appear behind him or the kunai they placed at his back. Your emotions make you easy to sneak up on Naruto. Turning around, he came face to face with Snake. He said with a blush on his face. The Anbu agent stood there in full attire, staring at the young man. Hello, Naruto. I have come to talk to you, said the member of the elite fighting force. What about? He said, sounding kind of nervous. Myself and you, she said, sounding seductive. What about us? He said, turning a dark shade of red. I came to tell you that I love you too, she said as she raised her hand and struck his whiskers. Ah, he said, confused. He did not remember ever telling Snake that he loved her, even if he did. Snake reached up and grabbed her mask. She slowly pushed it to the side to ravel Anko. He said, breath taken away from him. She smiled and had a few tears going down her face. She grabbed him and brought him into a kiss of true passion. She held him there as they both let tears fall from their eyes. As Anko pulled away, she smiled, still crying. I lied. I felt everything when you kissed me and still do. I was afraid to love you. Now after a talk with a friend, I know where I belong. In your arms. The Rito cried and fell to his knees. He hugged her around the waist, tighter than would seem possible. Thank you, Kami-sama. I thought I was gonna die when you said you felt nothing. Anko went to her knees and started to hug him back. Never again. I swear never to make you hurt cause of me again. They sat there and hugged one another for what seemed like hours. Anko, we need to go in and rest. We have a big day tomorrow. Anko nodded and they both stood up. As they were walking, Anko stopped him. Will you mark me? She asked with hopeful eyes. The Rito looked into her eyes and smiled. Tomorrow after the battle I will. Promise. I am drained from training and staying up, so tomorrow, okay? He said with a smile. She nodded and they walked into the house. Then up a stair to his room with the girls. When he entered, he noticed that they were sprawled all out on the bed. Hinata was in the middle with Ino's legs crossed over her stomach, and Alexander was draped over her feet. Naruto smiled and walked over to the small chair, took off his sandals, and sat down. You could go sleep with Kuranai if you want, he said. Anko shook her head and walked up to him. She smiled as she bent down and took off her sandals. Standing up straight, smiled and sat down in his lap. He'll sleep here. That's fine, good night, he said as he wrapped his arms around her, leaning his head into the crook of her neck. Anko leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck, and placed her head on his. As she sat there, she felt him fall asleep and smiled. As I can get used to, was her last ode as she drifted off into a dreamland filled with just her and Naruto. Moments. Next morning. X, 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 X. Everyone was awake and downstairs. Well, everyone but Naruto. Where's Naruto? Asked Kuranai. Probably upstairs beating his meat, said Kiba. Now why would he need to do that when he could use it to satisfy any of the ladies here? Said Anko, smiling from ear to ear. Denami had just walked in and heard what the blonde-haired boy sensei had said and blushed. That's still sleeping El Gojdam, said Hinata as she got up. No, let him sleep a little more, said Anko. Hinata nodded and sat down to finish eating. After another 20 minutes, Anko walked upstairs and shook Naruto into semi-consciousness. It is time to get up, she whispered into his ear, kissing him on the cheek. He opened his eyes and stared at Anko for a second, then smiled. He grabbed her and fell on the bed, pinning her under him. 5 more minutes, he said as he tickled her sides, making her laugh and squeal a something he had near her. 2. After a few minutes, he rolled over and held her to him, smiling and laughing. He stared at her in the eyes and whispered, when everything is over today, I will mark you and we can be together always. Cannot wait, she said as she snuggled in close. After a few minutes, she got up and walked to the door, looking back on her future. We are heading to the bridge. Get up, take a shower, and meet us there in 15, she said, blowing him a kiss and walking out the door. Naruto looked at where his snaky lover had left inside. He stood up and took his shower. 10 minutes later, Naruto was out of the shower and dressing. Putting his white chain around his pants like a belt, he began to get on his shirt when he heard a crash and scream. Putting on his shirt, he went to the window to see 2 men dragging away Tsunami. Running across the room, he unsheathed his sword and ran, diving out the window. When he hit the ground, he rolled, then spun, pivoting on his left foot, then dived, stabbing the man who was dragging her way by the hair and the face. Running back around, he crossed blades with the other kidnapper to be. Trying to kidnap a woman is a terrible thing, but to kidnap a mother is unforgivable. Naruto started to push chakra into his beautiful blade. After a second, there was a sound of broken metal as his sword cut through the other man's and then through the man's stomach and arms. Naruto turned to Tsunami, sheathing his sword. Turn away and walk into the house. You do not deserve to see such a horror, he said as he pushed her into the house. As if yawned cue, the body of the man he had been fighting fell into 5 separate pieces. Naruto walked over to the mess of what was once a man, did a few hand signs, and burned what was left of the body. He walked back into the house to see Tsunami holding a slightly bloody Inari. He looked close to see a deep gash over his left eye. Well, look at that first battle scar, Naruto said with a smile. Tsunami looked at the blonde boy angrily. This is not funny. He could have lost his eye, worse eyes, she said, fusing over her little boy. How did you get it? It's Naruto. But I saw one of the men grab my mom and I ran at him with a fork, he said. Naruto stared at him for a minute, then burst out laughing. Stop her, I swear I'll fork you a good one. Inari stared at Immense, started to laugh, and after a second tears fell from his face. I was scared. It is okay to be scared, Inari. The thing that matters is that you fought to protect your mother, a person who gave you whatever she could, and you protected her. You are a hero and a true man, Naruto said as he ruffled the boy's hair. Naruto stopped all of the sudden and stared off towards the bridge. I need to go stay here with you, Mom. Protect her, he said as he dashed out of the house in the direction of the bridge. Then minutes earlier, the two teams plus Azuna had made it to the bridge to see it covered in mist. After a few seconds it started to clear lightly in the center and two silhouettes appeared. Out of it, Cole looked closely to see the outline to be of Zabuza, which he could be easily discerned by the huge sword he had propped up on his shoulder, and the other seemed to be his accomplice. As they came in to full view, the partner spoke up. Where is Naruto-kun? Anko raised an eyebrow at that and started to laugh. He is a busy bee, is he not? She said, looking over to her soon-to-be sisters in the Naruto circle of love. Out of nowhere the accomplice throw up her hand, catching a kunai in between her thumb and middle finger. Anko looked over to see the Akahi racing towards the pair with kunis in hand. They'll defeat you both and show that Vopu is the top here, said the Akahi. Akahi stopped that as an order. Gildanko. Sasuke stopped and looked back. Why, they are the enemy. I plan on killing the men taking that sort of his, he said, sounding greedy. They might have decided to take up Naruto's offer. Anko said, cursing herself for not asking last night or this morning if the two hit or not. The dobe made them offer. It does not matter, it'll get that sword one way or another, he said, taking off right back towards the two. As he was about to reach them, there was a swish and a clunk. As Anko looked on, she prayed that the demon of the mist had killed the arrogant prick. Looking down, she noticed that Zabuza had used the back end of his sword and knocked the Akahi out with a solid hit to the temple. Thought I could chalk his death up to being an idiot. She sighed and looked at the Tunins across from her. Zabuza stepped forward and spoke. We decided to take the deal. It was too good to pass up, and I am tired of the running. As he finished what he said, there was a sound of clapping as the mist cleared up. There at the end of the bridge was a short fat man in a black suit holding a cane. So you tried to double-cross me. Not very smart idea. Am not worried though, I was going to kill you and take you little girl and make her my plaything till I got tired over her. Now I see you have shown me all these beautiful new playthings too. Some even hold bloodlines, as I can see. I wonder what Kumo would give for unbranded Hyuga. Well, find out, said the fat man. As if out of nowhere, groups of men started to appear behind the fat man. They were carrying weapons, everything from spears to clubs. They were thugs, there was no other way to describe them. Dive up now and I might just let all the men and boys go and keep the women as my slaves, said Gato. At that there was laughing. Gato looked over at the group to see the small group of women laughing. Then a tall redhead stepped forward. You have no idea what you have done, do you? She asked. What are you talking about? I have told you that you will all be my personal toys, he said, a little confused. He said that the laughing grew louder as four of the women looked ready to bust a gut. What are you laughing at? In a few moments you girls will be my toys that I will use till you cannot be used anymore. Stop, you're killing me, screamed Anko as she fell to the ground. The other team, Zabuza and Gato, stared at them like they were mad. Then Haku started to giggle in after a minute, was laughing as hard as them. Zabuza looked at his longtime partner. Haku, are you okay? Haku looked up at her mentor and wiped a tear from her eye. I do not know why Zabuza's Salma, but I find it funny when he says that. It's funny, said the tall redhead, because just for saying that my master is going to make you feel more pain than humanly possible. But what is funniest of all is that for what you said about Hinata's eyes, he is going to carve yours out and hand them to her, she said, chuckling. How do you know that? Where is this big strong master of yours? Said Gato. Pierre, said a voice from behind him. Turning around, all Gato saw was two orbs, one white with red in the center, the other red with white in the center. Then he fell to the ground and screamed. Naruto walked over to his group of girls, smiling, carrying Gato on his shoulder. He placed the man down, smiling at his ladies. Oh wait, you said something about eyes, he said, bending down, pulling out a kunai. After a few seconds of screaming, Naruto stood back up and walked over to Hinata, with his blood-covered hands extended. Hinata held out her hand and Naruto dropped a pair of eyes in them. Hinata smiled as she looked down on the first gift Naruto gave her. A part of her felt weird by the gift while another was telling her that it was sweet. She tucked them away in her pouch for safekeeping. Naruto smiled. then kissed her cheek and turned to see Kiba run to the side of the bridge, where he began to throw up all his breakfast. Zabuza looked over to the boy, who was throwing up, to the one wiping off his hands from carving. Out of the fat man's eyes. Note to self: never threatening that kid's ladies ever. Aku just stared at that and felt weird. I want a pair of eyes from Naruto too. She did not realize that was going through the minds of all the girls in turn, also the fact that he had done it with a smile. Naruto turned around to stare at the large group of thugs. "Was next," he said with a smile. The thugs looked around, then charged forward. "Hinata stayed with Tazuna. You have the best defense. Kiba to the in front of Hinata in case they get past us. Shino, I need you to guard other side of the bridge in case they try to surround us. Everyone else killer be killed," Enko said. The rest of the group took off, leaving Hinata to guard not only Tazuna, but also the unconscious. A chair. Naruto was smiling as he cut through thugs left and right, having a ball. After a few minutes, Naruto was back to back with Enko, who was sporting two kunis in her hands. "God, I love it," Enko said. Naruto ran off, still fighting, when he passed Haku, turning water into ice and throwing it. Passing thugs. Naruto stopped and looked at her as she did it. "So cool," he said. She looked over to him and rolled her eyes at his bad joke. Then she felt a wish and turned her head to see Naruto's sword sticking out of the chest of a man who was about to bring his club down on her. She turned back to see Naruto smiling at her. She blushed and kept fighting. After Naruto had retrieved his sword, he went back to fighting to only see one guy left. In the center of the battle, Naruto smiled as he went after the guy. They struck sword, and after 3 more swings he was dead, head rolling to the ground. Enko and Haku smiled to see Naruto standing there after defeating the last man on the field. Looking up, he smiled at the two, then blood exploded from his stomach. Looking down, he saw hook protruding from his stomach. Looking up, he saw Enko and Haku and smiled, blood leaking out of his mouth. As he fell forward, he heard 2 people scream at once. Naruto, and then he blacked out. Unknown place. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. The Rito woke to white. Damn it, not again. The heard laughing and turned around to see the all-powerful movers and shakers of the universe. "So happy to know you are glad to see us, Naruto come," said Kami. "As he does seem to be oh so happy, Dosti sister," said Yami, sounding seductive. "So how many times do I get to die?" asked Naruto. "Well, this is the last one you get to come back from. You die again and there is no going back," said Yami. Hami looked over at him for a second. "Things have changed, Naruto come," she said. "Due to our interference and your love life and general, things have changed some," said Yami. "'Kay, so what has changed?" asked Naruto, still lying on the white ground. "You are going to need new help and allies. The villains we have sent you after have changed or become even more powerful," said Kami. "Won't giving me this information change things again?" he asked. "No, these changes will not change much in this line of events. Small things will change, like numbers, letters, time limits, and sexes," said Yami. "Don't tell me I am going to go back a chick or that all my lovely ladies will be dudes," he said. Yami sneered. "We could do that if you like," she said, raising her hands. Naruto jumped up and covered his goodies. "No thank you." Hami laughed. "Naruto, you are going to have some hard time thrust on you when you return to Konoha. Things will happen that will hurt you more than anything you have felt in your life. You will need protection and also ally that will know your enemy." Naruto looked at her for a moment. "Am I getting more women?" he asked. "We could make them men," said Yami, smiling. No. Women are fine." "How many?" he asked. "No. Most men would die to have as many beautiful and powerful women as you," said Kami. "I am not sad at that. I worry that I am not fair enough to them," he said. "What do you mean?" said Yami. "I worry that I do not have enough time for them all and that I cannot give each other them the individual time they need with me," he said, head downcast. You shadow clones. It's the same she never finished. No, it is not. I want to give myself to them, not some copy. They love me, not a clone, and they deserve their time with me, he said. In Naruto I have been around since the dawn of man. Known and punished every evil sin there is, as well as seen every kind of good deed. But never have I seen a man with so many women not care about his own needs over his women's, or not take the easy way out of dealing with said women, said Yami, staring into his big blue eyes. She walked over to him and placed her palm against his cheek, staring into his eyes further. You're truly a one-of-a-kind work of perfection, she said while leaning and kissing him on the lips. Ami moved forward, smiling at her sister's actions. Okay, stop with the physical, we have things to talk about. The Ami pulled away, smiling, showing her pointy teeth. You are right. We are adding two ladies to your love nest, as it were. They both will be without a doubt monumental to your life and continued well-being, said Kami. The first will be a woman of nature, wild and free. With her help and assistance you will seal the safety of your clan in the village. You will offer her the chance of your Dojutsu and she will choose herself over others, said Yami. Ami then looked him straight in the eye. The last will say things to you that will make you laugh. She will be hard of skin but soft of heart. You will share a passion of sound and she will betray her life's mission just to see you smile. She will push away but make sure to always move closer, she said. Naruto looked at the two, confused but nodded. Okay, so I got a wild woman and a funny one. There is also my fish swimmer. Okay, so 5 down, 3 to go. The girls are going to be pissed. It is time to send you back, Naruto-kun, said Kami as she walked forward. Wait, what about the allies you talked about? He asked, starting to feel drowsy. The yourself and they will come to you. Fight for them and they will be yours, said Yami. Ami walked up to him and grabbed his shoulders. I may be the shy have but does not mean I like to be outdone, she said right before she kissed hard. It was the last thing Naruto felt before it all turned dark. Naruto woke to the feeling of pressure on both sides of his neck. As he tried to turn his head, he saw on his left purple hair and on his right brown. That's when he noticed a strange feeling in his neck. Shit. Naruto's eyes turned red and he turned to the right and bit down on Haka's neck. Feeling the chakra being pulled from him into the bite. He marveled as he licked her skin to taste what he thought was berries. After a moment he released her to see a large snowflake that went from her shoulder, over her X-car and down into her shirt. He then turned to Anko and bit down, but unlike another of the marks he had given, he pushed chakra into it. He flicked his tongue out to taste what he thought was maple. After a full minute he pulled back and saw the tattoo. It was a little bigger than Hinata's was, but not by much. It was a green snake with what looked like a piece of dango in its mouth. Naruto burst out laughing. Of all the thing to have a snake eating dango. His eyes then turned over to Haku, who was crying what thought were tears of joy. He reached his hand out and touched her cheek. Hello, my snow queen. So you decided to join my family. Her tears touched his hand and he smiled. They turned next to Anko, who was still crying. I am okay, do not worry, Anko-chan. I was so mad and sad at the same time. I ran to you and held you, felt you die, and I did not want to live. Ikiled kagren. No, killed is not the right word. I destroyed him, cut, hacked, and dismembered him. I did think that I never thought I would do, she said. Naruto stroked her cheek, can't kiss her lips, soundly tasting blood on them. As he pulled back she smiled lightly. When I was done I went to you and held you. Haku came over and we hugged you and cried. Then I heard a voice, she said. Me too. It told me to bite him, to mark him, and that if I truly wanted to be happy that I should make sure you did it too, said Haku. Mine said the same thing, said Anko. Naruto stood up and smiled. He looked over to everyone to see his other girls just fine, smiling with Hinata drying her eyes. Naruto opened his arms and the other 3 girls ran over and hugged him tightly. After a few seconds Naruto looked out over the bridge to see it covered with blood and body parts. He looked over to see Sasuke still out cold and Kiba a dark green color. Naruto looked over to the girls. Alex, Andrew, can you clean the bridge up please? The tall red-headed woman smiled. Of course, master. Naruto turned back to Kiba and decided to help the poor guy out. He walked over and knelt in front of the slightly retching teen. Kiba looked at me. Kiba looked up to meet Naruto eye to eye. The first few kills are truly the hardest to get over. Just think of it as doing it not only to defend yourself but also to secure your way of life. You made sure that no one hurt the innocent man and countless others who would have died in the future because of these men. Kiba looked at him and nodded. Why are you helping me? Because when had my first kill no one was there for me and I ended doing something stupid. Look Kiba, I do not mind you, okay, you were okay guy in the academy, we were friends even, but you need to stop with Hinata. We are in love, okay, and made it. You should know that when someone mate like your clan does it is for life. Why ask you nicely to stop please, okay, if you do not I might lose it one day and kill you. So please find another girl. Naruto said. Kiba looked up at the blonde ninja in front of him and knew he was right. If his mother ever found out that he had tried to steal another person's mate she would kill him, son or not. Okay, I will do that, Kiba said. Naruto nodded then and turned to see everyone walking over. Most of them with weird looks on their faces taking glances at Alexandra. What did you do? Naruto asked. Nothing, I just cleaned up. I used my flames and burned everything to ash. She said like it was an everyday occurrence. Okay, he said turning around, but before he could Alexandra grabbed his arm. Master, my claws broke in combat, I guess due to their old age, but I was wondering if I can keep these, she said holding up Kagen's swords. It is up to Anko, he said. Bun-e, she asked looking at Anko. Yes, she said being hugged the next second by a happy Alexandra. Naruto walked over, picked up his sword, and she did. Okay, let's go back to Tazuna's. Everyone nodded as they walked off, never realizing they had left Sasuke there. It was 3 days later that found the two teams plus guests on standing at the gates of Konoha. Naruto walked over to Zabuza and Haku, who he was getting better to know together as well as alone. Zabuza, give me you weapons and your sword, he asked as he put scroll on the ground. Why? Asked a demon of the mist. I am going to seal them away so that only you can unlock it and open it in case something happens, he said. He said the soon-to-be ex-missing Nin. After Naruto had placed it all in there and sealed with Zabuza's blood and chakra, he placed it in his pouch. As they entered, a team of Umbu stopped them. Naruto, Uzumaki, you, Team 7 and 8 and your guests are to report to the council chamber at once. We are to escort you. Naruto nodded in motion for his team to follow. After 5 minutes they had made it to the council room. Naruto walked into the room with everyone right behind him. As Zabuza and Haku walked in, a pair of Umbus grabbed them, were about to teleport away when they felt cold steel against their necks. One piece being from Naruto's sword, which was against the neck of the man holding Haku, while the kunai held by Anko was held against the one holding Zabuza. Naruto, Anko, stand down, said the aged Hokage. Not until they let them go. I gave them my promise to make sure they were safe, and I do not trust many Umbu, so they will let them go now, he said, sounding serious. Sarutobi looked at the young man, knowing how strong he kept his word. Release them, said the old Hokage. Hokage-sama, you cannot be serious. He is a missing Nin, and the other one is the last of the ice users. We should trade him in to Kiri for his huge bounty and use the girl as breeding stock, said a fat civilian council member. Naruto looked up at that. Anyone who say that again, I swear to Kami and Yami, I will kill you. Ice changing, showing his Dojutsu. The council member sat down. So Naruto, what are we to do with them? Said Sarutobi. Well, nothing for Haku. She is the last of a bloodline and considered still under the guardianship of Zabuza, as well as not being a registered ninja and also being one of my ladies. Zabuza, I think, should have a fair trial, give him a chance to tell his side of the story. And when he is released, he should be made a jonin and a kunjutsu instructor. Kiri has always had the best of sword fighters. Maybe with his help we could match them, Naruto said, smiling. Sarutobi looked from the girl to the man. That sounds fair. Will he submit to the punishment we choose? He asked. Zabuza stepped forward and nodded. I will submit to any punishment chosen if I am given a fair trial, he said. Very well, said Sarutobi. Naruto smiled and looked over at his Gigi. So that's a trite, we can go. No, Naruto, I need to tell you some, but I will ask that everyone go except for 2 people. Of your choice, he said. Naruto nodded and turned around. You guys go back to the apartment shows of Yuza and Haku and get some food. When this is done, I will get home fast and tell you all about it. I want Alexandra and Anko to stay. When the room was emptied of the others, Naruto turned to the Hokage. So what's up, old man? Naruto, we have decided to tell you and release your heritage to the public, said the old Hokage. Naruto looked at the old man for a second, questionable, then spoke. Why now? Do not get me wrong, I want to know so badly. What is so important that you need to tell me now? Because Naruto, your mother and sister are coming here for the tuna exams, he said. Naruto just stared off into nothing. Alexandra walked up behind him and held him. You told me she was dead. Naruto, it's that. You said she was dead. You lied to my Jaiji and now I find out I have a sister too, he said, not raising his voice one bit. Banko went to his side and grasped his hand. Naruto, I had no choice, your mother said. So I really am hated by my family, abandoned cause of something so stupid as a man stealing. A demon inside me. Naruto said, his bangs covering his eyes. Naruto, she had no choice. As the head of her clan, she was ordered by the Uzumaki Council to leave you here and take your sister back, said the Hokage. She was clan head and they ordered her to leave me. It is a load of shit. As clan head, she has a right to her children. She made a choice to abandon her son to take her daughter somewhere else. She chose to leave me alone when she got to go off a bee with family. He screamed the last part. Naruto, the elders of the clan have decided to take you in and make you the clan heir, due to you being the first, he said. I am not joining their clan, he said quietly. But why not? This is a chance for you to be with your family, asked the Hokage. Have you been keeping in touch with her this whole time, Jaiji? Asked Naruto. Yes, that they just invite me to join their clan, he asked. No, they said that they had rethought their decision and felt they had made a wrong one, he said. Did you happen to mention that I headed to Jutsu at any time? He said, shaking. The S right after it activated. They want my eyes, that is all they care for. Damn the demon brat, but the chance to have a bloodline is worth the mixing. He said this with his eyes darting to a civilian council member. Naruto looked up at the Hokage, the only man he had trusted all the life, and turned his head. I give up the name Uzumaki here and now. The Hokage was shocked. Naruto had always been proud of his name all his life and he had just given it up. Naruto, there is more. Naruto looked up, not sure he could take more. He was hurt so bad, if it wasn't for Anko and Alexander he might have lost it. What is it, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi winced at that. Naruto had never called him that ever. It broke the old man's heart to hear the faith that the boy had lost in him. You are to take your father name, as is your sister when she arrives. Naruto looked at the old man for a minute. And what would that be, Hokage-sama? Namikaze, he said. Banko stiffened at that. You mean, she said. Yes, said the old man. Is that name supposed to mean something to me? Said Naruto. Arishinamikaze is the name of your father, Naruto. He went by many titles, but you know him best as the fourth. Naruto stood there staring at the aged Hokage. Anko and Alexander were holding him, trying to watch for any signs that he might go nuts. Naruto turned and started to walk out. Come on, let's go home, he said to his two ladies. Naruto, wait, said the Hokage. No, I need to get away from here and from you, he said. The Hokage fell to ache in his heart from those words. We need you to sign something, give you your inheritance, and talk about what taking his name means. Naruto grabbed a seat and sat down with Alexander sitting on his lap and Anko sitting next to him, hands still clasped together. You have 10 minutes, then I am leaving. You will stay as long as you are told, demon, said a council member. But not give me any more reason to kill you, Lady Haruno. I am the farthest thing from in a mood to deal with you, he said, still looking at the Hokage. The Hokage grabbed some papers from in front of him and started to place them in front of Naruto. These papers give you the rights to everything your father owns. This includes his estate, properties, jutsu, and bank account. Naruto signed the paper and then cut and smeared blood on his thumb and left to print. He then looked to the next paper. What is this? This one is for you to take the name Namikaze, said the old man. I will not sign this one till I decide, he said. You must sign that paper, said Kiru, 'cause you want the other villages to know that you still have the Namikaze clan, so they fear it like I would does, or 'cause you think my heirs will end up as strong that I will breed you an army of Super Flash Ninja, or maybe it is 'cause there is something more. You want from it some hidden treasure or jutsu, he said looking at Kiru. No one noticed a slight movement from Danzo at the mention of a jutsu. No, it is important that the son of our hero be known to the world, said the bandaged man. I will sign it if I feel like it, till then it does not matter. I will take the paper, and when or if I do sign it, I will bring it to the Hokage. Naruto said. There was a cry of outrage from the civilian side of the council to make him sign it. The outrage continued till there was a slamming noise. Naruto looked over to see a woman stand up. She looked to be an Inuzuka from the large marks on her cheeks. Her hair was short and spiky much like his but brown. Her eyes were intimidating, they were thin slit like his pupils and seek again when it was activated. He deserves to choose for himself. Today he has learned such painful things and must feel so hurt and pained. If it was anyone, they would need time to gather their thoughts and feelings. She said, then sat down. The Hokage nodded to her in thanks. Very well, Naruto. He then handed him a scroll. And that are the rest of your inheritance and some things from your father. It has a special blood and chakra seal on it, so only you can open it. Naruto grabbed a scroll and handed it to Anko to put away. Okay, so what happens if I take the name? The Hokage sighed. If you should take the name, there would be good and bad things from it. The good, and that is the last male you fall under the Clan Restoration Act. It will make you have so many women easier to understand and more accepted. There is also the clan seat you will receive. The bad to it is when I will find out, they will most likely hunt you down. They will be an unbelievable bounty on you. It is also that the council will set minimum number of women you must marry by a certain time, if not they can choose for you, said the Hokage. How many? Asked Naruto, hopping that 8 was an overshot and not too little. We decided before you got here that 7 will be the number. Naruto smiled at that. How long do I have to lie? Must marry them all. You have until your 16th birthday. You will also be required to have at least one child by the time you are 15, he said. Anyone who I chose will be under my clan protection. If something should happen to them under my care by this village, I will pack my clan and leave here, taking everything that is mine and theirs with me. Once I have named them my fiancé, they are considered protected by me, he said in a demanding tone. It is acceptable, said the aged Hokage. Anything else I need to know? He said, ready to stand up and leave. Yes, Naruto, there is. Your mother and her team, including your sister, will be coming in tomorrow, being escorted by your godfather and a small contingent of guards. They have asked me to set up I do not want to see them, Naruto said. Naruto, they have asked to be allowed to see you. They want to talk to you and to tell you their offer about joining the Uzumaki clan. You need to talk to your mother, her. I have no mother, Hokage-sama. All she is to me is the woman who gave birth to me then left, he said evenly. Naruto, no matter what you say, she is your mother and she deserves to. She deserves nothing from me, said Naruto, finally letting a little of his rage go. Naruto, be reasonable, said the aged man. Is there anything else? He asked, getting up. Yes. Your godfather Jiraiya, one of the sand, and then my student wishes to train you, said the Hokage. Has he trained my sister? Asked Naruto. Yes, he has trained her in some of your father's techniques among other things, he said. Then no thank you, Naruto said. Naruto, don't pass up this opportunity. He can teach you many things, said the Hokage. I do not want to be taught by a man like him, and when he asks why I said no, tell him because he failed me and his prize student, said Naruto, turning and walking towards the door. Naruto, this is foolish, do not do this, said the old Hokage. I did not do this. They ignored me for 12 years and now I will ignore them, he said, reaching for the door. Your mother might not be able to defend herself, but Jiraiya was doing important things for the village, gathering information on enemies of Konoha, he said, trying to defend his student. Naruto laughed at that. It is funny that it was so important, yet he had time to train my sister, to most likely stop by and see them, to hug her and tell her about her father. Yet I got nothing. I got to sit in a village and hear people tell me my father died running and screaming like a girl away from the Kyuubi, and that my mother was a whore who would spread them for a nickel. I got to cry, fend and scream to no one but me. When Naruto ripped his shirt open, showing all the scars and the words on his chest, making some of the council vomit and others just turned pale. I got beaten and bruised on a daily basis, and on my birthday I got the words I will never forget, pointing at his brandings. Naruto then turned back to the door, opening them. Yet through it all he was too busy gathering information. I will only say this once, Hokage-sama, keep them away from me, all three of them, and if they push me too far I will fight back. They are no family of mine. Naruto turned and walked out. The council was in awe at what the boy had said and showed them. As the Hokage turned back to face the council, there was a pop. Looking over, they see Naruto standing next to the Inuzuka council member. The boss says that he would like you to come to his apartment tonight if you would like. He would like to talk to you. The Inuzuka looked at the clone for a minute, then nodded. The clone smiled and dispelled. Back at Naruto's apartment. Sech. The girls were all sitting on the couch talking and trying to figure out what their lover was being told. Zabuza was sitting in a chair dosing, waiting to hear when his trail would be. The girls kept talking till they felt a chill go up their spines and they unconsciously were messaging their marks. Hinata was the first one to say something about it. Something is wrong. I feel sad and in a rage. After all three of them agreed that something bad had happened, they decided to wait for their love to come home. After a few minutes there was an eruption of fire, then it cleared, showing Naruto being held up by Alexandra and Anko. We need to get him to a bed. Things have happened and he is ready to snap, said Anko. All three of the girls nodded and walked into the bedroom, shutting the blinds and getting his bed ready. When they were done, Alexandra walked in carrying him in her arms, bridal style. Go out there and talk to Anko, okay? When she is done and you have asked your question, you are welcome to come back. He needs us now more than ever, you know, and feel it too. The three girls nodded and walked out to talk to Anko. Alexandra walked Naruto over to the bed and placed him in it, then walked to the door and closed it. She began to take off his sandals, then his pants and shirt, leaving him and his boxers. Placing the covers over him, she took off her clothes and crawled into bed with him. She grabbed his face and kissed him on the nose. Master, I swear that it will be okay. I will protect you with my very being. I know it hurts, Master, and you want nothing more than to release your age on the world, but it is okay. I know we are here to keep you safe and to show you that you are the most important person in our lives, she said, letting her blood tears flow from her eyes. Naruto stared at her for a moment, then lifted his hand and wiped her tears away. He then grabbed her and hugged her to him. As he did, he started to cry. It hurt so much. I think I hate them. I have never hated anyone in my life so fully, not even her, he said, burrowing his head into her cleavage. She struck his hair and smiled. It is not wrong to hate someone if they truly deserve it, and they do. Master, whatever you decide to do, I will help. If you ask of it, I will kill them all right now, she said. He smiled at her and kissed her. I know you will. I love you so much. I love all of you so much, he said, looking to the door, seeing all of them standing there. They piled in, jumping on the bed, getting as close as they could to him. Naruto laughed, hear the sound like his bed was screaming at him for all the weight on. Naruto-kun, what about the scroll? Anko handing him the scroll. He took it and stared for a second. Come on everyone, to the living room, he said. When they all reached the living room, Naruto looked around, noticing Zabuza was nowhere to be found. Where is no brow? Haki laughed a little at that. After the story of what happened, he was escorted by the Hokage's personal guard to the tower to be questioned. Then his trial will be done tonight with a small convening of the council. That's good. I am sure they will give him a light sentence of one of all, he said, feeling better. Naruto sat in his chair facing the couch filled with his lady loves. Anko was on the right side and Hinata on the left, with the others sitting in between, and Alexander lying across their laps. Naruto could not help but smile looking at them. Before I read this, I need to tell you something that I found out when visited by Kami and Yami when I died at the bridge. Hakol looked around, kind of freaked. What? She said, confused. Naruto and the girls went into an explanation of his talk with the two being of untold power. After it was explained, Hakul nodded, looking not too sure but accepting it. They told me there will be 2 more women. He sat there waiting for someone to lose it, but no one did. Is that it? Eskino, you're not mad? He asked them. Naruto, can we know that they do this for a good reason, and not only that, but you deserve a big family, one that can love you and be you light in dark times, said Hinata, smiling, showing how beautiful she can be. So that leaves 3 others, right? Said Ino. The S, but I have the clues, so it should be easier to recognize them, he said. Naruto looked down at the scroll. He put his thumb in his mouth, then bit down. He pulled it out and swiped it over the seal, pushing chakra into it. After a second it glowed, and there was a snap and a hiss, and the seal broke. Unfurling it, he looked it over. He saw that it looked like a letter, and at the bottom there were 3 storage seals. Naruto looked up before starting to read. He looked at his girls all in turn. When he reached Hakul, he took in the changes that had occurred after the mating. Her hair had completely changed color, not just a little, it was now blue-white like snow. On a blue sky day, her eyes were solid brown, but if you looked into them long enough you could see snow, like it was snowing in her eyes. Her nails had turned into claws but were very light blue. Of all the girls, she had the most drastic change so far. She was his snow queen. They turned to look at Anko, his snake. Her hair had blonde waves in it, and if you looked close in on each one you would see. At the top of each one there was an orange dot. I said it looked like an eye. Alexandra had started to call her Medusa, and the other girls would laugh. Her eyes were a solid honey chocolate color with a slit yellow pupil. What Naruto found really funny was that her tongue was slightly forked. He blushed, remembering the first time she had kissed him with it, and even read her at the first time they made love. He had found out that, even with all the provocative clothes and the using sex appeal, she was a virgin, and together they had made that night amazing and full of passion. He smiled at them all slightly, then looked down. Here we go, he said. The Madara's son Naruto. If you are reading this, then it is the time that you are accepting your inheritance and are taking my name as Namikaze. It also means that you have been told about the burden at which you bear. Hopefully, if my plan and last wish of the village seen you as a hero, then all is well. If not, at least your mother and sister is there. I hope Jiraiya has been training you both well. I know you might hate me for what I have done. I understand that, I truly do, but let me tell you that it was the hardest choice of my life. I cried for months about it, knowing that I could trust no one but my own flesh and blood. I cannot help thinking that I have doomed you to a life of untold horror and pain. It makes me hope that when this is down and the Shinigami takes my soul, he will place it in hell for this. I made a choice to save my village over the happiness of my son. I know you are thinking, why not an orphan or someone, but I could not do that to someone who had no support in his life. It would have drove them to death or even to release the beast, but with the support of your mom and sister and the tutelage of Yuro-san, and you will have enough love to continue. Know this, my son, there is an evil out there that I believe only you can stop this, and with the demons sealed in you, it will draw them in and you to a true battle for the sake of our ninja world. I trust no one but you with this mission. I love you very much and hope you find a beautiful girl or girls to truly make you happy and a big family, but all the love my heart possesses. But not Onamikaze, 4th Hokage of Konohagaka. The S. At the bottom of this page are 3 storage seals, one holding my Jutsu family scroll, another holding a book on seal ones I have been working on, and the last a key to the safe in my house. When you get to the house, open the safe. In it are directions to reset the security seals and wards. The safe is in the small study. Bring a light. Naruto looked up in tears to see his lady standing up and moving around him, crying as well. They held him as he cried and yelled at the world. I forgive you, Dad, he said, feeling arms stroke his back. After 20 minutes, Naruto decided that he was okay. The girls walked back to the couch, sitting again. So what do we do now? Eskingo. Naruto smiled at her. I am going to sign the name-changing paper, then we are going to pack and move into the house. Naruto pulled out said paper, signed it, and gave it his bloody fingerprint. He then made a shadow clone and told it to give it straight to the Hokage and to tell the man when he is done with Zabusa to drop him off at his new home. When the clone left, Naruto stood up and made 20 new clones, ordering them to begin packing. When they started to pack, Naruto decided that he was going to head to the bank with his girls, get some of his money and take them for Raymond at his favorite stand. When they arrived at the bank, Naruto decided to take all his funds under Naruto Uzumaki and putting them in the Namiki's account. He had got himself a private banker, a young woman who had always been nice to him and helped him open his first account. He had taken out a huge sum of money, but it was not even 5% of what he now had. It was so much he had filled a scroll with it. When they had finally reached his favorite ramen bar, he sat at what was known by many as the Naruto chair. He smiled as his favorite waitress walked up to him, smiling and looking at all his ladies. "Hi guys, Naruto, how many girlfriends are you going to have?" she asked, smiling. "None," he said, smiling. Naruto's all looked at them with straight faces, but Naruto could feel their stares. A panic. "They are my fiancés, we just got to go pick out rings," Naruto said, seeing bright smiles coming from them all. "Wow, you must be loaded. Where'd you get all the money from?" she asked. "My father left it to me," he said. "Father? Who is it?" she said, confused. Last she remembered, he did not know his parents. "It does not matter, you will find out soon. I want you to get the old and bring out your biggest ramen pot, okay?" he said with his big goofy grin on. They nodded, then walked back. After a few minutes she came back, hefting a pot that he could sit in, and it would come up to his waist, and an older man trailing her. "Hey old man, how are you doing?" Naruto asked. "Hi Naruto. So what's this you want to talk to me about?" the old man asked. "Nothing, I just needed you to see this and to show you my thanks for what you and your daughter have done for me," he said, pulling out the scroll. Her put the money in, put the pot on the bar, and closed the store for the next few minutes. He asked. They looked at her father, who nodded and helped close down the shop. The two came back when the front doors were shut and locked. "Okay, so what's with the pot and closing down the store in Naruto?" asked Tucci. Naruto smiled at the older man. "For years you two have done so much for me. You gave me free food and made sure I was not hurting or around your stall. I know that a lot of people offered you money to turn me away, and when that did not work, threatened and even went so far as spreading lies about you food. You two are a part of my family, and in a family you take care of one another, and since you two have taken care of me for so long, it is my turn." Naruto turned to the pot and held the scroll over it. Naruto started to push chakra into it, and then the money began to pour out. Am and Tucci just stood their mouths on the floor as money filled the pot. When Naruto saw that the pot was full, he ceased the flow, and as a few more bills hit the top, they fell onto the ground. "This money is for every time I could not pay, you lost a customer, and for being the guardians I never had. This is the least I can do, but if there is anything else you want or need, please ask me. I will do everything in my power to help you," Naruto said. Fuchi walked up to the pot and looked at the money, then to Naruto. "I cannot take this money." "You are not taking it. I am giving it to you," he said with a smile. "Naruto, this is too much. This must be all the money he started to say. "No, actually, with my new inheritance, it is in fact less than 3%. I only gave you about half of what is in that scroll." He smiled. See the looks on the two people's face. Fuchi looked at the young man before him. He had watched as he grew from a little boy to a man. As he looked at him, he remembered how many times he had tried to adopt him. He had done everything short of murder to get the boy. He smiled to him and said thank you. Naruto smiled back at him. "You never have to say that, old man. You deserve this, and so does your daughter. You deserve to open a big restaurant or retire, and Am deserves to be able to go shopping and go crazy every once in a while. To one day not have to worry about paying for her wedding. You struggle just to see some orphan boy smile, and for that I owe you my very life," Naruto said. Then, to everyone's surprise bout, Naruto walked over to the money, pulled out another scroll, dumped the money in the pot on it, and sealed it with him. He then handed it to Tucci, easier to carry and also to make sure no one tries to steal. After a few minutes of talking, Tucci decided to close down the bar for the day and deposit the money and to take his daughter shopping. As the two waved goodbye to the group, Naruto got the memories back of two clones. The one that it went to the Hokage's office had dropped off the paper and told Zabuza where to go. It had then ran into the Inuzuka council member walking out of the office as she was walking in and had told her as well about his new change of address. She had agreed to meet him there tonight and in fact would escort Zabuza her information on what his sentence was when she came over. The second clone had been from the team cleaning his apartment out. It had told him that they had finished and awaiting orders and that also Aruka had stopped by to ask Naruto if he would take over his class tomorrow for him cause he had so business to attend to and that he was welcome to bring a few people with him if he likes. He had told the clone that he had got the okay from the Hokage. The clone had agreed, which did not bother Naruto much. Naruto made 2 clones and sent one to Aruka to tell him he was cool with attend the other to the apartment to tell them to seal it all in a scroll and bring it to him. Then one of them to tell the landlord he was leaving. While he was doing this, the girls had been choosing where to eat. They had talked about steak houses and bars when Hinata had said why not the new Western style place that opened. They had all agreed and were now waiting for the host. After a few minutes a host came up. "How many of you?" he asked in a polite voice. "6 please." The waiter looked up at Naruto, which he noticed but did nothing, which kind of shocked him. Most places did not let him in. They were seated at a nice round table drinking their water. When the waiter walked up to the men began to speak. "Hello and good afternoon, what can I?" the man started before he spotted Naruto. Naruto saw the change in him when he realized who he was. Anko began to order when the man walked away. Naruto shook his head and everyone stared him wonder why. After a few minutes the waiter came back with who appeared to be the manager. "Him, sir, we cannot let something so evil and disgusting into the fine restaurant as well as letting his war." He never finished the word as Naruto looked up at him, giving him a look that said finish it and you die. The manager looked from the blonde-haired man to the waiter and nodded. "You are right, we cannot have something so evil here. You're fired, so please get you things and leave the premises and do not return." Shocking the group sitting at the table. Naruto watched as the waiter left him, then turned to the manager. "Do you own this place?" he asked. "The ask, and I would like to say I am sorry for that your dinners are on the house tonight." The manager turned to leave. "Sir, I find you to be a good man it seems, but may I ask you know who I am?" Naruto asked. The manager turned back and said, "Yes I do, but what you are foremost is customer. Whatever is set outside here does not matter." The manager was beginning to turn again. "Sir, your business has just made friends and permanent customers of the Namikaze clan," Naruto said with a smile. After a short talk with the manager about their future business together and a very good meal, the gang decided to head toward their favorite ninja store to refill supplies and to get Haku and Anko anything they wanted. Plus Naruto felt like spoiling his ladies a little. When entering the Talon, as just realized it was called, he saw Yamba heard Mora sitting at the counter looking bored. When the man turned to look at the new entries into his shop, he smiled. "You back? I have wanted to see that sword for 2 weeks now, but I was told you were on a mission." Naruto smiled, then unsheathed his sword, placing it on the counter. "There you got, can get your fix now if you like," he said smiling. Naruto turned around and walked towards his ladies. "Whatever you want get. Haku and Anko, if you want get yourselves a weapon you like. It's on me," he said smiling. The girl squealed and walked up, kissing Naruto on his cheeks. They each went into different areas looking at clothes and weapons. He decided to look around, see what he could find. After several minutes he found he had picked out some clothes he thought would look better and fit more comfortable on him. He walked into the stall and began to change. When he came out he was wearing a dark purple sleeveless shirt, burgundy multi-pocketed, and bupins, a black sleeveless trench coat, and a pair of special crafted black combat boots. He had decided to keep his white chain to use as a belt and to hold his sword. Anko walked up behind him and whistled lightly. "Looking good there, Naruto, come." Naruto turned and looked at her. She still had her same clothes on as before but was carrying a whip. Naruto smiled at seeing the whip. "I said combat, not bedroom," he said, laughing at the blush on her face. Naruto kissed her lightly, then moved off to find the others. He found him not looking at a lavender trench coat. She kept looking at her jacket to the trench coat. "Get it, if you do not like it you could just keep it for later," he said with a smile. The knot is smiled. "I do not like to waste money, especially when it is not mine," she said, turning to him, putting her arms around his shoulders. "But is our money, you are going to be my wives, so what is mine is your," he said smiling. "Okay." He'll get it, she said, kissing his cheek. Naruto moved on to see Ino looking at a purple weapons holder. She put it around her hips and put her folding sickles in them. She turned and looked at Naruto. How do I look? She asked. I think you should just come and naked with that on for me one day. Ino blushed and walked over to him. Maybe I will, she said, walking off sexily. Naruto watched her go, seeing her hips sway in time to music that only she could hear. After a second of staring off her, shook his head and went over to Haku. She was looking at battle kimonos. The one she was looking at the most was a dark blue. One that looked there was snowflakes on it. In her hand that he noticed was a wrist sheath with what looked like a retractable blade. On it, find anything you like, he said. Haku turned around smiling. I like this battle kimono and a few others, but I do not know which one to get, she said. At the mall, he said, chuckling. No, I could not do that, she said. Snow Queen royalty always deserves to be spoiled. So get them all in if you want. Get the other wrist sheath or even ask to see if they have any special needle holders, Naruto said. Haku brightened up at that. She had never had a lot, no matter if it was with her parents or with Zabuza. For the first time she felt she could be a true young lady, and just shocked till she dropped. I will ask about that. Thank you, Naruto. Come, she said, kissing him and taking off to the front to ask Yamba if he had any holders. Naruto started to walk to the front when his clone that went to Iruka's dispelled told him. That class started at 8 and thanks for the help. Naruto continued walking till he reached the front desk. Seeing Haku talking, being pointed to something, and Alexandra talking to Yamba. But when he did, his other clone appeared and handed him the scroll with all his stuff and the girl's stuff in it and dispersed. Naruto walked up to the counter and placed his arms on Alexandra's taller shoulders. What are you doing? He asked. I am showing Yamba my new swords, master, she said, smiling, nuzzling her cheek against his arm. Naruto smiled as he walked around her, sliding his left arm around her waist. So what do you think of her new toys? They are truly amazing. They seem to be made to strengthen someone's affinity to fire. Where did you get it? He asked. We got them off of Kagan. Anko killed him when she thought he killed me. She gave them to Alex and her because she broke her claws in combat. Plus she is our strongest fire user, he said, smiling at his firefox. After 10 minutes the girls all came up, putting their stuff on the counter. Yamba started to tally up everything. Okay, your total is 46,346, he said, smiling at all the money he was getting. When Naruto paid and everything was placed in scrolls, the group started to walk off. Naruto turned back and walked to the store owner again. The girls stood by the door and watched. Naruto strolled back over, smiling. What did you ask him, Naruto? Ino asked. I asked him for a special order and also for to come back in a few days from now to look at some weapons, he said, starting to walk out the store. Are you looking for a new weapon? Asked Anko. Something like that. It is more like a few, he said, smiling, everyone seeing a slight twinkle in his eye. They knew he was up to something. As they walked heading to their new home, Naruto could not believe all that had happened in the last few months. By the time they had made it to the gates of what he believed to be his new home, he knew was the luckiest guy in the world. Looking up at the gate, he saw that it was about 7 feet tall and made of what looked to be oak. In the center of the door was a red Kano has symbol. He placed his hand on it, feeling the engraving, when the door slowly swung open. Naruto looked at his group and shrugged. They all walked through the gate, and as they all were in a closed, they gasped at what they saw. It was a huge house, not a mansion but a huge house. It was 3 stories tall with white walls and a red roof. Naruto stared at the house a little longer till he heard someone talk. Oh my god, so beautiful. He turned to see Ino looking out at the front yard. It was like a huge garden. There were flowers of every color mixing and splashing on one another, greens, blue, yellows, and oranges, just to name a few. They found a grass walkway that went through the garden area. As they walked it, they noticed many things like the training ground that were in the back, the small alcove to the side of the house, and an area of forest behind the training field. After a once around the property, Naruto and the gang walked up to the front door. Opening it, they say a beautiful front room. They all walked inside and started to look around. Naruto noticed that on the first floor it seemed to be just the kitchen, the living room, a bathroom and small study. The second floor seemed to have all the guest rooms. There were upward of 12, each one a different color. The third floor had the master bedroom which no entered, a large study filled with many books and a large outdoor parlor. When they were all done searching an hour later they meet in the living room. The group was amazed by the look of the house. It had all the things they needed to live comfortable and happy without being cramped. Like the apartment. So what do you think? Asking Naruto. That is amazing, master. It seems to have been made with the idea of a big but tight-knit family in mind. Alexandra said. The others agreed. I want to check out the master bedroom. You all go pick out a room for you to store your things in and to sleep in, he said to each of them. As they walked up the stairs, the girl is getting off at the second, with Naruto continuing. When he reached the master bedroom, he pushed open the door to see a large room. It was draped in reds and blacks. He walked in, shutting the door behind him. As he walked through the room, he saw the huge bed. It was what he could only describe as orgy size. It was black like many things in the room, but the sheets were gold like his hair. He sat down on it, noticing how soft it was. After a few minutes stood up and walked around. He looked in the drawers to find no clothes, and after a few minutes realized there were no pictures either. For a private room for a husband and wife it was oddly bare. He guessed the Kushina had cleaned the place out before leaving. As he continued to look through the house, he saw a door off to the right. He walked over to it and opened to think it was a closet. He walked in to find what looked like a nursery. Half the room was painted a baby blue while the other was painted a soft pink. As he stared around the room, he noticed that the pink side was bare nothing while the blue side held a crib. He walked over to it and saw his name engraved on the inside. As he looked around, he saw little toy toads, slugs, and even foxes all around it. As he stared at it all, he heard a sobbing sound. He looked around to not see anyone. That's when he realized that he was the one making the noise. He fell to his knees and cried. After a few minutes, he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. Turning to see who it was, he saw Hinata. He throws himself at her, wrapping her up in his arms. It is okay, my love. It is all right. I am here. We are all here to help the pain go away, she said, stroking his back lightly. After a few minutes, stood up and smiled at his pale lover. Thank you, Hinata-chan. For you anything, my love, she said, walking out with him. Naruto and Hinata had left the master bedroom and went down to the living room to meet up with the others. After a few minutes of the girls telling him what rooms they had chose, Naruto decided to try to look for the safe to reset the security seal and wards. Naruto went into the small study and looked around trying to find the safe. After half an hour they had still not found it. Out of frustration, Ino had kicked the desk and it moved slightly. It is when Naruto noticed that the leg that Ino had kicked was covering something. They had pushed the desk aside to find a small seal on the floor. Naruto wiped some blood on it and a door in the floor opened. Too bad for Haku and Anko, who had been standing on it when it did. Naruto walked to the passage and yelled down. Are you two okay? There was a cry of yes from the two involved. Naruto made his way down with Alexandra in front of him, hand completely engulfed in flame. After a few minutes of walking down, they came to a large teal door. Naruto tried to open it, but nothing happened. After looking at the door, he saw a seal where the lock would be. After cutting his thumb and wiping some blood on it, a keyhole appeared. Naruto fished the note from his pocket, and after removing the key from the seal on it, he placed it inside the hole and turned it. There was a hiss, then the door swung in. Naruto walked in slowly, looking around. Wow, this place is huge, he said, having his echo go on. The room behind the door was massive. It was pitch black, but he could tell it was huge by his echo. Alexandra, I need more light, please, he asked. Yes, master. At that, Alexandra's whole body caught flame. The room illuminated, showing what appeared to be shelves. As they looked closer, they noticed that some had books, others scroll, and one in the far off that was glinting with what he thought was metal. As they walked through the shelves, they came to a huge table and what they thought was the center of the room. Naruto walked forward to see a lone piece of paper on it. He picked it up and examined it. He realized they were instructions to the security seals and wards. After reading through it, he understood what he had to do. He looked down at the table before him and saw the seal. Alexandra, come here and brighten up the table, please, he said. As she walked closer, he saw that it covered the large table. He looked around trying to find something. When he looked to the right, he saw a swirl. He walked over to it and wiped his blood on it. The swirl started to do just that swirl and after a minute disappeared. Okay, the reset is in effect. I need a few drops of your blood each. So I can make it so you can come and go as you please, he asked. The girls walked up, cut their fingers, dropping some blood into Naruto's palm. After everyone had gone, he walked around the table till he saw a circle that had nothing in it. He put his hand in it and said seal. The table glowed for a moment, then stopped. They all saw that the empty circle now held the face of a fox in it. So what do the seals and wards do? Eskino. Naruto looked at the paper again, then started to talk. They are for protection and also to restart the generator. As he said that, lights turned on. Cool, said Ino. Naruto smiled at her. The protection seals keep anyone out but us. We can bring in guests if we choose, but no one can enter without one of our permission. And us with them. The wards are the defenses of the house. It seems that if you try to break in, you will get really hurt, and if by chance you make it in, there are seals on the grounds and house that activate and fight back. How I do not know, but it does. The generator seems to run of natural chakra from around the house and from its occupants. Not a lot, but just a little. Wow, I have never heard of this kind of stuff before, said Ino. I think it is of my dad's making and one of a kind, said Naruto. Ino looked like she was about to say something when a bell rang. What is that? Asked Hinata. I think it's the doorbell, Naruto said. After running up and out of the underground room, he had the girls fix up a study and then, to go to the living room, Naruto walked out the door down the path to the gate. He opened it to see Zabusa standing there with the Inuzuka councilwoman. Please come in, Naruto said, standing aside to let the two in. Naruto shut the gate and showed them the way in. When they reached the front door, he opened it and let them pass. When they were inside, Naruto shut the door and walked them into the living room where all his ladies were sitting around or talking. Hey girls, why don't you all go get your rooms together while I talk to councilwoman? In fact, I do not know your name, he asked. My name is Tsu Minazuka, she said, smiling, showing off her long K9s. Okay, Tsuem-sama. As Zabusa, go up with the men, pick out a room for yourself. He nodded and got up. As they were passing him, Naruto grabbed Haku and pulled her close. With some blood so I can add him to the seal, he said. Haku nodded and received a kiss on the cheek from Naruto. As they disappeared up the stairs, Naruto turned back to the feral woman in front of him. The Hokage wanted to give you this, she said, handing him a card. Naruto looked at it and realized that it was his ninja license, but now it said Namikaze. It was still the same info, just that one change. Thank you very much, he said, putting it away. Tsuem stared at him for a second, then spoke. Can I ask why you invited me over here to talk? The day in the council meeting you stood up for me. Of all the people there, you did. I am going to marry the Hyuga heir and am best friends with the heir to the Aburam. Yet, you someone Wo's very son hated me too, recently stood up to try to lessen my burdens. So I asked why, said Naruto. They sat there in the quiet for a few minutes staring at one another. I stood up for you because it was not only the right thing to do but his opinions for what was not done by my clan. Naruto looked at her confused. What action are you trying to penance for? He asked. He was younger during the Third Shinobi War. One was in a fight for clan head with my twin brother. We had different takes on how the clan should be ran. I wanted it to be more open and free. Well, my brother wished for it to be closed off and centered around ourselves. During this time your father ascended to the title of Hokage, but he made it he throw his full support behind me to be clan head, she said. Okay, so you won out. What happened to your brother and why the penance? He asked. But I won the title of clan head. My brother was furious. In a last-ditch effort to try to steal it from under me, he went out alone into battle. Against I was Cage at the time to show his power and right to be top dog. He was killed and hung on the walls of I was to your father got him down in a raid, she said. I'm sorry to hear that. He sounded like a proud warrior who only wished what he thought was best for his clan. He said to her, Enkin, he was. For what your father did, I told him that my clan would always protect him and his children. My word failed the moment I found out you were his child and saw the devastation set on your body. I am now on her bond to protect you and to make amends in any way I can. She said, head down. Sama, did you ever hate me for what I held? Did you ever seek to hurt me or poison the mind of your children or clan against me? He asked. No. I had orders that if at any time it was found out that Inuzuka was found cause you harm, that they would be killed. And I had orders that if any member saw you being attacked you were to be rescued and brought to the hospital. She said. I did not know that. Thank you, he said. I would like to adopt you a few times when you were younger, but I was denied to the belief, as I am told, that I would use you for ill gains, she said, looking up at him. Naruto smiled, then said something that even surprised himself. I would like to make an alliance between our clans. I am offering you something that will strengthen your clan to unbelievable heights. Some looked at him curiously. An alliance sounds good, but what are you talking about? I offer you the chance of my Dijutsu. A way of being able to stop you enemy is a Jinjitsu long enough to hit them with you. Power strikes. The one weakness of the Inuzuka fighting still is that it is made for many enemies, not just one. With the power of my eye in your clan you could become fighters of one in many. What do you say? He said. Some looked at him for a moment. You are offering my clan this? Why? Because your clan is the most loyal of this village, not only that you make up a third of our hunter needs. That is a good reason as any, but the most is cause I want a strong alliance with your clan and to show you that your honor is not gone. In fact, I would say it is stronger than ever. I found you to be an amazing clan head, one with honor and true loyalty, so I think the joining of our clans is a great way to start, he said, smiling. Some sat there thinking, if I agree to this, who will I pick to marry him? I do not think I can just make a clan member do this. I fought so they could have freedom, but this deal is too good to pass up. It is a chance at not only strengthen the clan, having allies as power and well known as the Namikas is, but also a way to ensure my clans and my own honor. What will happen to whoever I choose? What will they be treated like? She asked. Whoever you choose will be treated like a queen. I swear she will want for nothing. I do not treat my ladies as dolls to be collected and placed in racks for the world to see like a collection. They are welcome to go into any career they wish and do what they want. I will not cut them off from their family. I am looking to build up my family, not hurt it, he said, smiling. I need to think about who I should send, she said, standing up. Some saw. I do have some stipulations though for who you choose. She must be single. I do not wish to take her away from someone else. She must be open-minded to being with me cause it will a relationship. She must be told of my condition being a jailer and accepted. She cannot mind sharing cause that is what will happen. Lastly, she must know that she will have to have children with me, he said, sounding heartfelt. Some was awed by this. This boy of 13 was thinking more along the lines of the happiness of the woman than of himself. Most boys his age would one care about sex, not whether the woman he was with wanted to do it or liked him. He had gained much respect from her in this small talk they had. When Naruto opened the front door, he noticed that it was already evening. Naruto walked her to the front gate, talking lightly and smiling. When they got to the gate and opened the gate, she bowed and Naruto spoke. My dear Sama, it is in my belief that no woman should bow to a man, but it should be the man who bows to the grace, power, and beauty of the temple that is a woman, he said as he bowed to her. While he was bowing, he never saw the blush and thoughtful look of the wild woman before him. I will come back tomorrow evening to tell you of the women who agreed, she said, then walked away. Naruto sighed, then shut the door. He strolled back up to the house. But before he got there, he saw Haku by the lake. He walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Hello, my snow queen. What are you up to? He asked. She smiled as she leaned into him. I was waiting for you to be done with your talk, she said. Why is that? Is there something you would like to talk about, my love? He asked. Yes, there is really. I wanted to know why you choose me when you have so many others, most if not all far more beautiful than I, she said as she turned to look in his blue eyes. Naruto smiled at this. He then took off his trench coat and shirt. On his peck over his heart there was a snowflake. Because Haku, without even knowing it, you know my pain of betrayal from a parent. Not only that, but when I talk to you and converse with you, I know that we are the same and have the same points. Of all these ladies that I love, you know the real me, even if you have known me the shortest amount of time, he said as he leaned in, pressing his forehead to hers. Haku smiled at those words. How can you love us all so much? She asked, looking closer into his pretty blues. I love you all 'cause each of you knows my pain. Hanot knows what it is like to be part of a group and still not be considered in it, like me and this villager, her and her clan. Ino knows the pain of being blamed for something she had no control over, the death of her mother. Anko know what it is like wanting to protect something that at every turn tries to cause you pain, the village we live in. Alexander had never known or thought she would ever know love till she meet me. Each of you is like a part of me, and when I give my all to heal that part of you all, you heal mine as well, he said. Haku stared at him for a moment, then released a sash on her battle kimono. She dropped the kimono to the ground and watched as his eyes looked over her body. He reached his hand forward and traced the X mark that still showed under her snowflake tattoo. She stiffened under his touch, but after a minute relaxed. I want you to make love to me, Naruto-kun. Here in the snow, she said, grabbing his hand and pressing it to her mate mark, which seemed to excite her. But snow, he said, looking around. Her hands went behind him, and after a minute they came back to his chest and she pushed him. He fell and landed on snow. He looked around and noticed that a third of the yard was snow. Wow, I did not know you could do that so fast, he said, astonished. Neither did I, but I have felt my bloodline increase in power since the marking. A lot of us have noticed it. We all seem to grow stronger after the marking in a gifted field. Like Hinata's eyes, Alexander's fire control, Anko's beat in strength, Ino's mind powers, and me with my ice wielding. Alexander thinks your power boosts ours and vice versa, she said. Naruto looked back to see moonlight shining on her. It was not bright, but it was there. She looked like a goddess of ice and cold. She dropped onto him and started to kiss him. Hail to the queen, she said as she kissed him, starting their night of snowy romance under the stars. Naruto awoke to the smell of sun and a feel of warmth on his chest. He opened his eyes to see he was in the master bedroom. He then looked down to his chest to see Haku. After a few minutes of watching her sleep, he saw her eyes crack open and a smile played across her face. Naruto smiled back and spoke. Hail to the queen indeed. Haku blushed. You were amazing last night. I never thought it would be so enjoyable, but I guess when it is with your one true love, then it has to be that. Naruto smiled, then rolled over on top of her, making her squeal then giggle. As he stared down at her, he kissed her, holding his lips to hers. He felt how cool her breath was. When he pulled away, he saw a single tear escape her eyes. Why are you crying? He asked, a little worried. She hugged him to her. I never thought that being in love felt so good, she said. It only feels as good as the person you are with, and right now to me it is amazing, he said, smiling. You are such a flirt, but damn if you are not good at it.